Welcome to the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Grand Finals. It is the final day, and at the end of today, we will know who our champion is. If you've been following all the action, then you know it is still neck and neck. It is going to be an epic day. I cannot wait to see all the PUBG esports going down, and I can't wait to hear the opinions of the two gents joining me on the desk. Avenger, Frost, you got to get excited about today, right?
Yeah, I'm super excited for today. Obviously, the final day of Grand Finals. And as we know, it's going to come down to the last day and possibly the last game to see who our champion is going to be here for G-Loot Season 5. I'm just super excited to get things started and excited to see if Na'Vi can keep the top and if Exhalation is going to continue to have 0 chicken dinners towards the end of the day.
Very excited to see who's going to grab all of those PGC points that we'll be seeing after today's games. And I mean, this is the start of the year, trying to qualify yourself for PGC itself. And if you can win this, getting 200 PGC points, that's a big chunk of points that you bring with you home, considering that we saw last year the cutoff was around 250, 275.
We'll take a look at those PGC points in a little bit. But first, I want to tell you how our 16 teams got here. So what started with the Super Weekend last weekend, 32 teams tried to qualify for the 8 spots that were available. There were 8 invited teams as well. If you've watched throughout the course of the weekend, then you already know how they got invited. But if you've just joined us, I thought I would ask the question once again. Explain to us, gents, how did these teams get invited to the finals?
So the teams that got straight invited to the finals is the partner teams, basically. 8 teams that have been in the scene for some time and is here to play and have proven themselves throughout the last couple of years here.
There we go. Perfect explanation, all done. And you saw there what the schedule is going to look like today. We have 6 games that are going to decide the grand finalist champion, if you like. And those 6 games are going to be really interesting because we're ending on Erangel.
Erangel is the bread and butter. That's where we like to play it out because everyone knows that map so well. They know it best and they know how to play it well as well. And usually, you know, you can throw a curveball here and there, getting a milli-circle or something like that. But in the end, that's where we like to end and start things off with.
Yeah, obviously we asked for some military circles yesterday. Oh, I did. I'll take the blame. And I'm actually happy to see that we got 2 military circles rather than more of the northern ones, because then it benefits the teams that are both playing north and south and kind of evens out in the end, right? And what I'm pretty stoked about what we're going to see today is that we're going to continue those Miramar games into today. So what the teams they kind of ended on yesterday, they can try to build and look at how some of the teams were playing yesterday at the end of the day. Because that kind of play style and that meta that was at the end of yesterday is going to be the same today when we go into the first couple of games.
Diversity in the circles is also good to see how the teams adapt themselves, considering it's totally different playing on the north or south side, especially as Martin's saying, depending on where you're dropping as well, where you like to loot, how you like to rotate. You got to know the teams because some teams, they like to stay on the north side and play more passive if you get a south circle and vice versa. So it's all about having yourself adapting to all the teams as quick as possible.
We've spoken a lot about what happened yesterday, so let's take a look at some of the highlights from those games. It was quite an, I want to say, interesting day when you look at some of the teams that were able to perform.
Yeah, it was surprising sometimes where we see multiple teams got more chicken dinners than one. Still, Exhalation, no chicken dinners, but in second place, quite impressive for them. Liquid had a really rough day yesterday compared to them being in the lead after first day, so as we saw, they're going to be chasing rather than being in the front. And then Heroic obviously having a great game with their 14-kill win with the push into the blue to make sure that they got that extra point, which could mean in the very end.
We saw 2 teams that stepped it up a bit. This was one of them, Zachary Sensen and No Name Yet. They had not the greatest of the first day, but coming really strong yesterday, they came back. And hopefully they can keep on going with that momentum today because we still have 6 more games. They're still in contesting for that win itself.
Which was, before we do that, here's the leaderboard now. So this is what you can see, the points as they stand currently. Na'Vi sitting on top, but only by 6 points. It's still pretty open-ended. I mean, it's anyone's game, right?
Yeah, it's definitely anybody's game. And if you look from BBL on 3rd place down to Zachary Sensen on 10th place, it's 21 points. It might sound a lot, but if you have a good game as Zachary Sensen, you can get 21 points in one game. And of course, that means the other teams are going to get a few points, but you're gonna get way closer to them. And if you can do that in the first game, well, we got ourselves a good game again to work with and a way closer leaderboard.
Yeah, and obviously because of the depth of the lobby, how many of the good teams are playing, and it's hard to consistently play really, really well in 6 games when you're competing against some of the best teams, right? And as we heard as well, we saw Polish Power get 70 points in just 4 games. They also had a 7-point day, and if you can't mix your consistency into all 3 days, it's going to be rough. That's also why we see Liquid not in the top anymore. They had a really good day 1, 53 points. Then day 2, not that many, 21 I believe it was for us. And that means that you're just going to miss out. But still, our mid-pack is extremely close. So the top 3, or the run for top 3 is still open. And then depending on what we have in the last 2-3 games, how close the top 3 is, then we're going to see, are they too far ahead to kind of be chased down by our mid-pack? Is it only going to be our top 3 fighting for first place? Or is somebody going to run away with it and say, if Na'Vi opens up with 2 fantastic games, they're going to be 30, 40 points ahead with just 4 games to go?
But the important thing is also to be consistent on both of the maps.
Of course.
We have some teams that haven't been as consistent on both of the maps. I think a prime example would be ENCE. They're one of the best teams when it comes to Miramar, or just below the best teams. But when it comes to Erangel, they're far below everybody else. The average placement on Erangel is 12.7. That's rough.
Yeah, it's a rough one. It's kind of like when you're playing different turfs in tennis, right? Some is really good at playing on grass, other good in gravel, and it's the same here. We have different maps. You have Miramar where you need to have big rotation, you need to know the terrain really well because there are so many more dips and divots. There are some land ratios that kind of come into unplayable area that you have to consider and kind of mathematically put yourself into the best positions. And then we come to Erangel, which is the bread and butter we've been talking about. And it comes down to your rotations, how early you play center as well, because there's often areas where you don't have as many compounds that are playable. So yeah, some teams are good on Miramar, but most of our teams perform their best on Erangel.
I was going to say that you have to be good on both. If you want to win and you want to claim that prize money, you've got to be good on both. There's no excuses. We're going to take a look at the placement points really quickly, and one of the things missing there, of course, is that you do get a point per kill. And while we're doing that, I'm going to ask you a really tough question, Avenger. In terms of the leaderboard as we stand, is there a chance for teams past sort of sitting at number 6 to still make their way into the top 3 if they have maybe 1 or 2 good games?
Easily, yeah. I would say it's all the way down to Sakura Sanson, 21 points from 3rd place, right? 1 good game, and they're in there. We've seen multiple games where our top 3, there was a game where we had our top 3 had 0 points, 5 points, and 5 points. And some of our mid-pack had, 20 points, 15 points, 25 points. And that's going to shake things up. And that is obviously what's going to change everything, right? Because our top teams are good, but they're not consistently very, very good. They're not getting enough points per game. We have Na'Vi on 100 points after 12 games. It could be better. We had a team that used Polish Power that did 70 points in just 4 games. Different lobby, not as good opponents, of course, and they're able to get a lot more frags. Here, you'll get third-partied faster. Teams will see that you're in a fight, and they're gonna third-party that fight. They're gonna pull up, or they're gonna put themselves in a position to gatekeep you, so you're gonna die once you try to get into the circle.
I mean, talking about points, we can look at the team that has the best points so far was Liquid with 53 points on day 1. But here are the important thing, though. The thing that I was talking about earlier, the PGC qualification points. And we're on the left side right now. We're in the first event here. It's G-Loot Event 1, where you can grab yourself 200 points if you win this one. But of course, you don't need to win to get the points. Everybody's going to get a little chunk of it. It all depends on how much you want from it.
Are we not? You can carry on about the points, and then I'll throw another hard one at you.
So 200 points and 120 points is obviously a big difference. Like those winning this year, they're going to put themselves so far ahead going into having 3 more tournaments where you can get PGC points. And as we're talking about cutoff about this 275 points last year, it's probably going to be around the same this year as well. It's very similar.
It's the same structure.
It's the same structure with points. So 275 points last year. If you get 200 points in the very first, you are literally laughing at everyone else.
I'm curious as to what you think about the fact that some of these invited teams, the top teams, if you like, not all the invited teams, but I would say there's certain names that you kind of expect them to be not only the best in Europe, but the best in the world.
Right.
Yet, as you mentioned earlier, haven't been consistent. Is it just because it's the start of the season, or is there something we should be looking at those teams going, hold on, what is going on here? Because for me, I think there is a lack of consistency in what we're seeing with some of them, and that's concerning.
It's a new year, a lot of new lineups. A lot of the teams are trying out new stuff, trying to figure out, okay, how do we want to approach this year? Do we want to change any of our play style? How do we adapt to the other teams that are trying to do the same thing? And that's kind of what we're seeing right now. I feel like this is the first real test. This is the first time they're on, like, really trying it out against the other best teams here. Sure, you've been playing some scrims, but it's never the same thing scrimming against other teams compared to playing here. This is totally different. And therefore, yeah, there might be some upsets, but that's always going to happen. It's all about the consistency, not just in this tournament, but throughout the year. That's how you make it to PGC, and that's why we have the PGC point system.
I want to have a take as well on that. Is we have such a big depth of quality teams playing in Europe, and especially also here in this lobby, is that when we have these 10, 12, 14 very, very good teams that are nearly at the same level, that are obviously looting all the way around on the maps, you're going to have times where they're going to get in a bad position based on the circle and their starting position, but then you have other teams that are focusing on them when they're trying to get into the circle and they see fights. You have teams that will see these good teams in a fight struggling, and you want to take them down when they're struggling. You want to take them down when they're in a fight. You want a third party at the right time, and a lot of the teams that have played for a long time, that are very experienced, they know this. They know they need to go into the compounds when the other teams are fighting to make sure they can clean up possibly both teams.
I mean, talking about good teams here in this region, just look at our top 4 right now. You have 2 invited teams, but you also have 2 teams that qualify their way in here. I mean, Exhalation and Polish Power, they've been showing off real good so far throughout the first 2 days. We still have one more day, and hopefully they can keep that up, because we want to see those teams up there.
Right.
Once again, it shows the depth of this region and how good all of the teams are.
We're going to talk a little bit more about some of the teams, but first I want to tell you about something that we have for you if you're watching at home. We're running a little bit of an Easter egg hunt during the broadcast, and today is your last opportunity to win. We have 10 survivor passes up for grabs, and this is how you win. During the course of the broadcast, we are going to share a player's name on the screen. This player has previously won a G-Loot season, and they're pretty well known. I'd say they're a legend, so you'll know who they are when you see the name, and this is where you need to listen. I'm basically going to be school teacher tech girl right now. You need to go to Twitter, find G-Loot Esports, and then you need to direct message them, i.e. slide into their DMs and let them know the answer to the question, or the Easter egg if you like. Tell them the player name that you spotted, and then the first 10 to do that will win one of the survivor passes. Have you got it? Good? Okay, let's get back to talking about those teams. One of the best teams, I would argue, in the world. They've had a really good start to this competition and to the year. They had a massive game. They had a good chicken dinner. I can go on and on and on, but I'm going to let Frost talk about them a little bit more. Na'Vi, I've been impressed.
I've certainly been impressed over how well they've been playing here so far. And it just comes down to, if you look at the movement of this team, they're macro. They're not going for those long rotations. They're often very calculated moves, and it's very short, quick rotations that they're doing. They don't do those long rotations. They want to take the quick route in, but they always make sure they're ready to move as soon as the circle hits. They're very quick on finding a good spot to play from, and they make sure that, okay, we're going to put ourselves in positions where we can actually take these fights, and we're ready to take them whenever it's necessary.
Yeah, for me, Na'Vi is... If you ask Quizzy, I guarantee you that he'll say we had 2 games we could have won. That was one of them on military, where example overextended a little bit, trying to put pressure on the other teams, but they could have won that game. If they were fortunate or timed enough to take out the player that was pressuring them on the backside of the C block inside military, they could have won that game easily.
Oh, yeah.
And he could also probably point out one more game where they felt like they did a personal mistake that cost them 1 or 2 players, where they could have won that again as well. And those small mistakes is the reason why they're not 20 or 30 points ahead right now.
They are still in the #1 spot, though, so what they basically have to do is pop off in the first 2 games, and they could maybe make it a little bit more comfortable for them.
Well, they're one of the best teams so far on our Miramar games here for this weekend, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see them pop off a little bit more, just, you know, trying to secure those 200 PGC points straight away.
A team that did quite well on Miramar towards the end of yesterday, and also a team that for the most part, was quiet until yesterday, was heroic, but eventually they seem to wake up a little bit towards the end of the day.
Yeah, Heroic has had a performance so far that I'm actually looking at and saying, okay, these guys are actually coming here to play. They were our second place team at PGC last year. They are right now the top performing team coming in from a global tournament. And they've showed that in the tournaments leading into this. We saw in PSL, they played extremely well, but they're not hitting the mark that I feel like they can hit. They are a team that can definitely contest that top 3. They could have had 100 points as well. They had 1 or 2 games where they made 1 or 2 bad calls, which could have made them leading into a win as well, and they could have been on 100 plus points as well. But I will say this though, if they hit a flying start of one of the first 2 games here, I'm pretty sure that they will contest the top 3 for this day and possibly end there when we're done.
I've been quite surprised over how they've been playing, honestly. I feel like they have been way more passive than we used to know this Heroic team.
Right.
And despite that, they're still 3rd overall on the kill leaderboard with 55 kills. So it's not bad in any way, but they are more passive, and they're not like taking those fights that we usually see them. When they play the edge, they usually take every single fight they can. That's what we love with them. They always want to go with that aggression and just try to make room for themselves. But I feel like we've been seeing them a little bit more passive. And of course, they've gotten themselves 2 wins so far. That is great. But again, without those wins, we're not seeing them towards the end game at all. And that's one of the big troubles, I feel like. And that comes down to them not clearing their edges. They're not going with the aggressiveness that we've seen them have from previous tournaments.
We've had a chance now to see all 16 teams perform over the last 2 days, and I'm curious, what do you think about some of the... I mean, we've had some lineup changes. Some of the teams have changed the style of which they're playing. What have you thought about that so far?
I think one of the biggest one is actually BBL. Just 1 day before the tournament, talking a little bit with Code Marco, they still wasn't really ready for how they were going to play this. They didn't know. They were still trying to figure out 2 new players and a new coach on the lineup itself. That's a big change itself. So them coming in here, they didn't even know where they would be landing, where they wanted to play together. But seeing things right now, they're going back to the basics. They're staying together as a unit and playing it out, always sticking together. They're not doing any greedy splits, and it's working out for them. It's working out wonderfully so far.
I want to take the opposite side of that spectrum is that ENCE have lost one of their players, Diggory, of course, to FaZe. And right now they're struggling a little bit. I don't want to pinpoint it directly on losing Diggory's fragging power. They had a game yesterday that ended on the middle sheet fences south of Minas Generales, and potentially a game they could have won. Tixu popped off, had an insane game. Shows the individual skill of these guys, obviously, so I'm not too worried about them. But so far, after 12 games, they're not on the level they want to be. They're definitely a team that we expect to be in the top 10 easily, potentially contesting that top 4, top 5. They played well at PGC, considering everything, but obviously that was with Diggory on the team as well.
Yeah.
So I want to see ENCE kind of redeem themselves today and put themselves in that top 10 for sure. But also we have these, we're expecting these, I said, I think 5 teams of the invited partner teams are gonna be in the top 8 once we're done. We have 5 of them right there, but I think we could see 6 at the end of the day.
I'd like to see an improvement from ENCE. I'm a fan of that team. I'm curious of what you thought of Liquid's performance. Day 1, incredible.
Right.
I was sitting in the corner going, Fuzzface must be smiling. Day 2, not really their day.
Well, yeah, so yesterday they got 21 points. Day 1, they got 53 points. That's the most points we've seen from one team so far in the tournament here after 2 days. But yesterday, 21 points. That's one of the lowest scores we've seen in a day as well. And this is kind of Liquid-ish. Like, they always have this, like, where they pop off, one day they go down, but they usually come back pretty strong on the last day and be able to put themselves towards the top. Maybe not always that first spot, but, second spot.
I was about to say, do we think that there'll be a bridesmaid today, or are they getting married?
It could be. I think it depends a lot on how they're going to be playing it out. So what we've seen from them yesterday is that they were playing a lot more edge, which is not their kind of style. They like to play center, they like to split up, take a lot of ground, and from there decide where they want to play in the upcoming circle when it pops. Now, playing on the edge, they're having a little bit more struggle, trying to get inside, trying to figure out exactly how do they move in, what teams do we have next to us, because that's not their normal play style.
Oh, and again, remember, this is the first PGC qualification points tournament in this year here, so the meta is slightly different. You see teams surviving a lot longer. You see a lot more teams third partying. You see a lot more players alive towards the very late game. So it creates this extra pressure once the circle gets so small that you literally cannot have that many players inside the circle. They will start fighting on the edge, and then third parties will happen, and that's one of the reasons why they've been formerly really happy to play center, because then they can push out and control an edge rather than be kind of pushed into an edge and having to fight two angles. But what we've seen from them late game so far, they've had some really good salvage games, situations where they had two players alive and they still managed to get 6-7 kills and a top 4 placement. One of them was at Wrangle on the north side. But yeah, Liquid, I really want to see them have a big day today. Like, I feel like what we saw from them day one is not even their maximum potential. They are capable of so much with that lineup, with that coach. They are a team that should be in the top 3.
I agree.
I'm working my way through the fan favorites just to make sure we've got all your thoughts on them. FaZe, obviously also a little bit of a change for them. And again, just... I think maybe the expectations, but the expectations may be too high on these teams that are obviously just, this is their first tournament for the Euro with the changes, but for me, FaZe should have been higher.
Well, I think no one has high expectations than the players and the coaches themselves on the team. They want to perform, they want to be the number one more than anybody else. So if there's anyone there, they are disappointed. It's themselves right now. And sure, they're probably not happy with the results so far, but it's also because of, lineup changes and what's happening with the playstyle and so on. Right now, I feel like also a little bit of hesitation from FaZe side when they're trying to make a move. It's not happening fast enough. And we're talking about maybe just 1 second, 2 seconds slower than what you want it to be. And because of those 1 to 2 seconds, their whole play just changes.
There are so many changes to FaZeland, just not by looking at the structure with the players, their loot spots, how they rotate. There's so many changes on both maps that make them play in a so much different way that they need to change and think, like the whole way they think about the game and their approach to the game, because they're not in Mons anymore. They're not in Minas like they wanted to be.
Yeah.
They are in Milta though, but they have Exhalation there. They have a lot of pressure from all the sides. They're not playing as freely with their kind of shoulders free as they would like to. That creates a lot of pressure on the team, which delays them, which makes them have less loot, and they're not as ready for the kind of late game circles as they probably would, because it creates all this time pressure.
And also, of course, we saw them changing to El Pozo. They wanted to be able to play there early on if they would get a circle there. We saw a circle landing there yesterday. It didn't go all the way for them.
Right.
I think they got like a 6th or 7th place or something like that, which is not what they wanted. But at the same time, now they're working more on that. They have more information to work on. What's happening? Okay, we should maybe play here. We should maybe play somewhere else. And you know, you're just trying to fix all of those small things. And you got to work everything out one thing by another. You can't just take a leap. You got to take step by step.
We've gone through the fan favorites, but there is a team we have to speak about before we move into game. They're the team that they surprised me, for sure, and obviously coming in as a qualified team, Exhalation. When we talk about consistency, they've consistently done a decent job of keeping themselves up at the top.
They have consistently not gotten a chicken dinner. That's what they have so far. Now, we were talking about it yesterday, saying they've been silently consistent because they haven't had that one flashy game where they win a chicken dinner with 10, 12, 15 plus kills, but they're still in there.
Yeah.
And I would be extremely surprised if in 18 games they don't get a chicken dinner. So when that happens, they will be number one. They will be in the number one spot. And then it depends on how well they're able to play the last games with the pressure from 15 other teams that wants to chase them down.
I really like how aggressive they've been and how much they're taking basically every single fight they can. They are never backing down from a fight. If they get a possibility to take a fight, they're going to take it. But also, they sometimes do these Hail Mary sends and they just go straight up to the center and they're like, well, we'll see what we have over there. If we have a team there, we'll just fight them. If we don't have a team, well, we'll just play from there. It doesn't really matter for them at all. And I really like that kind of play style from them. And it kind of speaks how consistent they have been. Being able to be on the top, not having a win. You have BBL with 3 wins. They are below you. You have 69 kills. You're on the top of the kill leaderboard right now. And you're so close to Navi on the top of the overall leaderboard.
Would that have been the team, when you looked at the qualified teams, would that have been the team that you thought would finish at the top out of the qualified teams? Which one would it have been?
Entropic for sure.
But Salik have had such an impressive tournament individually.
Top killer right now.
Top killer, 22 kills I believe it is, out of the 69. So impressive to see him perform at this level here against the other teams that they're playing on against right now.
Entropic, obviously not quite featuring, but Exhalation, this could be their day. I'm curious, as we move into game 1, Toby, Joe Rissard, do you think Exhalation's going to grab a chicken dinner?
I, Sam, would absolutely love to see Exhalation get themselves a win. I'm Toby, joined by Joro here for the final day of the G-Loot Season 5 Grand Finals. And yes, I mean, Exhalation, to kind of continue off of what the desk was talking about, they have been playing phenomenally. Whether it be early game rotations, whether it be kind of mid-game spreading out and taking control, all those really clutch, or I should say cluster end-game fights that teams usually fall apart during, they have shown us that they can essentially go out and win all those phases. It's just that very final fight of the game where they're falling short, whether that be because they've been brawling too much in the mid to late game in order to have the kind of player count in order to stay alive through it or not, I'm not sure, but I mean, again, at some point those stars have to align, and with them having had so many chances already, gotten so close, I feel like within these 6 matches, it could happen.
I understand that there's a chance. We end up caster cursing this by me saying this, but I'm legit not worried about Exhalation because coming into this tournament, I always said they were one of these teams where they were very boom or bust. Either they go out super early, 14th to 16th place, or they get a 20-kill chicken dinner, and they've just got that kind of vibe about them. And in G-Loot Season 5, they haven't done that because they've been so unbelievably consistent in getting the points every game. The fact that they haven't got the chicken dinner yet, in a nice way, I'm almost happy for them because they found that consistency now. Don't change too much. Don't worry that you haven't got the win because that consistency is what gets good in the long run in these tournaments.
Exactly. As we're looking at the map first, circle goes up north. We are seeing Millman. Oh, there you go. There's a little bit of reaction. He's not going, I'm over the water. What's going to happen? Fortunately, should be able to make landfall real quickly. So he'll be all right. Lives with the scare there. But no, to go back to Exhalation, I agree with you. I would say, put it this way. A team that sits in the top of the leaderboard like Exhalation do now without a win is arguably a more scary team than a team that comes off, like that sits 12 games in with 2 exceptional games and 0 pointers.
Look, 6 months ago, I would honestly have said, if you said Exhalation are 94 points after the first 12 games, I would have said to you, the majority of those are from 4 games where they did really well, right?
Yeah.
But that's not the case here. I'm super happy with them. I love the fact that they're here without that chicken dinner. So don't change it up. Do more of what you're doing, boys, because I think it's working very well.
I was just going to say, it's clearly going all right.
Yeah.
When you're literally 6 points from first place. You're doing all right, I would have to say.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and keep in mind, I mean, Na'Vi as well, I mean, they're set above them, but they got 27 of those points off of just one game.
Yeah, exactly.
That's, you're I mean, again, I'm not going to take anything away from Na'Vi because they're a fantastic team, but if that's kind of the go-to strat, let's bank everything on that one good game. If that game don't come, you're screwed. In Navi's case, they are all right regardless because they also play pretty consistent.
Exactly. So they're both consistent.
But not having to rely on that game, that is like terrifying to go up against.
So Na'Vi don't have to rely on that game because often they get 3 or 4 games like that as well. It's not even just a one-off, right? So we'll wait and see. We have the teams rotating early on here then. This is game number 13 of 18. For those of you who are just tuning in this weekend, where have you been, first of all? But also, this is day number 3 of a 3-day championship. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to see the Precious Island finish here in game 13, but we still got 2 more Miramars after this one, so plenty of time for us to curse the circle into position.
Oh, yes. We're seeing Polish Power make that early on rotation. We did see yesterday that they made that rotation and ran straight into Sakura Sands, and this time around, Sakura Sands opting to stay on the southern side. Nixie was the one taken down previously, but he has opted to stay south side this time around, so he'll be all right. In the meantime, hopping over to Ding, Looting, and El Pozo, they should be all right with their transition on into the circle here as well. I would actually assume that they're going to do somewhat of a northern wrap, only because that straight west approach in the circle, you're just going in between a lot of compounds, and odds are there's going to be that team that rotated in just before you. They'll be setting up shop on the edge of the circle, and well, you're essentially just going to be target practice for them as you come into it.
The good news for them is that it's unlikely to happen in Phase 1. True. No one wants to get into Phase 1 and just sit on the edge, but as the game continues to move forward, it becomes more and more difficult for teams to sit in the center, and you'll start to see more teams reaching around the edges, maybe not necessarily taking compounds, but certainly on hilltops scouting around, and that's when the danger comes for the teams that rotate in late.
I'm kind of curious. I mean, now we saw Melman obviously probably having a bit of a connection issue.
He's looting a towel, a hairdryer, sandals.
Fortunately, getting back into it, but he is, as we can see, he's literally a half map away from his teammates. What is the Na'Vi strat off of this? Do they sit around and wait for him by that giving up position? Because they had a chance. I mean, Na'Vi looted up in Minas. They had a chance to make an early play towards the circle and get some prime real estate. They still haven't really moved. Now they're making the rotation out, but as you can see on the screen here as well, Sakura Sanson already in front of them. Team Liquid already in front of them. They've been beat by other teams, and honestly, I think it's the wise play. I miss the edge Na'Vi to much more than the center aggressive Na'Vi, because they're incredibly terrifying to go up against once they start vacuuming around the edge of the circles.
I mean, look, thanks to Ding, this Na'Vi split is only the second largest split we've seen this tournament. True. So I'm sure they'll be fine. I suspect Na'Vi will end up rotating, but maybe not quite as deep as they normally would, so that there's an easy straight line for Melman to be able to backfill, but he'll be all right, I reckon.
Another interesting aspect to go into here is that when we've had these northeast or just eastern circles in general, a team that we haven't talked. I mean, we've mentioned them quite a bit actually, but not necessarily for good reasons. Is Footballist. They have been coming into these circles from that southeast side, down by where Tokyo Main Gang is now. They've been coming in from down there and been running into a lot of funnels of just chaos where teams are pushed together. Now they're wrapping over Oasis, and I'm curious to see how this is going to affect their play. They like to play it slow, they like to stay on that edge, and they're going to be given so much more room to roam coming in on that northwest side, taking for granted that they stay up there. Then they would trying to kind of squeeze their way in on the southeast.
Precisely. Heading across the eastern coastal roads, like you said, they have to deal with Tokyo Manji They'll have to deal with Ents. If they go in early, they deal with Enterprise. But here, they go in, and as long as they dodge Exhalation, they're basically going to be fine for Phase 1. It's it's their chosen way of playing these competitive circles, and I think, honestly, I think it's a decent way to play.
Oh, yeah.
People in these lobbies are good. Ideally, by the time you fight them, even if you lose that fight, you want to be in the placement points. You don't want to be fighting while there's still 16 teams left alive. I get the strategy. It hasn't paid off for them as well as they probably wanted it to, but the strategy itself makes total sense.
Yep, no doubt about it. We'll see. I mean, the issue with this circle in particular is if we go anywhere but north, you're very limited in your rotation opportunities. Like, this center of the circle is very barren. There are compounds, but if you don't have one of those, you're going to be in the open no matter how you put it. And usually, you can kind of play whatever position you're in until Phase 3, Phase 4, and still have decent cover to play around. Here, there's going to be teams already in Phase 2 that are going to literally have nowhere to play from in this circle.
Especially because so many teams are just reluctant to play on the edges of Phase 1. There are compounds available, but none of them close to the middle of the map, as you can see. In before Toby just jinxed us to go back to a junkyard ending, but we'll find out. We'll find out. Entropic's like, oh, we're going to be center of Phase 5 now. Thanks, Toby.
Did you hear Toby say junkyard? Oh, I guess we're staying for a little while longer.
I guess it's Campo Militar instead. Just kidding, boys. Right, here is BBL. They're coming in very late, by the way. They're only just moving past Picardo, so it's going to take a little while for them to get in. Na'Vi, in the meantime, as you can see, they're forming themselves up a bit because Entropic have been spotted, so they want to make sure they don't operate as wide a split as they normally would, because Melman is currently in Narnia and making his way out. It's fine. He's had really fluffy towels. In fact, if anything, we've got the mani-pedi, we've got the facial. He's had the treatment. He's ready to get back to work, and he will be rejoining his team shortly.
You'd have to assume anyway. The only issue that they could be running into is that QPE is still playing the junkyard side. If he gets an audible cue from this very, very noisy Mirado early enough, he could get into position. But as we kind of pan over here and see the path he's most likely to take, there shouldn't really be a chance for him to make a play on it. And well, again, here we go. Ents and Tokyo Main Gang, they've been squaring off on the eastern edge. They have, I would say, been less forced to fight previously because we've also had Footballist here. They have been, like, there's been more teams, and therefore they've kind of just held their ground more. But now, less teams up here, they get spread up more, they catch each other off guard.
I love what Tokyo Manji Gang are doing here, by the way. They only spot the one player loose, so as soon as they get the knock, while Aimlaw was flushing, the rest of the team moved in just in case Ents collapse on the position. They haven't. It's not going to happen. It's not a big squad fight, but the fact that Tokyo Manji Gang were ready for that and already moving into position, mwah, chef's kiss.
Very smart. In the meantime, Melman, He went on the journey of his life, and now he's made his way up here. Example was like, yep, there he is, guys. The last one is here. We're coming back. I found him.
We're all good.
the missing kid from the school bus. We're here. Everyone is here. Let's get back. Let's get back.
They're on the PA going, your mom's waiting at reception. Would you please kindly... yeah.
Now they find him. Now they can go back, and now they can focus on what's ahead. And it's good timing, too, honestly. They haven't really had that much of a chance to scout forward, but now 5 seconds to go. New circle is going to pop. BBL making their way on forward here as well, as we see where Phase 2 takes us.
And Phase 2 moves straight into... Okay, basically, I would call this crossroads, because I personally I think it's going to shift south and keep the crossroads in Phase 3, 4. But it can technically still go north. BBL moving reasonably close to Northern Lights, but looks like they're going to disengage here. Footballers have a golden opportunity here to get a spray down. Gluttony takes a shot or two and then disengages. I think he's seen or heard Rustenmar behind. Yes, he has. That's the reason why. He was a little bit distracted there. And unfortunately, they've lost one early.
I hate and love this at the same time, but we were just talking about how footballers on the other side of the circle wouldn't have to run into Inns, wouldn't have to run into Tokyo Major Gang. And now they're sitting right next to both those two teams.
Kind of true, isn't it? I thought
they literally rotated over into the same teams, but from the other side of the circle.
I thought if they dodged Exhalation, they'll be okay, but they sort of overshot Exhalation.
Going into both those teams.
They went straight back to where they started.
Yep. I mean, it's not too unusual that you see teams want to go back to kind of a path they're used to taking. Let's see this time around what's going to happen. Aimlo getting to stay alive through that spray. We saw Gluttony. I mean, Gluttony yesterday in that final fight against Hero. The double spray down there was absolutely clutch. Does get a headshot pop there, but backs off as damage is done in return. Nail, in the meantime, going to make his way further forward here too, as the circle obviously went down towards the southwest. They have to make a move as well.
Very, very nice stuff there, but not quite resulting in a knock for footballers, unfortunately. Tokyo Manji Gang now moving in ahead of them, and because of all of the shots that they're taking, Tokyo Manji Gang will know that they can stop and gatekeep footballers en route to this next circle. So there's a possibility that they just hold out the north side of Cruz del Valle and force footballers to go around them into someone else. So not ideal at the moment for them. Odun trying to find a couple of shots off onto Aimlo. If they can keep the vehicles far enough away from them, it gives them a nice wide berth to go left or go right. That alone is quite useful, but then it depends on what team they end up rotating into instead.
Also, it seems to me like Nail is playing today rather than Ulsing. Ulsing has been playing the previous 2 days, but now they got Nail active on the roster. So whether that's I was going to say on purpose, obviously it's on purpose, but whether it's being
just
whether it's somewhat of a we're trying out different players. We saw during PGC that Navi, for example, played with a literally active 5-player roster. So it's not too unusual to have this. It's just not too often with Seed either. But we'll of course try and see if we can find out the reason for the player swap.
Accidental. He was one of the observers, and he's like, "Wait, hang on a second. What's going on? Which voice chat do I need to join? Okay, let's do this."
Players? I'm swapping guns instead. What's going on?
Yeah.
No, back up thing we go. Obviously, saw Exhalation in front of them. They're gonna make the wrap around. They have the info obviously down towards the south in the two-way split. That Exhalation are very close. Does Senya start shooting here though? Salik is at half HP already. The boom out of the vehicle. Senya now knows there's an entire team below them. You might just want to fall back here.
I thought he was going to open fire onto Daboom, to be perfectly honest. But now that we know there's a third-party potential, they're going to be a little bit more careful there. He just got tagged from Polish Power, by the way, who are further away towards the center of the zone. And what that means is Na'Vi coming over the hill to fight Exhalation, that's fine. But if Polish Power hear gunshots and start shooting towards Ding, sorry, not Na'Vi, that's going to be a huge problem for them. So they need to rethink what their strategy is to get into the compound.
Issue for Ding here as well, and to some extent Exhalation too, is the idea of sitting up here is to be able to scout the entire circle.
Sure.
But when you're fighting a team right next to you, I mean, it doesn't matter that you got the crow's nest. If you can't use the high ground advantage, the elevation to your advantage, that position ain't really worth a whole lot, because as we can see now with the new circle shift, they're going to have to get down from here at some point again. And if they don't have a place scouted that they can go to, they're going to be shot at by literally every single team sitting in each of their compound.
And because this circle's basically a donut, Polish Power have no reason not to keep aiming at them.
Yeah.
So Ding can't say, let's wait a while, and then when we push in, we won't get third party. That's too big a risk.
All Ding can hope for is that one of the teams below them get pulled up on, and that they can potentially crash in and third party that.
Yes, I think if they see Polish Power being pulled up on, they'll go, we can push without anyone third-partying. Speaking of third-partying, footballers are moving into the compound where FaZe are. So remember how Tokyo Magigang, we were saying they might gatekeep Cruz del Valle and force them? They've managed to rotate west, but the problem is FaZe are residents here. Now, it's a 3v4. No one's lost their life just yet. It looks like FaZe had the south side of the compound, but what's going to happen from here?
Gustav does find Odin. Let's see if Vex here trying to hold off as well. Nice angle just over the wall, able to catch an eye through the window. Not really gonna amount much. Unfortunately, Odin knocked behind that rock, not really in position from where he could do a whole lot. And up until this point today, Odin really has been kind of the initiator. All the fights that has gone in the favor of footballers has oftentimes started with Odin getting a good peek and a good knock. Gluttony goes down now as well. Nail, single player left alive. This is going to be tough. FaZe Clan, all 4 players here, ready and waiting for a potential push coming out. They're not even going to make the aggressive play inside the building. If there's a guy sitting waiting with a shotgun, it's simply too risky to make the player in. And as I say that, Diggory is going to make the aggressive push forward. Peeks on in, gets flashballs back, and that, my friends, is the final nail in the coffin. Footballers out 16.
I like the unintentional pun there.
Oh yeah, completely
that
coincidental.
Is strong, very, very strong there. No, but Nail does go down. I think you're right. When Odin went down, that was sort of the beginning of the end, because he's been so good at initiating with his DMR shots. Elsewhere now, we've got Ding finally moving into Exhalation. Note that Polish Power were still shooting at them and did do some damage, but they've managed to make their way to the buildings now without further loss of life. So now we get to see how they're going to push it.
I like this flank around from Senja, wrapping down below. There was PTM and Senja, essentially the 2 flank players. The one winning that will get his, I would say, the upper hand to his teammates, because now they can play around the compound rather than having to initiate from one side because of where Polish Power is positioned. Neither team can really utilize the east all that much. So smart wrap around, take one out. Zoom now down to the nade here from Vesterlog as well. And Salik in a very, very difficult 1v4 situation. As I say that, not gonna matter. Second nade comes through, Vesterlog connects another one, and Exhalation out in 15th.
Highlight of that fight for me from Ding isn't even any of the kills. It's the fact that when they got a knock, they immediately threw in the Molotovs so that the Exhalation players couldn't run from room to room to get the res, and that bought Ding enough time to get position and say, fine, now we're doing for a 3v2, now we're going in for a 3v1. And the reason is because they kept everybody separate. So good!
This Southern Hardshift is going to be brutal. I mean, we saw kind of the opposite. We saw the opposite of this yesterday, with the circle starting on the south side and pushing north. But the thing is that you're pushing from open terrain into playable open terrain. Here you're pushing from playable open terrain into field. It's going to be incredibly hard for teams to maneuver south on this circle here.
Isn't this almost exactly where Team Liquid yesterday were when they wanted to split off and hit Tokyo Magigang? Yeah, this is fun.
Exactly the same position on the southern side. They see Na'Vi come down towards him as well. Needs to be ready for it. In the meantime, Vard looking the other direction does manage to do some damage over in that direction. Vard is very isolated, I should add, in the meantime here. He is currently trying to hold off No Name Yet on his own, far out towards the east. He's essentially playing that entire ridge line on his own, not even inside the next circle yet.
This is Sakura Zensen in the warehouses close to where Vard is, by the way. Do you think maybe Vard's making sure there's no one else on this cliff face, so that if they need to crash the warehouses, they can?
No. I mean, yes, but no. The play here is not to care about the warehouse. The play here is to make sure no one is wrapping south around, in, and backstabbing Liquid on the southern side. Because if anyone does, they're going to be in trouble. In the meantime, now let's hop down to Ends, trying to hold off here. Not going to really pay off, though. Wastamar only defendable from so many angles. That nade looks pretty prime, though. Let's see if it's going to get any damage done with it. Does do damage to both Philo and Tundu, but not enough to find the knock. Ends trying to crawl away, and then remember, they lost Squeaky very early on in this game, so they're down to just 2 players.
And the zone is moving, by the way. Both of these teams are out of zone as well. Huge fight between Na'Vi and Entropic. That ends in Na'Vi's favor, but Quizzy and Alia both down. They don't have that much time at the moment. Northern Lights now pushing in center, while Ends cleans up here against No Name Yet. This is the fight on the east, but we've got another fight in the center of the circle about to pop off. It is all kicking off here in Game 13.
Here we go, back towards Na'Vi. They were fending off against Entropic, but now one more team peeks on over. Shift finds Nuki, not going to be enough to get the second tick, and we'll find him. And Melman now a single player left alive against all of Northern Lights. I don't see where you go from here to stay alive. He won't in the end of it, but Tulans finds him. So Na'Vi out 12 health. I was just saying this, making this southern transition is so incredibly hard, but it's actually all the teams in the center that are fighting for this one right now.
Another big fight on the west side of the circle as well. It looks like BBL are being crashed by Ding, I think. All over the place. We've got FaZe versus Enterprise. That's right, here's the fight up north. A lot of stuff going on at the same time. Everyone choosing to go because of how much open space there is in this next circle. Exactly like you said, Toby. Nades out for FaZe Clan, using as much of their utility as possible to try and gain a foothold. They haven't got as many knocks as they would like yet. Almost getting Dedrix down, but Polish Power being the thorn in everybody's side here, doing damage, slowing down the fight.
Meanwhile, you have Polish Power shooting at FaZe, you have Heroic shooting at Enterprise, so it's kind of a 2v2 battle going on right now. And unfortunately for Enterprise, it's Heroic hitting the shots here. Unfortunate for them, Yanni will fall down to 2 players. There you go. Mexi able to find players on Sakura Sanson as well as they've spread out. I mean, Liquid there and a wide spread on the south side, of course. They've made space, meaning they have a little more of a quiet time going on, while FaZe are still fighting up towards the north. Look at this map here. Look at the amount of space that Liquid is guaranteed for themselves.
Yeah, so this is how Liquid are playing this, right? They know that everyone's pushing into everybody else's compound. Vard earlier on spotted that no one else was down south, so they went, okay, fine. Let's just take real estate, knowing that we've got the hills later on, and let's just take whoever wanders out into the open. On board now with BBL. Remember, Ding have to push through them to get into zone, but BBL have all 4 alive. Ding do not have an easy task ahead of them. Senya gets caught out by Smash, and we have Sail, I think it is, already knocked upstairs on that hill. There's not much room left for them.
Very smart playing from Smash. He only really has 2 windows and a door to peek out of, but constantly jumping down back and forth between them, never being a stale target. Already found 2. And with the way they're holding these angles right now, this, I would assume, has to go their way. But of course, nothing is guaranteed in the game of PUBG. Oba holding outside the door, not wanting to allow them to make this push on forward. There are shotguns on inside. Best of Luck made his way up on the roof as well. This is an extremely exposed position to the Liquid players. If they spot him up there, but now Best of Luck is up here. He's going to back off. I respect that play. Dangerous to overpeak, knowing that not only do you have opponents up close, but at a distance too.
And it means the BBL can't just look in the building because there are people on the building as well. A little bit tricky. Code Marco gets knocked. Every single time a member of BBL gets knocked, Toby, they always get knocked in a position where they can get res. They're being very conscious about their positioning, and I love it.
There comes Teams. We were just talking about it. The player at a distance well is going to play a factor at some point, and here he comes. Phase 5 now. It's going to hit Best of Luck too. More and more damage being done here with the blue. Upa, in the meantime, he's been playing around these smokes for a while. No, once again, Clip, and this time it's a headshot. 1 HP.
Classic.
For Upa. It's not the amount that he would have wanted to have coming in to this next fight. In the meantime, up towards the north, Enterprise do fall down. Phase clean sweep them. And Best of Luck now peeks on over, but the defense is there. Quetpa finds him and Clip does damage as well as he takes down Upa with the arm.
And FaZe Clan just managed to wipe out a team, but Heroic are coming in for seconds because they've realized there might be an opportunity to third party to take out a team that isn't at full power. They know it's FaZe Clan. They know exactly who they're up against. Vex goes down to Page. A little bit more HP to play with. Page once again going down to 1 HP. All of these wonderful PUBG players taking our advice. On board now with T-Bone. Doesn't quite get the trade in, unfortunately. Diggory able to get the return frag. Liquid finishing off BBL on the opposite side of the circle, but Heroic still pushing in. Wow, can FaZe Clan do? Diggory tries to hold out. Doesn't quite manage.
Clean from Heroic. Yes, T-Bone gets knocked, but he managed to fall back into position from where he can't get taken out. In the meantime, as you said, Clip pretty much single-handedly took out the entirety of BBL. Not sure exactly how that went down, but they tried to wrap underneath, and that's exactly why they split it the way they did. Now Nixie over the top, he's ready and waiting. They were not expecting to have players this close on the side of Heroic, but unfortunately for Beamy, caught out of position there. Spotted, taken down, and not really a whole lot the 3 other players could do about it. The issue now is that you still have Norcus up towards the north, kind of looking towards Heroic from behind, and they have a move to make forward. Do you push into Sakura Sanson, or do you try and wrap rest into the remaining Polish power players?
Sakura Sanson there, showing Heroic, hey, you know when you just hit the FaZe Clan? We can do it to you too. Managing to get one early. Heroic escaping north by the looks of things, but both of these teams have to think about how they're going to be moving into circle. It's not that clear because Northern Lights compound is still in the middle of this. We're not really talking about them because they're super safe just shooting at everyone else from a central position, but ultimately all of these players have to collapse in.
Mexi looks at the crate.
Really?
He's got a level 1 vest. Why not swap it for level 3? And if he can get over here without being taken down, that
How
would be
did he
worth
not
it.
get shot at? Nice.
No one's looking this direction. He's all
Free
right
trade.
for now. Vard, in the meantime, spots the Coruscant peek on over as they make the play on over. But Lou is there, ready and waiting, and him and Perfectix take out the entirety of the Coruscant. And this is absolutely amazing for a team like Heroic, knowing that your threat on the roadside has just been dealt with for you.
I love what Team Liquid are doing right now. They're moving back south, being nice and calm. They don't want to aggress any further east. Why? Because they think that in Phase 7, and I think they're correct, Northern Lights are going to have to come out of the compound and face them. They would rather they come and face themselves on their terms rather than them having to push into the compound.
The only issue here is that while they were going east to try and isolate on that side, teams went down. Unfortunately, Polish Power weren't really in a position to try and make a play off of it, but still do lose one. In the meantime, Heroic has lost 2 as well. Corexi, T-Bone, both alive, able to stay alive, I should say. But as I say that, Corexi gets taken down by Cappy once more. Will the West come in or will it not? I'm not sure. In the meantime, Liquid now pushing ever so much further up inside to this circle. Crunio ready and waiting on the backside of the Ridgeline, but he's not in a hurry to make a move because he right now is playing contain. You don't move, you just make sure the players don't come past you.
If Crunio gets knocked, this is problematic for Polish Power,
Yes.
but assuming they don't, they have half the circle. Half the circle to themselves. Heroic now out Norcus with another absolute belter of a frag grenade, taking out Heroic in 4th place. They've had a great game. It's now our final 3 teams. Team Liquid with 3, Northern Lights and Polish Power with 4 apiece.
The compound holders have been blessed with a couple of circles going their way, but I gotta say, I really love the way the Polish Power has been utilizing the open terrain here. Every single time there's been a fight, they've looked for a way to third party. They come down to teams, take them out. They peek over the top earlier. They almost took down players from the other side too. Now let's see exactly what happened here earlier. Vard found one, and then Clip was just sitting on the other side, ready and waiting. Solid split there. Peeks up from behind the tree, catches both of them out of the car. What a transfer. What a transfer from Clip. Gets the first one quickly. Second 2 ones pretty much faster than I could find a single knock in a game of PUBG.
Oh, that's so true. It hurts. Me too. It's all right. Luckily, we got these guys to do the fragging for us. Clip there. Absolutely fantastic spray transfer. So glad we managed to catch that. But now it's down to the final 3. And would you look at that? Northern Lights. They've had this compound for so long. They've basically been able to farm damage and kills from this compound. And now they're going to have to do it the hard way. But to be fair, they also have a lot of experience doing it the hard way.
Question now becomes, when we've had this discussion before on complimenting teams for making the play out of the compound at the right time.
Yep.
Is this now too late? Vard is positioned well. He's already shooting at them now. That's a shot you can hear. He's playing contain inside. I mean, both Mexi and Clip are playing contain inside.
Well,
all of Polish Power are looking towards the compound as well. Can Northern Lights make their way out now, or did they simply move too late?
So it's the classic PUBG, it depends, right? Because if there's any circumstance where Polish Power spot Team Liquid and they start shooting first, Northern Lights are going to look like geniuses. If they stay apart and everyone looks at the compound, it's going to be obviously too late. Yeah. It's a question of what everyone else does. But I guess the point is, their future might not be in their own hands, and that's why they might be using vehicles to get rid of that. They don't want that uncertainty. They want to get into circle right now and force everyone else to fight.
You get out of the car, you instantly find Crunio. That is exactly what Northern Lights needed. Some sort of a gateway, some sort of an opening to make the play on forward. Now, Spiro does fall in return. Again, Cappy, such a high-impact player throughout the tournament so far. They will get Crunio back to safety. The rest should be possible. They've left Norcus up on the northern side. Once again, I mean, Norcus playing that kind of split position, trying to make sure that no one's being allowed to wrap around the side.
Toby, Team Liquid aren't interested in third-partying this. They're peeking over the ridge. They're taking a look to see if there are any free DMR shots. No one's running in. No one's chucking the nades or anything like that. Mixi's taking a look, but they're not actively getting involved.
They want to third-party, but the fight hasn't really popped off yet. That was just the appetizer. Yeah. The first knock, they knew there wasn't going to be a big part of it. So instead of taking a fight, they just used that time to reposition. Now they know the further we move forward, the further we move into the circle, the more we are forcing these teams to run into one another. And now is when they're sitting and waiting. Believe me, as soon as the knocks start coming this way, they will engage. The issue now is if they go too close, there's also a chance that Northern Lights up to attack Team Liquid instead.
And that's why you don't send it in blind the moment you hear gunshots. They've got the kill feed to inform them exactly how committed these teams are as well. And you can see Polish Power, and you've even got a Spiro on the side of Northern Lights, always having a cheeky peek in Liquid's direction. They're never fully committed to the fight. And they're actually backing off slightly right now, because they're like, Liquid have been really quiet.
Northern Lights playing this 2-2 split. It's very close, but they're essentially playing a 2-2 contain split. Nobody wants to move, but they both want to make sure no one can push them. Northern Lights are built for these end games. If you go back into stats and see how many of their top 3 games they end out in top of, they are as good as any other team in the world at clutching like top 5 situations, and this is part of the reason other teams would have potentially felt forced to push into Polish Power earlier, ended up being backstabbed by Liquid, but they sensed, wait, Liquid actually ain't pushing right now. We can just back off and hold this one down. If this, the final circle is going to be on the dot, and everyone is pretty much in an even position. Right now, there's no good reason why any one team here should be the third party and not get the chance to the third party. It all depends on where that first knock comes in.
Batulin spotting 2 members of Liquid there, and also caught a quick glimpse of the Ghillie suit as well.
Look at it, they're forcing them to wrap into Polish Power. Somehow, despite being the team that had to wrap out of the compound and be completely sandwiched, they're allowing themselves to get a third-party opportunity here.
Who's doing the hurting? No, Liquid fall back. They're like, we want to hurt you guys into each other.
Yeah,
we don't want to let you third party. Everyone's just
too late now. Northern Lights has simply set themselves up in too good a position for Liquid to make a play here. It's the uphill push. It's practically going to be impossible for them to make the aggressive play without Liquid, I should say, having a chance to make a play. Issue here is if Batulins gets knocked now, that is them completely exposed from behind, and they will guaranteed get dropped. They're setting themselves up in a 3-1 split with Batulin staying on the hillside. He's essentially single-handedly tasked to holding off Liquid. He has to show enough presence that they're not going to make a move, but he also has to play safe enough that he's not going to get taken down.
Easier said than done when so many of these players are pretty good at hitting those headshots. Exactly.
They all still have nades. These 3 teams,
wait for the third party.
They've been playing at a distance up until now. Believe me, as this circle now starts closing on in, eardrums will be exploded seconds from now. All this utility are going to be flying in just a couple of seconds. Again, as these teams start making their way closer towards one another. But I love the way Northern Lights has managed to avoid being the ham in this sandwich.
3 teams, no one wanting to shoot first. This is about to become a TDM match, ladies and gentlemen.
It really is.
But there's no respawns here. Spyro spots a couple of Polish Power members, and Batulins does see a couple of members of Team Liquid. All 3 members of Team Liquid now. Triple nade coming out towards Polish Power. Great commit. Nixie gets copy to begin with, and the fight has officially begun. But even still, Team Liquid throwing more utility their way. They're not pushing in yet.
Remember, every single player going down here is utility you won't get to use. All these players has got utility in hand. Why? Or why not why? Where does Liquid opt to engage on this? Right now, Polish Power are being herded into the corner. They can do nothing but take a fight here because the blue is forcing them to make a move. Mexi spots 1, spots 2 over the top. Will go down. Marcelik. Clutch headshot comes in there. Will this allow for them to make the play on forward? They need to wrap south. They need to get away from Northern Lights, but Liquid is still ready and waiting for them. 2 players still alive on their side. As Clip tagged up by the molly will take damage, but holds off Effectus on the other side.
Clip going down now as well. Liquid down to 1. The initial gambit with the grenades has not worked. Polish Power back up to 4. Crunio goes down, but now Northern Lights are coming in. Polish Power towards the center of the circle. They're leaving Crunio alone. They're focusing now on making sure they don't get wiped from above.
Northern Lights peeks on over. First going down, 2 go down on the other side, and Polish Power falls as Northern Lights come out victorious. I'm going to put this here. No other team in all of Europe could have won this game the way that Northern Lights just did. It is insane to me that Batulins and the boys can continue to come out victorious in endgames they should never win. You see them sitting in that compound. They have 2 smokes to make a vehicle rotation out with. Perfectix hits the perfect headshot to open up the rotation for them, and they managed to hold off against 8 players that could always have pushed them. But they said, no, you're not stepping on our ground right now. We will hold you off. Insanely well played by Northern Lights.
A game of chicken turned into a game of chicken dinner here. Quite literally, everybody holding back, not wanting to fight each other, not wanting to commit their utility. Team Liquid blinked first, and to be fair, they got a knock from it. 2 more Polish Power players were at half health. And then they didn't commit because they knew that someone was coming into third party. A lot of mind games going on all over the place. And despite that, despite everybody trying to think 3 or 4 steps ahead, Northern Lights still come in over the top and win at the end.
It's just there's so many small, like understanding of terrain, knowing how to... It's the mental thing too. Are they sitting on the other side or are they all playing the other side? When they were in a 3-1 split, there were so many chances for Liquid to make the play, but just the presence, the mental going, they could be more. Like, there's so many things going on in those show moments, and I love to see it.
Fantastic endgame. They're a real treat to start us off here on Championship Sunday, here at the G-Loot Season 5 Grand Finals. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, our second Miramar game starts, so don't go anywhere.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
The first game of the final day has just finished. I don't know what's going on. I just got really excited about something we've seen. So there we go. That's it. The whole intro is ruined. So you know what? I'm just going to ask you, how did Northern Lights, when that circle shifted by rights, they had to get out of the compound. I just didn't think that they would be able to survive. How did they do that?
I have a really good point to make about that. You know? Are you ready?
Go.
Because the other teams didn't contain them. That is why. They should have. They know they're inside the compound. They should have made sure that they stayed in there rather than giving them that space, because around that compound, it's a lot of open space. They should have been on those ridges. Polish Power should have probably been in a little bit closer than they wanted, but they wanted to make sure that they were not the third-partying team rather than being third-partied in the very end.
The problem was that Liquid and Polish Power, they should have known better, should have worked together to get NLT down, because they were forced outside to get outside that compound. But the biggest problem was they were both too scared to get backstabbed when that was going to happen. So no one wanted to really peek over, because when they were peeking over, the cresting over the hill there, they were basically putting themselves into danger for the other team as well. That would potentially be helping them. So because of that, NLT basically got out of that compound for free. And well, after that, it also comes down to all three teams. They were just poking each other. None of them wanted to engage the first fight. But it was down to the wire where they were basically forced to do it. And you saw it was all about those utilities flying back and forth, because that's how you want to start things off. You want to get that initial knock, like Liquid did there on Polish Power. And they tried to capitalize on it, but it wasn't good enough.
You know what I really like what Liquid did there in the very end? They liked that, I like that they threw a little bit on nades, committed half their utility, and then disengaged from the fight, because then they knew either NLT is going to push onto Polish Power or they're going to try to push onto Liquid to advance that. But they disengaged from the Polish Power fight to then try to defend from NLT and then to make sure that they could potentially win it. Unfortunately, Liquid were only 3 guys alive. They lost James in an unfortunate situation. They should have been 4, I feel like. But the idea of trying to kind of initiate a third party a little bit, or force NLT to initiate a third party, so NLT would kind of sweep in under them, but NLT saw that.
We're looking at the scoreboard now, but before we do that, I do want to quickly ask you, why did Liquid have that 3-1 split that ultimately lost them a player?
So they had teams in, they said, actually, you know what, we'll go into that after we take the scores, baby.
Okay, there we go.
Because we can't go on for a long time about this. Now, of course, NLT winning this game, this is huge. They were not supposed to be allowed, first of all, to get the win, but also get that many kills towards the end there. This is going to propel himself up on the leaderboard, basically just rocket himself up. They were on the 7th place coming into this. And remember what we said, 3rd to 10th before this game was basically contesting for that win itself.
What's interesting when you take a look at this, though, and you see an Exhalation at the towards the bottom there, a Na'Vi towards the bottom, all of that, that is going to shake things up a little bit, Avenger.
You're so clever, because that's exactly what I wanted to point out. Our 2 leaders currently, Na'Vi and Exhalation, getting 0 and 2 points, which is going to shake up the overall leaderboard so much.
You know what is kind of funny is I lost all my words at the start of this segment, and it was because maybe Avenger had given me a sneaky look at the leaderboard already, and now we can see it. This is why I lost my train of thoughts. Yeah. Look what has happened.
Look, now, okay, there's so much happening here right now. But of course, Navi's still in the lead. Right. Still the only team with triple digits, 102 points. Only 2
by
cheeky
3 points.
Only 3 points. That's a big thing. And NLT coming in from a 7th place with just 1 game. This is what we're talking about. 1 game, 1 decent, 1 good win. You're up there. And look at them now. They're basically towards the top. This is where we normally see them. And Martin told us why earlier. He was like, oh, NLT, they're the only team in the compound, so they were the only one who could see Northern Lights out there. But no, it is super close between all of those teams towards the top right now. It is so close, and we still have so many games to go, that it's so hard to decide what's going to happen.
We're speculating, all right, is some of the teams going to have a good game to start things off with and kind of put themselves ahead of everybody else? Nope. We're going to have a game where our top teams is lagging a little bit, and all our mid-pack teams, they're chasing and getting into that. So now it means we have 7 teams that potentially can put themselves into that first place in just the next game here, potentially.
I'm pretty sure some of the teams are cursing that circle, though, because that early aggression, the early fights, probably wasn't what a lot of them were looking for in game number 1.
Well, this is a team that didn't curse the circle that much, though. They are called Team Liquid. They took advantage of those hard shifts coming down on south and side. They were not too late into the circle, but they didn't go too deep into the circle. They knew high potential, we're going to see some hard shift. Yes, we did. We saw some going to the west and then towards the south where Liquid were located. And they tried to utilize that, taking a lot of ground. And of course, this is what they do really good, right? They take the center or they split up a lot. And this is going to answer your question, why James was in the center. They were a little bit greedy there. They wanted to take a lot of ground, securing that for later on. So they had 3 guys on the far southern side, clearing the whole eastern there. Make sure, okay, no one's going to be around us. Meanwhile, James go and take a spot, make sure that we have something to play for later. And because of that, sadly, they did lose James, and it kind of have a knock-on effect towards the late game, and Mexi had to try to hold Polish Power by himself. But it was a great move. Like, overall, it's potentially a great move, a game-winning move that Teams did there.
It's also something that in-game leaders like to do, right? They like to be out in front to scout. They like to be in those positions where they are getting all this information so they can make the decisions for the rest of the team while the rest of the team is making sure the backline is safe, playing three anchor positions to make sure the sides are clear so they can move into that. Unfortunately, Teams OX'd a little bit, lost a fight, and they ended up losing that key player that could have potentially won them the game if they were in that position earlier.
And this is the thing, right? Sometimes you make the right moves, but it's not working out. And this is kind of one of those things. You're not really maybe expecting Polish Power to be pushing there because you could have been seen by NLT if you make that push. Therefore, Teams felt a little bit safe to be able to make that push itself. It might work next time that they do it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them try to do that one more time later on here today if we kind of get the same situation again.
But for Liquid, I will say they great game to start things off with. It's 12 points. Yesterday in 6 games, they had 21. So it's more than half of what the points they had yesterday just in this one game. Starting off good. If they can keep that high note there, they could potentially break that 50-point day again. And that would put them in the top 3, I think.
As we are in the final day, do you think the more games we play, the more maybe chaotic and aggressive it's going to get?
Oh, I hope so. I love that. Yeah, I hope so. Because right now, how close the leaderboard is, it will come down to the very last game. And the very last fight is going to be the top 4 teams in the very last game fighting each other. I would love to see that. So it's so good.
Yeah, I mean, the further we go, the more of a clinch it will become. The games, like, you'll just sit there and you're like, oh, okay, this is going to be a lot of pressure. Like, it all depends. And a lot comes down to the PGC points. Because it's so important, it means a lot. I mean, sure, prize money is always nice, but the PGC points, that is the main thing here, I feel like.
I agree with you, because I do think that now is, and we've spoken about this a lot, we spoke about it during Super Weekend as well, now is the time to claim those points, because if you have that big, I want to say big basket of points as the season ends, there's a little less pressure on you. Saying that though, what do some of these teams have to do now moving into game number 2? Is there anything that you would change if you were coaching one of those teams?
There's multiple things. I feel like when we have 2 more Mirror Mark games, obviously, and it depends where you loot, how much pressure you have. I want to see the teams continue to take those aggressive positions that can gatekeep other teams, potentially setting themselves up for a very good late game, but also focus on keeping those 4 players alive. Because as we saw here again in this late game, the team, or one of the teams with 4 players alive, is again the team winning it. Because it's so often you will see a team with 3 will be in the best position, but because they're only 3, they will lose it because they're just getting outnumbered.
The best thing to do is, if it's working out for you right now, just keep on playing a game. But I feel like we might see the teams going a little bit more passive because of how close it is on the overall leaderboard, and with just a few more games left to play here. You don't want to be wasting a play, as Martin's saying. You want to keep everybody up, but also you want to make sure you're not handing over any points to the teams that are with you at the top right now, and make sure that they pass you because you gave them the points.
Who's going to get the next chicken dinner?
Hopefully Exhalation.
Team Liquid.
They do need a chicken dinner.
They need a chicken dinner. They're hungry at this point, right? They haven't eaten anything for 2 days. They need to get in here in the last day. But yeah, if they do that, they will be straight back into things. And I would love to see it because they've played so well and deserve a chicken dinner.
I'm a little bit worried about them though, because this is the worst. This last game was the worst performance they've had the whole weekend.
I wouldn't be too worried. Like, if you look at
You need
things,
to have bad games.
Yeah, exactly. This is the only bad game they've had, basically. So looking at things, it's been just too good to be true. And sometimes when it's too good to be true, that's the case. And right now, sure, they had this bad game. Put that aside, keep on doing what you did yesterday, and just keep on going with that.
They're still sitting in the top 4, if I'm not mistaken. Top 5?
They're fine. They're fine, but we want to
top 4.
We want to see them stay up there, right?
Yeah.
And if they are able to get a chicken dinner, they'll definitely do so. And as I said here, it's extremely rare that we see a team that is in the top 4, as the case was yesterday. After 12 games, no chicken dinner in the 2nd place.
The thing was, coming into today, though, the top 2 teams, now the Exhalation, they had like a 13, 14-point buffer towards 3rd place. Now, there is no buffer.
It's gone.
Avenger mentioned Exhalation. Who do you want to take that chicken dinner?
I think it's time for Team Liquid to get that chicken dinner, seeing how they've been playing here in the previous one. I feel like this is the time.
Is it the time? We're about to find out as we move into game number 2. Jorasar, Toby, where are we dropping?
Well, we are dropping somewhere towards the east, that is for sure, because this playing pass is absurdly hard east, and you will see that in just a short moment. I'm Joro, joined by Toby, and today we're casting a G-Loot PUBG. We got just a couple more games left to play, 2 more on Miramar, 3 to follow on Erangel and Joro, or should I say Toby. This right here is one of the most eastern plains I have seen in a very long time.
Listen, Joro, the eastern plain path, the islands are inevitable now. We're going to curse the living daylights out of this.
Is that you making an impression of me?
No, that wasn't.
Because I always talk about islands.
I'm not tall enough to make an impression of you. Can't possibly be.
That's what it was.
Yeah, but I love the fact. Let's talk about. I want to talk about something that isn't island circles. I love the fact that even in bog standard normal circles, this tournament long and last weekend, the players have found a way to give us the chaos anyway. It hasn't exactly been. Wait, they were about the same height.
That's what they've been doing.
Who was me? Who was you? I couldn't work that out.
I don't know.
But I love how oh my God, it's happening. I love how it's possible for the players to engineer that really creative, really chaotic mid-game, regardless of where the circles have gone. This tournament has been fantastic for that.
Sure has. One thing, I mean, we're seeing this plane, as you guys out there in the chat are as well. Not only do we not have a whole lot of teams inside the circle yet, that's technically all right. We can get a lot of those. The issue here is there are only so many, like literally kilometers worth of land that you can enter this circle from. Over half the circle would be you having to either swim or take a boat into the circle, which means that we are insanely limiting the entry points. And if we then add to it that I would say a solid 1/4 of the entry here is into a city, a 1/5 potentially is into La Bendita. We're essentially funneling teams in a phase 1 rotation where we're saying to teams, you have 1 of 4 ways to rotate into this. Either you go all the way east out towards the ocean, you go through Minas, which is a death sentence in itself, you go between Los Leones and La Bendita, which is where we'd assume to see the most teams, or you have to wrap all the way south around Los Leones. And normally, the south wrap on Los Leones wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. The issue here is the plane was so far east that a lot of the teams that would be Chuma, would be Valdemar, would be Montenegro, would be Pozo that have that southern wrap available, they're now sitting so far up towards the north that making that from literally Torre Ahumada, where FaZe are, all the way down to the south shoreline, it would take them way too long. So the east side here, Joro, is going to be incredibly packed with teams.
So to put things into perspective, for those of you who are watching at home who either are just tuning in today or maybe you enjoy playing PUBG, but you don't necessarily know about the esports side of things, or this is the first competitive broadcast you've watched. The way the circles work in PUBG, if it's dead center, there are so many different ways teams can move in. And here, because 40% of the circle is water, and generally speaking, the teams want to avoid rotating in through a large city like Los Leones, suddenly the number of routes into phase 1 feels a little bit like the equivalent of, say, phase 4, where teams are going to be really compacted. So what's going to happen here is if all 16 teams manage to get safely into phase 1, we're not going to see anyone die for a while because they've sort of done that phase 4 thing and we just wait for the circle to shrink. But the chance of a fight early on is very high.
This is interesting. I mean, Goose makes the right play here. He rotates out of the vehicle, or rotates out of the compound, having heard the vehicles come in, going, oh no, they're coming to me. They weren't coming to him, and now he might be driving into them because of it. Now he was wrapping around the Ends compound, not wanting to go for it at all, but because they went round the other way, you can see a replay of the... Oh no, example, what are you doing? Oh, good save. I'm still waiting for the replay worthiness of the... Oh, that's what it was. Okay, good save. I suppose that's worthy of a replay.
I hate driving the Murado. Like, for anyone who drives the Murado, they will know that is an S-tier save right there.
That was pretty impressive, not gonna lie.
Like,
I feel like he even held it on 2 wheels for a little while longer, just to kind of showboat.
The BMX move.
I got this. I got this. Yeah. That's. I'll give that a replay.
Every time I get into Murado, within about 6 seconds, I'm on no wheel. It's awful. Oh,
that's not the car's fault.
I can't stand... What? No, it's totally the car's fault.
That's you landing in Los Leones and then taking a car instead. Or in Picado. or trying to get out of Hacienda and the gold Mirado before you've even picked up a gun.
That's the only Mirado worth taking, the golden one, okay? That's my one right there.
We talked about Na'Vi and their rotation, but here they are under fire, and Ivers is going to find Melman instantly. It doesn't matter how few wheels you can drive the car on if you can't protect your head. And unfortunately, Melman gets taken down here. Now the wheels are going to get popped as well. Melman will commit to the rest. They do have the Hebel, fortunately, for cover for a little while longer, but how does Na'Vi respond on this? But as I say that, over the hilltop comes another team, Liquid, pulling up here, realizing that they're catching Entropic in a split, and this could really prove fatal for Entropic. Nailup already down, and Lukaruk sitting inside here. Liquid not taking any chances, and you can see Ivers and QB have no way of coming back and helping out.
Team Liquid over the top knew that the third party was possible. They saw in the kill feed. It was Na'Vi getting down by Entropic. They knocked a member of Entropic. They knew this was the right one for them, and they have executed this third party brilliantly.
This is two things. This is smart play by Entropic, and also worst freaking timing in the universe for Entropic.
I mean, well
they
played.
They get the knocks on rotation. They're sitting in their split. They got all the info and the control in the world. Maybe the counts are being a little bit too much talking. Didn't hear the cars fast enough. All of a sudden, wait a minute, they lose 2 players.
And Team Liquid saw the kill feed, could even see Entropic as well, and worked out. They're the ones doing
they read
the
it perfectly. Yeah. They read it perfectly.
So good.
Because had they pulled up on the 2 players shooting at Na'Vi instead, they would have, like that would have been, they essentially attacked the high ground position of the 2. Had they pulled up to the players shooting, the compound players could have been in a position from where they could assist their players down below. But because they go to the uphill position of the split, the guys below have no way of getting up there in time and defending their teammates. And Clip essentially found one knock before they even got out of the car. Speaking of knocks, let's see if Ace can find something. Indeed, he does. Tundo taken down on the first rotation, and this is what we were just talking about. We are so limited in how we can rotate into this first circle, so teams run into one another.
At the end of the day, if all the teams get in safely, we're doing fine. But the chance of them coming to loggerheads with each other early is also sky high in a circle like this one. And we're seeing it play out right now.
Another thing that I want to kind of have you guys out there in chat and all the viewers take a look at is when we next time we look at the map, take a look at how little of the circle is essentially being utilized.
It's like they're getting ready for the beach.
They really are. I mean, but that's the thing. We know how the game works in terms of shifting away both from water, but also from the unplayable mountains as we hit to phase 4. And that's essentially what teams are preparing for already now. Here we get to see 8C once again get that spray on down. It's always so terrifying, especially when you're in a buggy. When that first bullet's a headshot, you go, "Yep, I'm not going to be surviving this one."
It's there's very little you can do. You are quite literally a passenger at that point. And very well played, to be fair. Well executed by FaZe Clan. Unfortunate for Tundo, but they're just going to have to keep going on. We now see Tokyo Manchi Gang. A member of ENCE has actually pulled up on them. The problem is, I don't know to what extent Squeaky knows that Maxizor is actually out here with Gusyara, and the moment he fires a single bullet, they're going to be turning their attention and looking down the road. So that's why they're getting out. They haven't got a read on where all 4 players are.
I like the disengage. As you were saying correctly there, Joro, they don't get the info that they need in order to make a play there. They back off. But the issue is now, do they have the info that No Name It has backed up behind them? I'm not sure. They're driving straight into Monkey here.
No.
Now, Tundu did fall, so there are in a potential 4v3 if they can get ready to battle in time. Monkey, this up here, he's been a massive impact player for No Name Yet throughout this tournament, and now Squeaky jumps out, spotted immediately, and that is not the way ENCE wanted to start this one. They knew where they had Tokyo Manchi Gang, but they did not know where No Name Yet were positioned.
And now ENCE are splitting a little bit. They're not collapsing in on this location because, frankly, Squeaky was taken there by surprise. So as a result, they've gone get to cover, work out what's going on, we'll take it from there, and they've split. But FaZe Clan are moving in now as well. And he might actually, Atiksu that is, might now get siphoned off from the rest of his team because FaZe Clan want this high ground to do a bit of scouting from.
Exactly. Not a whole lot Tixer can do from up here as a solo player. Fortunately, he's running back now. I might just have to hold that thought because I was going to say he knows they're coming. Now he does. For sure. Spots 1 damage done. Headshot to follow. Nice. But oh my lord, Tixu finds the double in an instant. Gustav needs to hurry up if he wants to save his teammates here. Not going to happen. Simply too far away. And wow. An absolutely insane spray down from Tixu there.
The problem is, elsewhere, Rustenmar has now been knocked as well. I was really impressed with the speed of that transfer from Tixu. He could get the knocks from there, but the fact that he transferred so quickly, got the points, and got the hell out, Absolutely fantastic play here. Now he has to rejoin with the rest of his team. If they can get the res, I don't think they're going to get it, but if they can, they should try. Well, Maxizor puts that to bed. Yeah. Now they need to work out what's our game plan as a duo. It is about survival mode now. It's consolation. How many points can we get as 2 players?
Well, for now, Impala looks pretty comfortable, I'll have to say.
Yep.
At least for them. A couple of circles from now, it won't. But let them enjoy the calm before the chaos unfolds in Phase 4. In the meantime, BBL, well, they've made their way all the way up to the Ents compound. And we'll see how much use they're going to make of it. We'd have to assume that they're going to have to move out of here at some point. Unless if we get that straight northern hard shift. Which I think if you're a BBL player or BBL fan for that matter, you're hoping to see that happen. These headshots, man, first bullet headshots on the the drive-by attempts, I should say, from other teams. Very impressive. Once again, Diggery hits it. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get the second bullet in there. But Gustav, well aware now that there is a wounded Exhalation player in Impala, and he's wanting to see if he can get it. The issue here is how deep are you willing to go? Because I mean, as soon as you go inside the building, that is Diggery not in a position to help you. And as soon as we're inside the house, there can be shotgun players sitting in each and every corner. I wouldn't know.
How close are you willing to get to a potential Ents third party as well? They don't know that they're there. Nuki and Tiksu are listening out, and I suspect they think it's one squad there. Until the gunshots start ringing out, they're going to assume Exhalation have just camped out here.
Do they know? Did you move, Gustav?
Oh, wow.
They've heard something. Gustav finds one, instantly traded. Solid play by Exhalation.
Okay.
I did not expect them to be aware that he had made his way all the way up close. Maybe it's one of those 1-2 footsteps that gave them the info that they needed. In the meantime, Diggery again. Instant headshot connected. Unfortunately, the door frame there, window frame, I should say, making it hard for him to really get a good angle in on it. Doesn't have any nades. Does have 2 mollies, though. He's going to lob them forward. Notes that damage has been done. The first one should indeed find the damage needed, at least to get the flush on one player. As I say that, he's running away with him, but no. Yes. Okay, does get him. Salik falls as well. Now it's a 1 versus 2 as BTM comes up to help as well.
On board now with Izum looking for Diggery. Everyone else sort of piling in. I think Exhalation thought maybe this was an easy single point and they'd be able to back off, but FaZe absolutely not letting this position go without a fight. Meanwhile, at what point are Ents going to get involved as well? Here we hear them. The first couple of shots going in towards Exhalation. No knock just yet, but the situation just got way more complicated.
Ents are up close now. Exhalation does get the res on up, so they are back to 3 players alive. But as you were saying, they want to deal with Diggery. Issue is, the former teammates in Ents here, they're up close as well. Maybe feeling a little need to defend their former teammate here. And also probably just to get some kills.
They have to be careful here. I mean, Diggery could actually combine with Ents to take out Exhalation, depending on how they position themselves. I love the fact that the nades are still going in. They still want to find that final player. Despite the fact they have 3 up, they need to play this carefully. They realize they got caught by surprise before. That can't happen again, but there's plenty they can do with 3 still up.
Yeah. Diggery gets to reload on up. It's calm for a little while. We'll see if they get to stick around here for much longer. 3 seconds to go until Circle 3 shows us where it's planning on forcing the players to go. We're centering up once more, which means that right now, I mean, I'm seeing a 2-2 split from Team Liquid. With the info that we're shifting away from the mountains that Northern Lights are currently sitting in, Liquid are sitting very, very comfortable in this circle.
And Tropic have the other compound that is more or less dead center, and they're fighting as a duo, so they're going to want to peacock and make as much noise as possible to try and dissuade other teams from crashing in. This also puts a lot of time pressure on Exhalation, on FaZe, on Ents, because they need to finish their business in Impala and move in very quickly indeed. Tiksu with the opening knock onto BTM with a delightful frag grenade. It's not necessarily enough, though, for them to push in yet. Remember, they are still just a duo. What's Diggery going to do? He's waiting in all of this, so he's not adding to the chaos. We need more chaos here in order for these teams to get out safely. Well, whoever survives, that is.
Diggery has a buggy outside, but can you get to it? Not only that, but can you get away in it? If you're allowed to get to the vehicle. Diggery now peeks into one, taking damage, has to fall back. Does manage to find BTM, finds one more immediately after. Now just one more player at the left. Theo runs out of ammo. Only 1 HP left from the last remaining player from Exhalation. And Takas from afar will do the damage needed to take out Exhalation. One more game for our previous second place team now, where they fall real short on points. Just 1 point obtained throughout this game. Diggery now up against his former teammates in Ents. We'll see if we can fend them off. Still has the level 3 gear. The boosters are also working in effect to add that more HP to him. Can he take both of the remaining Ends players down? Blue comes in. And you can see here, I mean, Nuki down to half HP already. He's probably going to stop and heal before taking this fight.
Diggory versus Tiksu and Nuki here. They're playing run around at the moment. Great pre-peek, but is he going to be able to get the bandage off in time? Correctly picking the bandage first. Love that. Goes down to 1 HP, but manages to get the first aid off. So nice when you're able to time that to perfection, and Ends continue in this game.
Great play from Tiksu. They'll stay alive again. I mean, this very, very early turned into a salvage game for Ends. So essentially every single point they're getting here is a point they probably didn't necessarily expect to be able to pick up. So the fact that Tiksu got not only the 2 FaZe players down, but also got some kills in the city here is a good pickup for Ends, who are slowly but steadily climbing the way back up the leaderboard.
South side now, Football is trying to aggress onto Polish Power. Lyron getting the finish onto Kapi there. Oh my god, they're not stopping! They are not stopping, but unfortunately, it doesn't work from a drive-by perspective. Football is able to get Senyu as well. Ding were thinking about third-partying, and Footballers just went sit down.
It's so hard to fight uphill on this roadside, so the fact that Odin managed to turn around after that first engagement and beat Senyu with a Scar too, very impressive. Again, Odin, I mean, I don't want to say everything has been depending on him, but I just feel like every single time we've seen Footballers, other than the one double spray down from Gluttony, every time we see them succeed, a lot of the impact comes from Odin. So great plays coming out from him throughout this tournament. In the meantime now, Ends trying to rotate into this one, but there's simply way too many players on the edge here that hasn't made a move early. Tokyo Mancha Gang Heroic, they were sitting side by side by the road for a good while, and I think Ends had hoped that they had maybe rotated further inside previously. Unfortunately for them, not quite the case.
How do you solve a problem like Impala? Well, Ends have bypassed this fight entirely, leaving Tokyo Manji Gang and Heroic to fight on the edge of circle. T-Bone gets taken down because Yara doesn't want to get traded, immediately going prone so that he can get the heal off. Very nicely done. Page can't actually get the trade in, but just as I say that, he manages to get the headshot after the grenade went off, by the way, so that headshot alone wasn't enough, but he timed that to perfection. Now we've got Heroic moving in. Can they finish the team off?
Rixon needs to get back in this one. He's currently trying to make a run through the smokes here, get inside the circle, and he needs to be more of an impact player in this fight right now. I mean, T-Bone does manage to get back alive. Beamy is in a position from where he will be able to get rest, hopefully at some point soon. Waits in the meantime. That's an incredibly good knock coming from him. Correxy is there, though, to get the knock in return. Aimlol now on his own. Look at the amount of knock players on each side, and Corexy falls outside the circle. Tutekas has wrapped around the back in the meantime. Very, very, very hard impact player, but fortunately for Heroic, the help is there. They do the damage needed to survive for longer, but how is Tegas going to play on this one? He knows that there are Nox players just over the ridge line.
That was a super high-risk, high-reward fight for both teams, because whoever won that got 3 players back, right? So Heroic, it boiled down to a 1v1, but Heroic are going to be able to now go 3 strong on the northeastern corner. Their closest team is Ents. They're not really looking to third party at the moment. They just escaped that bit of the circle, and they're only a duo as well. No, sorry, it's just Nuki even. So definitely not looking to third party unless it's completely free.
Exactly. But Bolus spots more people. Lyron is going to be able to find Sale as they try to make thing that is their way into the compound. Peeks on over once more, but met by a headshot from Best of Luck. He's going to hop on back down and heal. And in the meantime, Nail here, he is the one tasked currently with holding off anything coming from the northeast. So, just a moment from now, Granny should get the shock of a lifetime as he comes peeking out from the grass. Gluttony in the meantime, again, we've seen him have a good impact in this tournament so far on the success for the team. Can he find the knock here on Ding to make the play on forward? Gluttony, you need to hit those. Does hit one, hits the second. Actually, it's going to be Odin the second time around, getting Uber down as they find the second knock on Ding.
Uber wanted to be the spoiler position, right? He wanted to go and get the flank so that when Footballers came in, surprise, Uber gets the double knock, but that's not going to happen on this occasion. And Footballers have got Nail significantly further away, but that means they're stopping any third parties coming in for this engagement too.
We are on phase 4, we're close to phase 5 too. The damage will be increasing. Lyron, as Uber went down, has taken that high ground position. Solid place for him to sit, making sure that they won't be allowed to rev on into this circle. No lethal utility to use, so he can't do more to isolate, but Best Luck in trouble. There was a bike down there somewhere, but he might just be forfeiting this one. He is healing on through 4 first aids and a med kit as well. well. He's got the HP to live through this at least for a good while longer. But how long are you sitting here? How long are you forcing footballers to focus on you before I would have to assume you're eventually going down? The circle has shifted away from footballers too, so how long are they willing to stay here before making that move into the next circle?
I love how the rest of the team for footballers, so Gluttony and co here, have said to Nail, don't worry, we've got this. They're out in the blue. They can't survive long. Continue watching for the third party.
Yep.
Keep watching for the team that might rotate south. We need to make sure that we're free there so that we've got a good subsequent rotation into the circle. Absolutely love this play.
Not giving up this one. I mean, not only do they need kills, obviously, sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard here, but you do not allow for a player like Bestelok to come up and potentially backstab you. You know exactly where he is.
Yes,
he should even pop the tires at the bike at this point if they haven't already. Probably the smart play to make it. Grandis goes down. Na'Vi has been sitting in the circle for a little while now, and Enterprise forced to make the play on in towards them. We saw Smalthindalos make that taken down there as well as Sakura Sanson comes up closer towards BBL.
This is for the fight on the western side of the circle, by the way. So BBL don't want Sakura Zensen. They're gatekeeping them, but Sakura Zensen themselves have managed to breach the edge of the circle. They've got a nice little hill to play with, and they should be able to spot BBL coming over the crest. Salty a little bit further down than I would like him, but he should now start to see the enemy.
Not only is this a fight for the west side of the circle, this is a fight for the high ground of the entire circle. The team that gets this one, whenever this fight is over, will get to leap on over the side and just peek out into everyone. Best of luck in the end of things. Stayed alive for as long as you could, but not going to give the points away to footballers. Great hope from them. They never gave up that potential of Best of Luck finding a knock there. Now footballers, 4 players still alive, can focus their attention inward towards the center of the circle and getting themselves into a better position for the new one to come.
All about positional understanding there, which allowed footballers to do very well indeed. A similar fight there in the northwest. This is the northeast here as well. Enterprise understand that Heroic have the good position, but he also wants to be able to get that knock to allow himself to traverse some of that distance. Unfortunately, he does some damage, but it's not quite knock-worthy, and as a result, he's going to have to do this the hard way. And look who we've got on the other side, the last remaining member from Ent.
Exactly, and there he is. Noogie strikes from behind. Unfortunately, once again, Yanni gets a chance to shoot on over the 2 snakes, really making it hard for Heroic to focus their attention in one direction every single time. They look over towards one of them, the other peeks up out of nowhere and shoots them in the back really hard for them to maneuver as they try to make their way out of the valley, with the 2 snakes having all the cover they need. Now T-Bone again. The second he looks away from Noogie, peeks on over the hilltop. It's almost as if they were playing a 2v3 there and they came out on top.
Nookie and Janny basically played the perfect 2v3.
Yeah, they really did. They really did.
And they know someone else is there as well. They realize that someone else managed to get some of those kills. So we'll wait and see what direction they choose to rotate into. In the meantime, we haven't spoken too much about Team Liquid because they've had control of a compound that's been completely fine up until now, and all 4 of their players are alive. So now they're going to make life difficult for footballers, potentially for Northern Lights, certainly for Sakura Zensen up top, who are still fighting with BBL, by the way.
I was just going to say, I'm surprised that BBL hasn't tried to make a move on Sakura Sanson. They clearly really, really want that. I don't want to say element of surprise, because obviously Sakura Sanson know where they are, but they want to be the ones to fire the first bullet. They don't want to peek on over the ridge, allowing for Sakura Sanson to see the top of their heads before they spot anything. So it's a waiting game on the west side of the circle. Nookie, in the meantime, finally, the 2 snakes have to brawl it out. There's a guy. We just took out Heroic. How about if we continue this thing and we see how many more teams we can eliminate? But unfortunately, doesn't seem like neither Yanni nor Nookie are really too keen on having this alliance continue.
Quite a few teams still with all 4 alive here as well. Liquid now moving out of the compound towards footballers. They've decided aggression is the way to go, and with nades like that, who can blame them? Gluttony and Lyron both going down there. Odin's going to have to do something fairly special here. Nail has got the frag grenades out, trying to limit whether Jeems can come in on the flank or not. Nail coming in with the return frag, doesn't get the knock. He's now stuck in the shack.
Jeems caught by surprise there, but knows he has Mix sitting right up behind him, defending him. That is the trust you want to have in your teammates. That is the player you want to have sitting, looking over your shoulder while you're trying to make an aggressive play. Very nice push up by Jeems and Bart, and solid, crucial hold from Mexi to make sure that they both stay alive.
Nookie finally gone, but not actually gone to Janny of Enterprise. It's Entropic that take him out. Footballist out as well, although they have 6 kills this game, so they're going to be reasonably happy with that, at least for now. All attention now focusing on Na'Vi And whether... Oh, Na'Vi are moving into Entropic. Hang on a second. They're saying hello. It's all 4 of them against QB and Evas. This is a problem. Molotov's going downstairs, and that means they're open to frag grenades coming up.
And it does fall to Clip, but let's focus on this fight for a little while here. Entropic trying to hold off. That Molly did a hell of a lot of damage. QB now will fall. So Ivers is left alone.
It's a
Ivers got fire everywhere. The nades are coming in now as well. I think it's only going to be a matter of time before Ivers will fall. But how many Na'Vi players will he be able to take? No, the ball's out straight into the eyes of Alia, and he ain't going to miss those. Na'Vi will stay alive, and as you can see in the minimap in the bottom right corner, there's no team in a position to really punish them off of that. So they get the rest up onto Quizzy. Only 2 kills so far, but they've been sitting tight. Now they're in a good position in the circle, and 10 seconds from now, we'll see if that will remain to be the case.
Briefly in some 7th circle of hell nightmare there with the flames licking at his boots, but Na'Vi making the correct call to move in. We're now on board with BBL, who have moved down, by the way, from that position on top of the rock, but sadly, phase 7 means they have to continue moving in still. The respect shown between Sakura Zensen and BBL here, allowing them to coexist so far, has been really interesting.
The fact that Sakura Sanson managed to wrap underneath and are now forcing BBL out and around them. I mean, BBL was playing the inside of the circle before. Now it's essentially BBL that has to push into the circle towards Sakura Sanson, but with those nades, that shouldn't be much of a problem. Smash finds the first one, knows exactly where he got the knock, might as well throw the molly in the exact same spot, and now Salty on fire will go down as well, at least I would have to assume. No! Able to stay alive. Molly's coming in from the other side now as well. A Flash is coming in as well, but somehow Salty in the midst of all the fire, able to live through it at least for now.
This is rough for Sakura Zensen. The best thing Salty can do is actually stay put. Don't let them know where you are if the Molotovs didn't kill you off. But here comes the rest of BBL. This is going to be a horrible fight because he's got 4-on-1 and he's being third-partied by Team Liquid as well. Come on, how down on your luck can you get?
I'm just, where did that molly come from? The second one from behind. Did
I thought that was
accidentally molly him? No, because it came from the other side of the hill. I'm so confused, but that doesn't matter right now. James, in the meantime, a little bit of a taste of the old medicine goes down to an 8. I guess it's not immortal when it comes to those after all. Sometimes you get to get kills with them, sometimes you get killed by them. Taker spotted now from up above. Will force Smash back down with the flash there. You can see they can't just full focus on Sakura Sanson. They need to have attention put on Team Liquid as well. Clip and Bart pushing over the top with Mexi still down on the southern side. This is a wide Liquid split, but they cannot reunite. They have to wrap over the top here and run straight into this fight between Sakura Sanson and BBL.
BBL still trying to hold out Sakura Zensen. Team Liquid also been spotted, but that's by Northern Lights. And the shots towards that position are going to alert Sakura Zensen that there might be someone else. There might be another snake in the grass here. So everyone has to tread very carefully indeed. Na'Vi are just having fun, shooting everybody who pops their heads above the parapet here, while everyone else is doing this the hard way.
This game has got Na'Vi written all over it all of a sudden, ever since they claimed that compound from Entropic. As you were saying, this is just the shooting gallery for them. Not really having to worry about a whole lot because none of the teams that they're shooting at, like when you have opponents right over the ridge, you're not focusing on the team sitting 300 meters away. There's simply no way that's going to be your main priority right there. So Na'Vi getting to shoot at everything they want with pretty much no risk involved for themselves. Mexi now falls down. That's unfortunate. He wanted to wrap up behind the NLT players. Clip goes down as well. So Vard, single player, left alive for Liquid as the circle keeps on closing in and forcing everyone down the hill and into the field.
Vard going for Clip now while BBL and Sakura Zensen continue to move. Actually pulls the volley and says maybe not. He's thinking we need to get into the circle. Let's prioritize here. That might be the call from Code Marker. Remember, at the end of all of this, they've still got 4 alive.
Need to get into the circle and also need to save utility. This is not the final fight BBL will have this game. But if they keep using all their utility, it probably could be. Let's see. They saved the molly. They want to use it for later. Vard, in the meantime, won't save his. Trying to get the kill. That's an easy peasy. As I say that, Tigers in the midst of being burned alive finds Vard. Clip, no vest at all. I'm not sure he can get up on his knees and find that rest, unless if he gets a smoke off.
I'll tell you, attack has actually got stolen by Smash as well. So very unfortunate there for Team Liquid. They risked it for an extra point, but sadly that came to naught. Still 2 alive though as Vard manages to move up. Smash now continuing to push up here, and he manages to get the kill onto Sakura Zensen to finally eliminate them. That was a slow burn, but a strong fight from BBL. The problem is one of their number has just gone, and Clib is coming back with a vengeance now as BBL maybe let their guard down for a moment.
Na'Vi started splitting out of the compound now as well. Don't want to sit there anymore. He just threw a first aid to a teammate. I've not seen that feature utilized ever in a competitive game before, but there you go. Clip in the meantime will get taken down. Spiro finds him. Alia finds the other 3 teams left alive. We wanted to see Na'Vi get a good game here, and here they are, 4 players alive. They've taken little to no damage throughout this game. Look at this, all vests, all helmets in tip-top condition. Melman peeks on over, unfortunately flashes himself as well there as he wanted to make the aggressive play towards Perfectus. Gives up the angle for a split second, and Perfectus capitalizes on it.
Another spray as well from Perfectus, managing to get Alia as well as Melman. So doing a lot of work here, but he gets third-partied by BBL. Remember, BBL have used a lot of their utility, but they've got 3 players left alive, and they're significantly further away than Northern Lights and Na'Vi. This is a straight-up brawl to the finish.
Very, very, very interesting turn of events here. As BBL stay put on the north side of the circle, how much more damage can Lou do in order to help BBL seal this one and bring home the chicken dinner in game number 14? Code Marco trying to wrap around the side, does get an angle on towards Melman. Quizzy forced to back off again. They were perfectly invested in helmets before, but now Quizzy, level 1 helmet, no vest at all. Na'Vi has taken damage ever since they left the compound.
Smash looking for additional targets. BBL have got 3 up, but I don't think they know yet that Na'Vi have managed to get all 4 members back up. Just staying in those revivable positions. Sure, the vests are gone. Sure, your utility is depleted, but 4 guns in this game says a lot about a team, and certainly says a lot to your opponents as well. Smash spots them through the smokes, doesn't get any downs just yet. Really focusing on trying to get information, because they've only seen really 2 of them right now.
Does Lou play for second place, or does he shoot as soon as he sees a target? That could easily be the deciding factor as to whether Na'Vi gets to live through this or not, because I do not expect them to know that Lou is prone right over this hilltop. Doesn't matter though, Smash from behind takes him down, making this a 3v4. Seems to me like Na'Vi wants to make the wrap underneath. 3 players down there. Quizzy single-handedly holding up above the smokes and making it hard for all of them to see anything. I saw low ammo count on Na'Vi earlier. Hopefully they found something to shoot with in the meantime. Oh, Smash, you don't want to be tanking blue here. Gotta continue moving forward. You can see the smokes are fading now as well, as this game is surely but surely coming to an end.
BBL going through a wall of smokes. They briefly saw a glimpse of someone from Na'Vi, but I think they missed him through the smokes. They're looking on the edges rather than through the middle. Melman might be visible to Code Marco here, and vice versa. He catches him. Great headshot from Code Marco to start us off, but the job's not done. It's still a 3v3.
6 kills from Smash so far. Quizzy now finds Kid, but it's a ring around the roads. Yes, these teams all try to wrap around Example there to do damage as well. 3 versus 1. Now Marco on his own tries to make the wrap, but it's not gonna happen. Na'Vi was in first coming into this, and they will remain there after game 14. 7-kill game for them. They didn't need to go aggressive. They didn't need to go crazy. They needed the compound to take from Entropic. They got it, they played out late, and they sealed themselves a win. Great
Making sure they held that utility as well. How many smoke grenades were used in the last 30 seconds?
Exactly.
Miramar became a giant smoke machine, but they knew that with the slight high ground, they knew with the angles from the smokes that they could keep the angles on both the left and the right without BBL being able to see them back, and they were getting pushed by the blue.
Yeah.
So it was BBL being pushed into Na'Vi at the end there, and they played for time. It was beautiful.
As impressive as it was for Na'Vi to come out on top, I gotta give a mad amount of credit to BBL for even getting to second place.
Absolutely.
I feel like they were in a situation where they should have taken the fight with Sakura Sanson, because they could have really benefited from that high ground alone. In the end, they're forced to push down from it, around, out of the circle, and then push into the circle again, essentially in the worst position. But because they're using the other teams to help them deal with Sakura Sanson, they managed to lift their way through that. Other teams would have died trying to make their way down that hill.
I would have loved to hear what their comms were like and what the decision-making was like, because part of me is thinking maybe they didn't want to push up on Sakura Zenson because they thought a third party as they came down the hill, and therefore played it safe. They survived and Sakura Zenson survived, and it made it more interesting as a result. But you're right. The fact that they're able to get into that position at the end, after that hold-off, knowing there's another team at the bottom of that hill, that's actually quite impressive that they even got there at all.
Very impressive. Na'Vi, though, will be the victors of game number 14. We're going to go to short break. One more Miramar game when we come back before we hop on over to Erangel to finish off the grand finals here. So stick around. We'll see you just after the break.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Welcome back to the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Grand Finals. Game number 2 has just finished. Na'Vi getting the chicken dinner, and I thought at one point it didn't look like they were going to get that dinner. How did they do it?
I mean, they should probably not have gotten that win. Let's be honest. It was two other teams that was looking really good on that one just before the end fight. What we saw there from, I mean, team like BBL, NLT, and Liquid, all three was looking really solid there, I'd say.
Yeah, BBL should definitely take the advantage of that knock in the opening that kind of was on Liquid when NLT started, or sorry, on Na'Vi when NLT started fighting them in the end. That could have meant that BBL could have pushed onto that in third fight, but I think they felt like it was going to develop a little bit more. Maybe they were going to have some more knocks, and that actually ended up, in my opinion, costing BBL the chicken dinner.
It was all the top teams at the end there, so we're finally seeing them pop off. But before we do that, I do want to talk about something that happened earlier on in the game. Diggory having to face off against his old teammates.
Yeah, I love that. You know, especially in a town fight that was absolutely pointless. They didn't need to be there. Why are they in Impala at that point? No, it's obviously some situations that you can't really make off when you're trying to scout, getting further into the circle, and there's just multiple teams that's going to pull up on you or be in that position already. So that was unfortunate that that FaZe lost out there. I will say though, already at this point, what we've seen from them, they still have a pretty decent chance of getting into that top 4. But now with the teams that are in the top 3, they are getting a little bit ahead. Liquid having another good game. Basically, in these two first games, Liquid have more points in these two first games today than they had all of the 6 games yesterday as well.
Yeah, and also, if you look at the thing, why we're in Impala, while you have two teams that is down a few members, FaZe Clan and ENCE, sure, you would see people jump into Impala, but Exhalation, 3 men up, 4 men up. They are a team that we've seen like to take the fights. They're not a team that we want to see in a city like this. This was very odd to me, seeing them going in there and also taking those fights. And of course, huge credit to Degree, almost being able to do that 3 versus 1. If he had a few more bullets in that M4, he would have taken out the 3rd member of Exhalation as well. But he did get a little bit of a help after he ran out of bullets.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Where they're getting this. The third party happens. NLT fighting Na'Vi, there's a knock. NLT should have pushed, or PBL should have pushed NLT or Na'Vi at exactly that point here, and that would have probably turned everything around. It's a small chicken dinner. It's a small chicken dinner. 7 kills. It's not going to put them too far ahead, but still 17 and 13 here. It's going to make the top look really spicy.
I do think at this point, it doesn't matter the size of the chicken that you're having for dinner. If you're having the chicken dinner, it's going to help you along the way.
It's always going to help along the way. It's a lot of points, 10 points just that alone. But of course, Na'Vi, they were already in the lead and no one is really catching up to them if they keep on going like this. This is the 3rd win, but seeing teams like BBL and Liquid and Northern Lights just behind there, they are the teams that are chasing right now. And this is what they like to do, right? They like to chase that one. Right now, Na'Vi is the carrot that they are chasing. So make that a little bit more orange maybe, I don't know. But, you know... It's really hard for them to hold the lead itself, but they've been doing a good job. You can see here right now that they are 12 points ahead in the overall, but we still have a few more games on our hands, and it's getting really close. But one big thing is that, of course, Team Liquid, with a good game like that, they are jumping ahead a little bit or jumping up there a little bit, joining the top pack, and the top pack is still so close to each other.
Yeah, the 7th to 2nd place here is still within 12 points of each other. That is extremely close considering we have played this many games. We have only 4 more games to go. Everything can still happen, and the amount of changes there is in PGC points and prize pool is so big from 2nd to 7th.
The big thing here is Exhalation. It's not working out right now. They came in today with 94 points, 2nd place. They had a little bit of a buffer to the 3rd place. Now they dropped to 7th place. They only got themselves 1 point here today.
Do you not think it's because of some of the top teams? I mean, we saw them popping off earlier in this game. They were all in the finals. To me, it feels like it's a bit of BMT, that big match temperament. These are players that are experienced. They know when they need to show up. They're showing up. Difficult for a team like Exhalation, who maybe hasn't had to deal with that sort of aggression the last 2 days. And now suddenly you're in a situation where the pressure, knowing where you're sitting, and then knowing that these teams are coming with a hell of a lot more firing power.
It definitely could be a factor, but what we're also seeing is what's happening on the battlefield itself, right? When we go in there, we see that the teams, they are playing a little bit more center now, and Exhalation is a team that we know they don't really care that much. They play how they want to. They just go dive into a spot. They take every single fight, but we see them being a little bit more passive. Them diving into Impala that early on, that is something we haven't seen from them earlier.
No, what I want to see from teams at this point here, especially with how far we are into the tournament as well, is I want to see teams taking clever fights, taking fights for territory in 2nd and 3rd circle that they know is going to be prior in the very late game. All fights where they know it's 2 teams that are already extremely hurt, that they can come in, take 2-3 kills, or hurt them even more and get out of it with all 4 guys live. As we've been seeing statistically, you rarely win a game against another 4-man team if you're not 4 yourself.
Why is ENCE struggling so much?
I think there's many cases to it. It's a strong lobby. It's a very competitive lobby at the moment, right? The teams are playing very well. It's very top heavy as well. The teams at the top, they are very fragging out a lot. They're aggressive. They're third partying at the right times, and they're just not finding the space that they usually are. And for the kind of meta that they're playing, a little bit center, not so center heavy. They're playing a lot of edge. They're trying to get into good positions. The edge is very contested at the moment. It's very congested on the sides that they're playing. And they also been a little bit unlucky with the circles, I'd say as well.
Also, when they're playing those edges, they're getting picked apart one by one, back and forth on those splits itself. It's not really working out for them. And that's kind of the problem, right? Once they start getting picked off, they start focusing back on that side. Then they get picked off there, and then they go back again, and it's just back and forth, and they're basically just getting bullied by all the other teams on the edge right now.
It's our final Miramar game. Obviously, we spoke about this during the pre-show that a lot of teams, they prefer one map to another. For those that maybe know that they're better off on Miramar, what do they need to do in this last game?
Well, first of all, I hope we have a fantastic circle. I know something crazy like a really far northeastern one, or one that is south, like not the southeast territory that we have here by Puerto, but the one south straight of Los. Really good terrain there. I love the endings we have there. And then, obviously, they need to consider what we've seen so far from Miramar. It's a lot of teams in the center compounds are splitting. You need to take advantage of that. I would expect a team like Polish Power to pull up a little bit more. Exploit the teams that are having these 1-1-2 or 1-1-1-2 splits or 2-2 splits, because you can easily outnumber players if you do a full 4-man and pull up on a 2-man squad, of course.
I want to see just like a regular center circle and see what's going to happen if we get that. Because that's what we're all about, right? We want to see what the teams can do when they drop on the normal spots. We have a pretty normal spot or circle for everyone to play from. But as you're mentioning, Polish Power, I feel like they've been pacing themselves a lot more than I expected them to do coming into this. We talked about how aggressive that team is, how much they love to just do the drive-bys and just crash everything. But what we've seen from them so far is they've been pacing themselves. They've been holding back a lot. And, I mean, it's been working out pretty good so far, but will it hold all the way? I don't know. But I feel like that's the sleeve in their ace in their sleeve, right? They can pull out that card whenever, go with that aggression, because they know how to play that. They love to play like that, and we want to see that as well.
I like to see the consistent play from them, that they're trying to get into the top, trying to keep 4 guys alive rather than, losing these 1 or 2 players. So I like that they're flexible. They're able to play both things, but they also need to, as Frost say here, when they see these opportunities to take points or weaken other teams that they're going to meet inevitably in the end game, then try to take those chances as well, because we know they're able to succeed. That I also got to say, Masek been playing a fantastic tournament. 19 kills yesterday after the 12 games, with the 22 being the very highest. So both being the in-game leader and also fragging out like that, it's very impressive for a team now with Kabi joining the lineup steadily after just turning 18 at the end of last year.
Realistically, which teams are in contention for that winning spot?
I think there's, I would say, 4 or 5 maybe realistically.
I'd say 1st to 7th place down to Exhalation is still in play for that win, for the overall win. I mean, it's still possible. It's 24 points right now from first place down to Exhalation. And we know that Exhalation has been very consistent in getting a lot of kills and still getting a lot of placement points.
Except
just
today.
not getting the win.
Except today.
Except for today far. But that's what I'm saying. I want to go back into playing like that. And if we see that, there's a high chance we'll see them coming back towards the top again.
I don't see Na'Vi taking the foot off the pedal. It's going to be so hard for the teams that are outside the 3 digits to catch them, because I think they're going to have a couple more pretty damn good games.
I do think it's good to look at the realism side of it, so we know exactly who we're cheering for, who actually has a shot. But you never know. This is PUBG. I've seen crazy things happen before. Talking about crazy, Toby, Jorasov, is the circle crazy this time?
We are just moments away from finding out, but I hope they will be. I feel like, man, as much as we want to see the calm, the relaxed circles today, I feel like this previous one was pretty decent. It was hard to get into initially, but it wasn't that bad.
Even the calm, relaxed circles we've had this weekend, let's be perfectly honest.
Let's let the players cost the case.
They've been anything but calm and relaxed, right? There's never been this is a cookie cutter, phase 3 to phase 6, everything is fine. Everyone has decided to put a little bit of a spanner in the works today. We're on Miramar now for the final time, not just today, Toby, but in the entire tournament. Last chance to impress as the plane flies over these sandy skies. One last time.
One last time indeed. Just one more game left on Miramar before we hop on over to Erangel for the final 3. And oh my lord, is this leaderboard close. Right now, Na'Vi seem like they're trying to, or they are succeeding, I should say, in separating themselves from the rest of the pack. But I am sure every other team here will be doing everything they can to catch them come this game. Everyone spread out nicely. Very, very, very decent plane. As I say that, Paige and Ket, but who is the faster parachuter? Paige going, nah, I'll just fly on down to my compound.
Because unlike we see a lot of instances in scrims, right, where one player just about manages to get the vehicle and they give each other a lift. It's super nice. It's super none of that now. You're just a point as far as I'm concerned. So veering off to the compound is the correct thing to do. We have an almost traditional circle here, Toby. We're basically going to be asking ourselves to cliff or not to cliff for the next 10 minutes. And the players have played this loads of times before.
I feel like we can't not cliff in this game. I mean, when we put like the Trident on the southern west side, leaving from Val del Mar, and then you have the hills over by Juma, there's no circle here that does not go to a cliff.
That's true. I guess
it is to cliff or to cliff.
It's to cliff or to cliff, but do you upper cliff or lower cliff?
Now that is the question, and we will find an answer to that question real damn soon. We head hard towards the southwest side, and again, similar to last game, the circle itself might not necessarily be that hard to get to. The issue is everyone, as we see here on the map, are, at least for now, coming in with a very, very, very similar angle. Yep. Northwest, like just a line of teams up towards Campo Militar, essentially, where FaZe are currently located. I want to see 3, if not 4, teams wrap hard south around this one. Heck, I would even potentially like to see a team go all the way down over Los Hijos.
So while we're watching the map, basically what we're looking for here, for everyone watching at home, is a concertina effect. You want the teams that are currently on the edge of the circle to move in. It's only when those teams move in that you get other teams come in on the edge. Once they find a home closer to the center of the circle, then you've got almost the third group of teams moving in. And as soon as one team doesn't do that, as soon as people stop cooperating and they stay on the edge, that's when one of these teams that is really far away comes in and goes, everyone's rotated in, right? Wrong. And you end up with an early game fight. So it's all reliant, strangely, on the teams that are already in circle, moving away from the edge.
And speaking of, perfect overview here from the observers. Ding right now sitting with a completely open buffet on the southern side of this circle. They're in a 2-1-1 split as they get looted on up. And, well, I mean, again, they can pick and choose whatever they want. I think most importantly, they can pick and choose which hill they want to be playing towards, because that's really what it comes down to. Because transitioning in this circle, you might look at it from a map perspective and go, oh, but it's only 300 meters. How hard can it be? Oh, but you're spending the first 100 meters going straight downhill. Then you're spending 100 meters driving through a flat valley from which you'll be shot at by half the server. And the last 100 meters you're spending driving up a hill that's equally steep to the one you were just getting down, and you will be going up that hill with 20 kilometers an hour. And you'll probably be dead by the time you get up to the next hillside. So believe me, if you don't get the right hill when you first get into it, you could easily die early in this game.
PUBG, the only game where you get to choose the hill everybody else dies on. We were just following Northern Lights as they moved into Monte Nuevo. I thought they might have been going up towards where Exhalation and Enterprise are. They're not. They're choosing to move further south, which means they're probably going to go through half of Enterprise, 1 or 2 players. I think they're going to be able to get all the way down to La Trilera and possibly beyond. They're going to get a couple of players shooting at them, but they should be able to survive this.
Grindy stays by the roadside. There could potentially be shots coming through that could be very lethal. In the meantime, here is the intersection. There's no red lights, and oh my lord, how did that happen so smoothly? How did no one stop, no one break down? That was a completely 100% smooth transition. In the meantime, Grandis, you're shooting at the wrong players and you're not slim enough to fit in between the wall and the gas tank. You will fall as the result of it. You don't get to shoot at NLT for free. They will punish you if you don't hit all the shots you have to in order to take them down.
That was just positively dangerous between Team Liquid and Heroic. I feel like someone's getting points on their license for that. That was uncalled for. But they managed to survive at least. 63 players alive now. 5-minute mark, and a lot of teams, of course, in cars and rotating, precisely because it's a southwest hard shift, but one that players are familiar with. There are a lot of cliffs in this section of the map, Toby. There's generally that one big road sort of down from Monte Nuevo that bisects everything, and teams have to decide which half of that they want to sort of perch themselves on in the beginning, and then the game ends up settling a little bit from there. One thing I would say is that in these sort of circles, you see an almost abnormally large number of teams rotate in late. So expect to see, instead of 2 or 3 teams straggling, expect that to be 5 or 6.
Yeah. Again, people crisscrossing one another. These are teams that are coming in from one side of the circle, trying to transition across to the other, and this time around, finally, ENCE come out victorious. How many times over the course of the tournament so far have we seen them run into trouble early and end up losing players because of it? At least this time around, for now I should say, they are still 4 strong. And I think it was interesting what Martin said on the desk when they were talking about ENCE and why they're struggling. Martin said it's a hard lobby. I will agree with him and also say it's a very hard fragging lobby. And I don't think it's necessarily just ends being like that specific team, but any one team, when they lose a player early, like we've seen ends do so many times this tournament so far, because these players are all so insanely gifted when it comes to mechanical skill. If you're always going, like, if the first fight you're taking, like, in an actual, like, up against one another, technically equal odds, if every single time you're taking that fight is with 3v4, 2v4, 1v4, I mean, it's obvious you're never going to go out winning overall.
Painful. Yeah.
And since ENCE has been losing players early so many times, that's been the case for them. And because they're then going up against players who ain't necessarily better individually, but equally good, and with the numbers in their advantage, they're just not going to be coming out on top. And I think that's been what's been happening. They're like, this server is just incredibly hard caliber, and with a lot of very aggressive teams that are exceptionally good at those up-close fights. And if they have the advantage in numbers, they will come out on top.
Look, at the end of the day, this is the best of the best, right? And therefore, if it's, say, a 1 to 2% difference in skill between the best team in the lobby and the worst team in the lobby, as an example, well, guess what? 4v3, that's 25%, or 1/3, depending on whose position you're looking from. It makes a massive difference, which is why a lot of the times, even in regular games and similar, you can see, at the end of the day, a team that maybe isn't expected to win beats a really good, well-established team. Number one, the element of surprise, huge in PUBG. Number two, the numbers advantage at the start of the fight can really blow everything away. And that's why, when us as casters, when we see a really good 1v3 or a 2v4 or 1v4 or something like that, we hype it up because we know how much it means to start at such a disadvantage.
That's the issue. Let's see now, Na'Vi wrapping up real close to the split that Liquid's got going. It seems to me like Vard is on his own, and indeed he is trying to hold off. No, he does have Mexi nearby, but Na'Vi ain't going anywhere. They know they've caught them in a split, and Liquid needs to do damage. Mexi does find Example instantly, but they're very close to each other. 1 or 2 good nades could easily take down both Mexi and Vard. Mexi forced to try and heal on up. Those get taken down in the end of it. Vard finds one, needs to find more. Not gonna happen. How does James and Clip respond? Chrissy is on his own now as the damage came through from the other side. He has to play this one smart because look at this. The angle. Vard makes it trying to crawl to a spot from where James and Clip can defend them. But remember, even if they get the kill here, they still have to go for the rest. Chrissy risking everything though. Goes for the flushes before committing to the rest. That is ballsy playing. But fortunately, very fortunately, comes out on top. I don't want to say that too soon, though, because look at who's approaching.
Quizzy played that beautifully. He got the second knock, immediately went to first aid, thinking, is there a third or fourth player here? Waited a few seconds, didn't hear footsteps, and then peeked above to see Liquid sniping him, and then he realized, this is a split, I need to go and secure the points so that they don't get third-partied, and I'm free to res. All of that happened, all of that thinking happened in a time span of about 4 seconds, and he correctly read the situation. As a result, 2 kills, and all 4 alive for Na'Vi.
I'm gonna allow myself to disagree. He just saw 2 teammates get knocked by players from the other side of the hill. Speaking of getting knocked, Naylor finds Gujiara. But just to finish off that point, he was jumping and weaving in between bullets. If he goes down, that's Na'Vi out. They're in first place right now. Yeah. If a team like Liquid is allowed to get 4 points off of that and all the rests, that's bye-bye first place come into next game.
I suppose,
I think you go for the rest and then you get the flushes. Even if you don't get the flushes, those rests are much more important than you potentially finish off in 16th with no kills.
Maybe. No, maybe. Maybe. On the other hand, you go straight for the res, and I suppose you get third party. You don't get the flushes anyway, right?
Well,
so,
I mean,
I see what you mean.
Yeah, I just think I think, I mean, it worked out for them. That's all great. They get the 4 kills to get to increase the lead.
You're right, though.
But in my opinion, that was
risky.
way too dangerous.
Sure.
Way too dangerous. We'll see now as the circles shift up towards the north. Na'Vi on their transition, running straight into Sakura Sands and Quizzy, I believe that is first player up front there. And they have Heroic nearby as well. Cappy, in the meantime, falls down to best of luck from Ding. That's out on the west side of the circle, where Ding has set up a bit of a kind of rotation blockade there. Northern Lights. Team's able to get to safety, but barely any HP.
only just. And La Drillera is going to be Team Liquid's home. I'm pretty confident that those vehicles are quite well beaten up at the moment. They're unlikely to want to get another rotation in. He-Man should be able to get revived. That first nade is far. The second one won't be, though. And Salty there goes down as well as He-Man as Na'Vi continues to push north. This might be part of the reason why the rest of Team Liquid moved out as well. It wasn't just Na'Vi they were dealing with. There were other teams in the immediate vicinity. Heroic are going to hear this just north of them, Toby, and they might choose to have a look as well.
Sure could. Hell yeah. Peeks on over. They want to get this done with quickly, if they want to aggress at all. It's one of those, if you commit, you hard commit. If you don't, then back off now, because there's no reason to make, kind of commit to a half-make decision, or just half commit, I should say. That makes more sense. That's what really gets teams taken out very often. In the meantime, well, ends. They wanted to take the fight. They did. Whoa! That did not go their way. Perfectix and Northern Knights stand strong in the compound. Solid hold from them, not taking any casualties whatsoever. Knew where they were getting approached from, and take down ends before any damage really came towards them. In the meantime, now Beanie swapping on over from the bolt action. Does damage, but both the Sakura Sanson players remain alive, at least for now.
Classic Beamy cam on the bolt on the bolt action there. Page also taking a couple of shots on Sakura Zensen. And this split, by the way, they know that Sakura Zensen are damaged going into the compound, so they have time to join their teammate. They could choose to run down, or they can hold Overwatch on the cliff edge. It's entirely their choice, because they know that Sakura Zensen need time to heal.
The thing for me right now is they cannot lose a player here.
No.
I like their aggression, but now that things slowed down, they're essentially, like, if Beamy and Page don't get into a position from where they can impact them something here, they're in a 2v2. Page needs to get down that hill, so you can see him in the car now as well. Either you hard commit to this, or you don't commit to it at all. It's one of those situations where if they lose 2 players here, that would essentially be for nothing, because they have 4 alive, and they need to somehow make all those 4 players relevant in taking out Sakura Sanson. If they want to commit to take them out, you've got to full commit, and that's what they're doing now.
I like how Liquid are down to 2, and they're like, no, we've got this split. Don't even worry about it. But right now, it's all about Heroic versus Sakura Zensen. They're managing to collapse onto the compound now as well, by the looks of things. Everyone is more or less in the same vicinity, and as a result, they can potentially push as a unit, but they're waiting for a mistake, or they're waiting for the first knock, and they haven't got that yet.
New circle pops. West is where we go, so a lot of these teams will have to make moves. Upa now seeing the circle. I'm curious as to whether they're going to full commit to this, but they're so close now that I'm not sure if they can get away from here and not take the fight. Kept the boom. Ekes out of the window just for a brief moment. Uba doesn't opt to aggress further forward. As I say that, trying to get a different angle on towards the other building. Is this the call to get away from here, though? Wants to make sure that no one's wrapping underneath. Smart play from experienced players here. Tegas finds T-Bone, and this is what we're just talking about. They're going to lose him now if he gets tagged up by that molly. You need them to play this one smart. You need them to get the kills. You need them to deal with it and move further forward, because they're outside the circle, and now they're essentially taking a fight 4v2 for an area of the map that ain't even inside the circle.
They're pushing very hard so that they can get the res if possible. They need to stop Tekkers from being able to peek out. If they can do that, T-Bone might be able to get revived, but they need to keep the pressure on Sakura Zensen here through the window, trying to force Nixie to heal, or ideally knock him as well. Manages to find him by the slimmest of angles through the door. Corexi then buys themselves that time. T-Bone can be res. Whether they do it now or later, entirely up to them. They're still reading the situation. Tekkers now coming in to see if he can help.
You have to utilize the numbers advantage here. You cannot just peek that one by one. You need to play it smart. Around the side he goes. That's one down. That's one death. That is more than this should have cost them. I hate to say it, because, I mean, you can never expect to not lose players, but in a fight like this, they had the chance to disengage early. They never did it. Now Tekkers stays alive. Didn't only get 1 kill. Might be able to find more. We'll see if he does. No! Doesn't get the reload off in time, but the damage has already been done.
Very, very well read. Unfortunate about Corexi, but they threw the nade in there, knew he was there, and they went, he's definitely vaulting out the window. They both went outside to be able to cover each other. Even if Sakura Zensen got a knock there, it would have been an instant trade and an instant res. Very good textbook play there from Heroic. Unfortunately losing one, but they will be in circle. Well, eventually. They only have Na'Vi to deal with now, so we'll wait and see. But they continue with 3.
Yep, hopping over to Footballers. They've been fighting in Monte at least for a little while now. Norkis does get flushed down, so some good fights coming out here for Footballers. Taking out one of the more harder to deal with up-close teams in the tournament. Catches Crunio vaulting over as well. Nail, solid plays from Human. 3 kills this game already. Great little substitute on that part, coming in, massive impact from the very get-go, and a triple for him as Footballers claim more real estate in Montenegro.
more teams potentially sending it into Monte Nuevo as the circle continues to keep it inside. There you can see Tokyo Manji gang up north, grabbing a little bit of real estate as well, but so many teams down south. La Trilera is basically empty right now. Team Liquid have moved out of it and no one is in. They're just trying to make sure that they've got center for the next circle as well. Heroic now choosing to rotate. They need to get into circle and they need to get very close to Na'Vi, and we know Na'Vi aren't going to back off.
What's more dangerous than Millman? Millman with an MK14.
Oh, God.
Heroic
no.
up close here. Oh, the nades are pretty much tracking Page as he tries to wrap around the side there. Peeks on over. Millman knows that they have them down below, but smart play by Heroic to wrap underneath them on the inside of the circle here. They want to force Na'Vi to play with the blue on their back.
Quizzy.
This
being
is
sneaky.
dangerous, though. The smokes that they've deployed are essentially working in favor of Na'Vi, allowing them to try and wrap around here. A lot of smokes being thrown the blue trajectory. You see, unfortunately, some of the smokes, or some of the flashbangs, I should say, making it hard for Na'Vi to see anything as well. Try to wrap around. Does he get eyes on? Exactly does. Nice spray from Chrissy. Reloads. Has taken us on the other side with low HP as well. T-Bone falls to Beamy down as well. Very, very impressive play from Na'Vi. Continuing to do damage to Heroic. Trying to get out of there alive is Heroic, but it's simply not going to happen. 4 for 0. Na'Vi stays alive.
Applause for Na'Vi using heroic smokes against them,
Exactly.
being able to get what they had something like a 270-degree angle on Heroic by the time that the players started falling. No time to dwell on that, though, as Northern Lights and Entropic absolutely going at it hammer and tongs. It's QB versus the world at the moment, and Lou, also alone, needs to find time to get Batulins, and he's going to try and sneak it in the middle of the fight.
There are 3 kills to be had here if he can get the flush on the final player. 3 knocked Entropic players, all hoping that their teammate will do the damage for them in order to get back up on their feet. He is committing, no, not yet, not committing to a res. He simply hasn't been in a position to do exactly that. QPE now trying to use the vehicle for cover, but how much will it grant him? Ivar's taken down to the nade explosion from Lou, so more points obtained by Northern Lights, currently in second place, but of course seeing that Na'Vi is continuing to get wrecked and staying alive is not exactly making things any easier. Now Naleb taken down from afar. QB running back and forth. You can't hit me, you can't hit me.
It's like a cartoon.
Exactly, trying to really dodge all the bullets here, get into some good angles from nice pre-fires from Batulins. Doesn't matter though, QBE wins that trade. And now Lou finally able to get the kill, will get the in-game leader back on his feet. And Northern Lights stays alive this time around. 8 kills already in this match.
Actual PUBG whack-a-mole going on here. Northern Lights will survive with 2. Meanwhile, Team Liquid trying to grab a couple of great shots onto Na'Vi. That they just needed to go a little bit further. That one is going to go a little bit further underneath the vehicle, and that's Example down, and another player very, very low indeed. Team Liquid now might be looking to aggress on that. The car gets Quizzy. The car blowing up gets a second, and Liquid are going to be so confident here. Third one coming out towards Alia. They know he's behind the vehicle.
Good bounce, good bounce, good bounce.
So close.
They're just 2 players, but they're doing so much damage to our current first place team, and now no name yet is pushing up from behind here as well. Does he spot him? Yes, Clips sees him over the top. Not going to matter. Alia is there ready and waiting. Takes down one team. Do you get it? No, you don't. Alia once again stands strong and defends his position, defends his team, but as I was saying, no name yet. Up close, just over the ridgeline. Where do you go from here?
Enter, not Team Liquid there, just really almost. They had so much confidence going into the last bit of that fight, but now we've got Enterprise almost solo holding this out from Exhalation.
One thing that we haven't had a chance to talk about at all throughout this game, because so much chaos has been going on, is the reason that chaos has been going on. Look at this circle. We're centering on the hillside south of Monte Nuevo. When does that ever happen? This is a brutal shift with very little playable terrain. Now, there's no one really utilizing the hilltop itself, but everyone has to play in a way that you have to play according to their being a potential that a team could be up there.
Janny also, by the way, is very close to 1v3ing Exhalation. I think he's gotten 2 knocks and there's only 1 more player. He might not do it, but so far it's been very, very impressive. We're waiting for Salik.
The nade. Spots him around the side.
He does
it. 1 versus 3. Enterprise might be in the bottom, but they just took out a top team.
There's going to be a lot. There's going to be maybe one team up top, but probably not. Everyone's going to be sort of all around it, just hugging the cliff, trying to make sure no one else can get shots in. But they have to get there first. On the east side, we've got No Name Yet and Na'Vi. And then inside Monte Nuevo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different teams. I actually think Northern Lights might have the most freedom to play here. Them and Yanni.
This is a very, very rare circle. I can tell you right now, the reason there's no one playing up on the hillside is because that's one of those where the circle shifts away from it Phase 4. Why would we be up there? We have to go down anyway. But because Phase 4 couldn't shift out of it, it went just had it on the corner, and then Phase 5 shifts straight on top of it, obviously not having to really play according to any land ratio areas whatsoever. This is a very rare circle, and it's going to play out incredibly interesting, especially if we shift out of the city.
It's a golden, shiny, holographic first edition of a circle here.
It really is a pretty rare one.
Love this from Na'Vi. Quizzy just finding the angle. And the only reason, by the way, well, the biggest reason Quizzy was able to do that is because he used Heroic's own smokes against them and recognized that no one was on the left side of those smokes. So very, very well played to Na'Vi there. They will continue in this game, but they're only Alia strong at the moment. Meanwhile, Gluttony for Footballist, very happy to just kind of chill here. Opening a door to maybe tempt FaZe Clan to come through the building. I think they just want an extra point at this stage because they know they're being backed into a corner. Let's see if they can do something about it. FaZe Clan continuing to aggress in. Nail knocked. They're taking this very slowly, actually. Super slow, methodical. You never know in between buildings when a third party might come in, especially in a situation like this, right?
Not at all. Vex trying to peek on over. That's his teammate in the window going, well, I guess I'm not peeking out that window right now.
Nope.
Nice spray from Footballist. Unfortunately, Gluttony can't quite find the knock. Not enough damage done on that one. They really would have wanted it, but Scar, of course, not really the prime AR for up-close battles here. Odin trying to stay put as well. Does have plenty of utility to use Gustav now with the shotgun in hand as well. Ready for an up-close fight here with Footballist. Circle shifts south onto the hill. This is absolutely terrible.
King of the Hill has come to PUBG, and I am here for it. FaZe Clan trying to move in. However, there is a sea of flames, unfortunately, at the moment. If that was a frag grenade and it bounced into the room, I think Gluttony would be in a world of hurt right now.
They know he's in the other room with the closed door?
They're literally roasting Gluttony, which I find very amusing.
But he's in the other room.
Oh, yes, he's next door. He's got a wall.
He's right there. They think he's in the other room. Oh, well, now they're going to find out.
Where there's smoke.
Shoot! Shoot! Not gonna happen.
No.
Gluttony falls down. There are only so many rooms left in the building for FaZe Clan to clear, but smart by them to take it one room at a time, not take anything for granted there at all.
You could have won.
Exactly.
You won a Gluttony.
Exactly.
Football is not out of it yet, though. They've still got 2 players, and those 2 players are closer to the circle than the rest of FaZe. So let's see what they can do. Big push here. BBL being aggressed on by No Name Yet. They're getting Shiv in rotation. Knows that it's now a 2v3 in the nearest house. Let's see if they can collapse on here.
Crucial as they find the knock there on the side as well. Philo falls down too. BBL trying to fend off all of No Name Yet here. Is currently succeeding. Monkey falls as well. But Tundo with the nade finds one in return. Now Dendalos goes down as well. No Name Yet will fall in the end. But 2 knock players falling down. I'm not seeing anyone in the kill feed right now. They're trying to capitalize off of it. As I say that, Tokyo Manchi Gang are currently pushing up the hillside. 80 in the meantime finds the final Footballist player. And only now are we in placement points. And look at what these teams have had to fight their way through in order to get here.
That is insane. With Phase 6 centering it in on... Wow. All right, 8C. I want whatever he had for breakfast this morning because that was a delightful spray onto Aimlaw. Aimlaw and Maxizor have got the northern edge of the cliff. The problem is, because it's only Yanni up top, he's not looking to aggress on anyone. He's a solo player, right? But FaZe are coming in from the north. They have Ding on the west. They've now got BBL on the east as well. It's very difficult to get an easy revive.
Ding is playing this one smart. Sitting up above, they know the teams have only got one literally one entry point into this one. That is run through Senya. Issue is, on this hillside, Senya is extremely visible to anyone in the city. And I would assume that he is fully aware that all the 4 FaZe players... You can see how many windows could potentially spot him on that rock side.
Exactly.
And if he gets seen up there, there's no safety. There's nowhere to go off of that. Now... that might just exactly be the situation. Fortunately, it does have 1 rock to fall behind there. We'll try and make the run on down, but with every damage done from baseline here, that could potentially be them moving ever so much closer towards him.
Ding have taken a good amount of real estate, and actually at least 2 of their players are up top now as well. They have no idea Yanni is there, by the way. So they're feeling like, okay, if we've got the high ground and we can choose to move away at will, it's going to be excellent. The circle basically closes on them right now. They know where FaZe Clan are as well. They've just exchanged fire. This could actually be a 1v1. This is super hard to third party unless you go over the top.
I mean, Yanni right now is essentially guaranteed second place this game. He's thrown all the way out on the edge of the hillside. No one can get to him at all. Liam gets caught off, tries to make the transition in the opposite direction. Damage done towards Vex as he tries to stay alive up above. No one, as you said, able to make the push up behind Ding. So they're playing backs free right now, and they're fully aware of that. That's why they can overpeak this. That's why they can full-on focus down towards FaZe Clan below. FaZe has a decision to make here. Do you keep wrapping west straight into the crossfire of Ding, or do you make the wrap on the other way around? In the meantime, Yanni, I thought you were just going to sit tight and wait up there. No, he's going aggressive. He's not playing around here. He's going to go aggro on this one. Stays alive for now. Might as well use that utility while you still have it. Vex falls down in the meantime. They want to go for the rest here, though. Let's see, can he find Gustav with that nade? It's going to be close. No, not close enough.
Vex still have to find a way up, even if they manage to get all of these revives. Diggory looking for an angle where he can get a quick headshot. If he can get an initial knock, that buys them a little bit of time. They're not looking for a full squad wipe. They just want time right now. HC might do it. He gets Senya.
Crucial. You have to find all the damage you can, because they still have players playing above, holding from over there. And every single time a player is knocked, they have to fall further back to get that rest safely. Remember, there is still utility on the side of FaZe Clan. They just haven't been in a position to really get use of it. Now Vex as well. Finds Uber at a distance. Solid spray coming through there. Double headshot connected onto Uber as he goes down. And FaZe know this is our only chance to make an aggressive play. Ding knows as well, we have to fall back. We tried to fend off. It didn't work our way. 0 kills for Ding this game. Haven't been able to find anything. And FaZe are aggressing. FaZe are pushing full speed forward. They want the hill.
They are not using the opportunity to try and rush up and throw all the utility. They just need to run up there and make sure the high ground advantage is neutralized. And right now they are winning the fight against Ding. This is so well done. They held out for how long and how many knocks did they get while Ding was still up here? And now they're taking the fight to them. Sale gets Gustav, but Gustav as well. He got the headshot on the pistol launch with the shotgun.
Ding.
They're coming up full force.
So great play from both teams, trying to catch each other off guard, but in the end, FaZe will be victorious. I say that, here comes BBL. Full speed forward, finds AIDS. He was the anchor player from behind, and now the remaining FaZe Clan players are well aware that the push is coming in from the other side. And with that shot over the top, Batulins, the Mountain Goat himself finds the final kill, and FaZe fall in fourth, make that story.
FaZe Clan there. They played that
I like the commitment. Respect the commitment. Try and throw up high and see if you can stay put.
He spotted that.
Lou reads that. Northern Lights, no. You have to also look up, because usually we'll be Batulin sitting up there. I think it's just like an extensive thing. What is the highest point in the map right now? Oh, there's a player up there.
There's a don't look up joke in there somewhere, but right now that is not a problem that Lou has. Him and Batulins then have to fend off a 4-strong squad from Big Boss Life Esports. And, 4v2, the numbers don't lie, but Northern Lights, they love these kind of fights.
Second place and third place fighting this one out. Na'Vi separated themselves in the previous game with the win, and right after that, both BBL and Northern Lights said, you thought you were ahead now? Nah, let's change that up in the very next game, because regardless of how this goes, both these teams will be able to catch up, at least to some extent. 16 points guaranteed for Northern Lights, no matter if they win this one or not. And BBL, I believe, has found kills as well during this match, albeit not as many as Northern Lights. They're still guaranteed the 6 placement points with whatever they can find here. But right now, Batulins, Lou, 2v4.
Now, the longer this goes on, because this is Phase 8, it's basically going to center on Lou. BBL have so much cover to hide behind right now, but the longer this game goes on, the more they have to come out of that cover towards Lou.
Oh, he got him again! It's the same position! Yanni wasn't enough. Everyone now Why are they wrapping up high?
This is amazing.
Why are they running over the top to get this? 2v2 now. All of a sudden, Batulin's headshot has thrown on down. This is such a hard position to defend. It's not going to happen. Ketma, though, spots one over the top, gets Batulin's down 1 versus 2. Now Lou on his own nade comes forward. It's going to be real close, but not enough damage to get the knock here.
Lou and Batulins trying to make some magic happen.
Oh, he's
flashed. Smash coming in over the top, gets the first hit. That's going to be enough. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. BBL Esports with 8 kills will take home 18 delicious points there. But Northern Lights as well. Both of these teams scoring so many points. That means a lot for the overall standings, you know.
The desk set coming after the last game. BBL had this one. They should have pushed now when they could. They could have gotten the win there. They didn't this time around. Despite turning a 4v2 into a very close 2v2, they come out victorious. That is absolutely insane. With just a few more games to go, they go second straight into first place back-to-back.
Look, BBL got caught out there, right? And when they went from 4 down to 2, the most important thing was to not allow the other team to reset. They obviously took some damage. They might need to heal. They might need to reposition. Don't give them time to do that. We messed up the 4v2 a little bit. Don't mess up the subsequent 2v2. And to be fair, they managed to recover a very, very good chicken dinner, a really cool circle, and an excellent final fight.
Very rare circle. And I just got to ask this question, theory crafting here. Had Northern Lights stayed in that position if Grandis hadn't peeked out and shot at them in phase 1? Or were they planning on going further south? We will never know. Maybe we will be told eventually. But that is one of those where you go, I don't think that was the place they were planning on setting up shop initially. Right. But they stuck around. And in the end, turned out to be a pretty good game for them. That is Miramar over and done, everyone. We have 3 more games left to play up the grand finals here, all taking place on Erangel. But before we get to them, we're going to head to a short break. So stick around and we'll see you for the final games real soon.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
are halfway through the competition and the grand finals here at the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 event. And I think that last game was a little bit of a Liquid Na'Vi show and we were all invited.
It was a very huge fight between them already from the start of the game, of course, and it just kept on going. Of course, we saw that the Liquid, they had this 2-2 split, and Na'Vi, well, they figure out this is the split, this is Liquid, this is what they do. They're always going to have these kind of splits. We're going to punish them for that, and they did that well.
You know what I love the most about this game? Is that after 2 years of FaZe Clan looting in Monte Nuevo, we finally have an ending on the very top of Monte Nuevo, and they're not even looting there. But they had a pretty good game anyway.
Yeah.
We can talk a bit about FaZe. I'd like to talk about FaZe because I feel like that was the FaZe Clan I was looking to see most of the weekend, and they finally popped off.
I mean, it's quite funny, right? As you're saying, they normally loot there, now they go over to El Pozo, but well, it wasn't really that in this game either, and they had a long rotation, but I mean, coming down, and they played that really well, playing from the low ground, taking those kind of fights. But I'm just wondering, where has this 80 been that we've seen here today or in this previous game?
Yeah, the game he just had here was by far the best game that he's had all this tournament so far, in my opinion. He played extremely well, and even though, you know, it was close, they were fighting 3 teams. It was so hard. And again, this is why we see from these top teams, right? They are going to third party. Once they see a team that is weakened, they're going to be, all right, FaZe Clan has 2 or 3 knocks. We're going to go right over there and sweep that up.
Also, of course, Gustav picking up that pump shotgun.
Oh, yeah.
That's something new. That's something new.
I guess there has to be one player in FaZe Clan playing shotgun sometimes, right?
Used to.
Yeah, but now
he's gone.
taking back this spiritual incarnation of Fuzzface.
Did he do a good enough job with the shotgun, though?
Yeah, it was fantastic. He got a flush and a knock with it, so that was great. No complaints, but also you didn't need a DMR at that point. Like they were so close range that M4 and shotgun was completely fine.
Exactly. It comes down to a situation where you kind of know, okay, this is going to be close combats. We can use a shotgun. It's going to be beneficial for us to use it instead of having a DMR. A lot of times when they swap to a shotgun, it's going to be very late in the game. They've already used the DMR. We've seen this happening before. We've seen DBS is coming to play as well. It's also because they've had DMRs. They're not going to use them anymore. We're in urban ending. It's going to be close battles. Shotgun will be very powerful to have, and we'll see more and more players swap to that.
BBL, 4th chicken dinner of the grand finals. The only team with 4 chicken dinners.
By far.
That is a really good one for them because obviously the point system, they're super close to the top. That's going to make a big difference, and we'll obviously look at the leaderboard in a bit. But they've had, if we're going to talk about consistency, 4 chicken dinners, that's pretty consistent.
Yeah, they are hoping that this was the MC format because then they would already run everything, right? No, but they've been played extremely consistent. They're very good games, and the chicken dinners are obviously in there. And if they had, you know, their bad or mediocre games be a little bit better, if they could have squeezed a little bit more points out of those games instead of having 0 and 1 and 2 point games, then they would have been in the lead by far. I loved how NLT nearly clutched this game, though. They managed to get 2 knocks here in the very end of BBL. But unfortunately, the push onto Batson, he had a really rough side, and the terrain didn't really play out to his end, and Quetpa managed to push a really well angle and a good angle here onto Smash. But Smash onto Battlelane, and then there was a 1 versus 2 that it couldn't be won, in my opinion.
Well, it was pretty flashy here as well towards the end, so it wasn't a lot to stand against BBL. But of course, BBL did a wonderful job, again, to be able to get that chicken dinner. And you can see here, with those 8 kills on top of that, that's gonna give them 18 points. And of course, with Northern Lights there, with a lot of kills as well in that second place, 17 points. They are chasing Na'Vi. Sure, Na'Vi got themselves some kills, but not too many placement points. And it's going to be spicy on the overall leaderboard, seeing the kind of results that we have in front of us here from the previous game.
It will be very spicy. You can also see, obviously, the teams are still getting a good amount of points. You see 5th, 6th place, they're still getting they're squeezing out these extra points to make a difference. So when we come to the overall leaderboard, it's going to be close, but I have a feeling that our top is going to be leading a little bit.
And here it is. This is your leaderboard. Na'Vi still at the top, but only by 5 points. Northern Lights has pushed themselves up into that 2nd spot.
Yeah.
This is kind of if you take a look at the top 5, this is what I was imagining it was going to look like at the start of the weekend.
Yeah, after one game, and Exhalation would have been up there instead. But 20 points buffer down to Liquid here with BBL, and our top 3 is kind of shaping what the top 3 could look like at the end. We have 3 more games, and What happens in this next game is crucial. If Na'Vi, NLT, and BBL, they have a mediocre game, and any of the 5th to 8th place teams, they have a big game, they could catch up. But otherwise, I feel like it's pretty soon going to be set in stone who our top 3 is going to be.
But it's still so close between all of the teams, except for in the mid-pack there, from Team Liquid down to FaZe, that they have so much to play for that we're not going to see any hot drops or anything like that, because there's just too much on the line, too many PGC points on the line.
I was about to bring up the PGC points. At the end of the day, yes, obviously you want to win, you get the most points, but there are possibly teams that are sitting now in the mid-pack going, okay, we're not going to win this, but we now need to get as high as we possibly can, because the higher we are, the more points we get. So is that going to change the dynamic a little bit, or do you think everyone's going to be quite passive coming into this 4th map, going, we need to be careful now, we want more points?
No, it's obvious that they're extremely aware of who is ahead of them on the leaderboards and who are their immediate threats. They're going to focus on that. You'd also see from 8th to 9th place, there's a 16-point gap. So obviously they will be focusing on trying to keep the guys that are below that 8th point, keep them away, but also the few teams that are ahead of them that are in their kind of immediate threat. If you could jump 2 or 3 places with taking them out and getting the kills in that, that is a massive amount of both prize pool and PGC points.
I think a prime example would be in the previous game when we saw Na'Vi and Liquid going head-to-head in the last battle there. When Liquid got the knock on Na'Vi, they knew straight away, okay, this is Na'Vi. This is the team that we're chasing right now. And if we can stop them right now, this would be the greatest moment. They got themselves a knock, they pushed maybe a little bit too aggressive, but that comes again, that they want to get rid of them. They want to get rid of them from the game, knowing that we are chasing them, and we need to get rid of them if we want to be able to chase up and come above them again.
We have been very impressed with a specific team that qualified, Exhalation. They have had a really strong 2 days. Today it's been a bit shaky, but we're actually going to have a chance to find out why. BTM from Exhalation is with us now. BTM, how are you?
A little bit rough.
A little?
Yeah, the team morale is a bit off, I would say. But I'm going to try and come back the last 3 games.
I'm curious to find out what changed between yesterday and today.
I would say we're a little bit more nervous. Because we're like 2nd place, we have like high expectations to win the whole thing, and then the first game falls apart and the team morale is like low and never just goes down.
Yeah, BTM, I got a question here. So you guys have been playing together for a while now, and you guys obviously played in PCS 5. You got a 12th place there. Now coming into G-League Season 5 here, I feel like this is a totally different team. You guys are playing so much better. I really love how aggressive you guys have been so far as well. Of course, it's been a few bad games here today, but what have changed since PCS 5 until now?
I think the reason we're playing like this is because we couldn't play the PCS quals for the next one, because it was cancelled, sadly, and we just like playing it a little bit more carelessly, I would say.
Right.
So like taking the peaks that we wouldn't take before.
Yeah, so I have a question as well. BTM, congratulations on your kind of recent performance. Sucks that you have 3 bad games now, but you have to remember, reset now, we're going into Wrangle. Clear mind, positive mindset, you can still make it into the top 4 here. But I want to ask you, coming into this lobby here, what do you think is the hardest? Do you think it's because the teams are, why do you think it's so hard playing in this lobby? Is it because teams are very aggressive, or what do you think?
I think the teams are better than they were before. Like the skill gap raises from every tournament, I feel like.
Okay, yeah, they're getting better all the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
BTM, we still have our fingers crossed. We want to see Exhalation get that chicken dinner. We're hoping you can get it back in the next 3 games. Good luck. Give all of your teammates a virtual pat on the back. Let's get that morale up, because we want to see an action-packed Erangel.
All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Good luck.
I'm curious to ask you, and I mean, Avenger, I actually think I've asked you this question a gazillion times, but I'm going to ask you again. From playing, how do you get the morale of a team up in Grand Finals Day, 3 games to go, everyone's feeling a little bit down? What do you do?
It's positive mindset, right? You have to be able to reset in between the games and make sure that your teammates are happy, make sure that you remind them every single game is a new chance at getting those big wins, getting a lot of kills, and that's obviously something that's extremely hard. We're playing 6 games a day here. You have to not be taken down by, a personal mistake or a team mistake or a bad call. And both, you know, the mental game, your coaches coming in, and I think especially with experienced coaches that are able to kind of keep that morale up and boost that morale, that is something that we see after every single game.
All they need to do is look back on what they've done on Erangel so far. By far the best Erangel team that we've had here in the tournament so far. Not just in kills, but also in placements. In the 6 games that they played so far, only 2 games are outside top 5 position.
Impressive.
And the worst one is the 9th place with 6 kills.
Yeah.
This kind of shows you how strong of a team they are on Erangel and what kind of chances they have to come back here with 3 more games on Erangel itself. I mean, I just hope they can reset their minds and be able to come in here, clean slates, and just do what they've done the previous days.
So during Super Weekend, I gave Toby a really hard time about his maths because he's not very good at it. But
Never do it live.
No, but I'm actually not very good with maths. So I want to know, if Exhalation pops off on Erangel, do they still have a chance of finishing in the top spot?
Easily. If this next game is a chicken dinner with those 10, 15 kills, they will be straight into the top 4 and they'll have a chance at first place. So I believe that it's possible, but you have to remember the top 3 teams that we have right now have a very high morale. They have very high confidence. They've been playing well the weekend so far and well today, all of them. So they're bloodthirsty.
From 3rd place down to 4th place, it's currently 20 points. But from Exhalation on the 6th place up to the 1st place, it's only, now I'm doing math live, 31 points. So it is still way possible. What we've seen from them so far, what they've done on Erangel, they have more than good chances of doing it. Hopefully they can grab themselves a chicken dinner here in the next game because they still haven't gotten one. So, I mean, they gotta feel a little bit hungry. And by far, how they've been playing on Erangel, I'm hoping, I want to see them win 1 game at least here today. And we only have 3 more, and it's on the map that they're best on. So what more can you ask for?
We keep talking about the teams and who will win, but we actually have something you can win. We are giving away 10 Survivor Passes. So there is an Easter egg that has been hidden in the broadcast. We want you to hunt for it. It is a player name, and that player is a previous G-Loot season winner. They're very well known, and you should be able to recognize who they are the moment their name appears on screen. When you do, head on over to Twitter, then find G-Loot Esports. You should be following them already, to be honest. If you're not, hit the follow button. Direct message them with the name of the player, and you could win one of those Survivor Passes. Moving to Erangel, how do we think that this is going to play out?
Exhalation. I mean, it is time. I just spoke
How's
about...
it going to be Exhalation?
I just got to say it, right? I really hope we see Exhalation doing good on this one because they need that kind of morale boost, as we heard from BTM himself there.
Frosted Maths Live. I don't think Toby can. So Toby, just for fun, 72 minus 36, go.
You're rude. I'm not even gonna try.
Toby, quick maths. 1 + 1.
2.
We're fine. I don't know what you're talking about. We got this. Everything is good, everybody. We're going to hop in now to our first Erangel game. Only 3 games left, and then we get to crown the winner here at G-Loot Season 5. The pressure's on. The table is really close as well, Toby, which makes this a very, very spicy finish.
I feel like ever since we transitioned into the super settings, we have yet to have a tournament where it was kind of just really clear-cut games from that final game. As much as there was the debate when we first went into the whole 10 points for a win and everything, a lot of people were saying, oh, but we need more placement points because that's kind of what we were coming from at the time. I gotta say, as much doubt as there was back then, this format has proven to be the most clutch last couple of games formats we've ever been under.
Absolutely. This is, it's been a lot of fun, and it also means that any potential final game chaos, it actually means something as well. Because at the end of the day, top 12, right, in the prize money, the chaos in the early game fight, winning a squad fight in the very last game early on could end up netting you a couple of $1,000s or more. So a lot to play for here. We start off Erangel with a super chill plane path, 7 o'clock to 1 o'clock, about as fair as it can get. Everybody's got what they want. No real disagreements, I think, here. We should be good to go.
A little bit of vehicle stealing here and there, but that's not too far out of the ordinary circle. Well, I mean, we're not guaranteed anything. Let's put it at that. We do have the entirety of Entropic going real close to 8 here, and there is 1 shotgun. That might just be all you need for a shot.
No.
Nothing. Second shot.
When's the last time you saw a shotgun drive-by?
Shot, nothing.
I'm trying to remember the last time I saw a shotgun drive-by. I don't know when that was.
I can't recall that either. Now, with this circle, though, Entropic has 2 opportunities. I mean, they have more, but the 2 easy ones would be, do you stay here or do you cross over? Or maybe the third one will be, do you play both sides?
So the problem is, mathematically, the correct answer is you cross over, but as soon as I say that, it comes straight back. So I don't know.
Yeah. It's
or it's going to hard shift 4 times to observatory.
I mean, yeah,
and the prophecy comes true.
It's not one of those. Whoa, how unlikely that it goes to military. I mean, obviously there's a bigger chance of us go north, but it's still very doable. Now the shotgun didn't amount to much. 80 managed to dodge that one, but will he be able to dodge the Iron Sights M4 from Lugarux as well? It seems like that auto camper will grant 80 the cover he needs in order to get away. And yes, indeed. Oh, that's... Oh. You just hate to see it. You just hate to see it. He's gonna him shooting, and he's literally standing on top of a side. It always happens. It always happens. You're standing on top of a side when you're shooting.
You know what I want to see now?
Unfortunate.
I want to see FaZe turn around and come back all 4 of them with shotguns. That's what I want to see.
I don't. Just for the sake of FaZe trying to, you know, get back up into the very top of the leaderboard. I mean,
sure.
They're currently finding themselves, as you can see on the left-hand side here, currently finding themselves in 8th place. But as the desk talked about as well, while the top 3 might have managed to separate themselves, look at 4th all the way down through 8th place.
Right.
That is 7 points. And one thing is that obviously the prize pool increases. Did I do the math wrong?
You did the math right. No, you did it right. That was me celebrating.
I did it right. You were pointing at me. I was like, oh, no. Did I do it right?
I was pointing at you and smiling. I was like, yes, Tony,
yeah, I
nailed
did the math again. I don't know what this is.
Take that, like Sam.
I had math in high school. I did math
You're in Europe. It's maths with an S here.
Yeah.
You've got multiple math.
I can do all of them.
You're all good, mate.
Yeah. So in any case, that's extremely close. And not only, of course, do we see the prize pool be distributed differently depending on which place you finish in, but as the desk has been alluding to as well, talking, I should say, a lot about, the teams are not only in it for this tournament. As much as they do want to make a really good showing here in the tournament, because it is an important tournament, and of course, prize pool is absolutely amazing, they're playing the long haul. They want to be in the Global Championship come end of 2022. And those PGC points, you only get 4 chances at them. And if you, with 1 point, can knit yourself an additional 50, that's a very, very, very convenient 1 point.
Teams aren't really that pressured to moving center circle super quick at the moment, because at the end of the day, so much of the top half of Erangel Island is in. There are so many options for teams to rotate in. Until we get to the point where we know whether the circle is going north or south onto Sosnovka Island, there isn't that much pressure, but keeping your options open is going to be the name of the game here. So making sure that you get looted up and that you have a versatile position with vehicles to work from is what the teams will be prioritizing.
Yeah, it's always interesting when we have these. I mean, again, not completely 50-50.
No,
it's Melee and Main Island.
It's
but again,
actually about 3/4, 1/4, unfortunately.
I'm kind of curious to see if any team at all. I mean, the only team that could potentially do this would be FaZe, because they've already been there, but they've also been shot at the bridge by Entropic, so they were probably not up to go this way. The thing is, for Footballist, I think Footballist is probably the team in the best position right now.
Yeah, just kind of
until the circle pops, they're the best, like the team in the best position. When it pops, not necessarily, but they're going to be sitting tight in Primorsk. Oh, yeah. Just wait this one out and see, you know what, we'll tank blue for those 40 seconds to be sure that if we're going south, we have a fast transition there. If it goes north, easy peasy, there's no one by us anyway, because they can see all the way up along the shoreline. In the meantime, teams that are not necessarily expecting, but hoping for the circle to go towards the main island, trying to see what space they can get coming into this one.
That's Tokyo Manji Gang taking a quick look at Sakura Zensen, realizing that they, let's put it this way, it's not somewhere they want to be holding up in phase 2 or 3, it's really just a staging area so that they can all get together, and I don't think this chase is, well, it's a little bit half-hearted, realistically, just to make sure that no one is snaking out here. And hopefully, they will be able to move out and get themselves compounds or get themselves a little further in the zone without too much difficulty. He-Man might be the odd one out here. I think he needs to get out of here. And he's running out of time.
Yep. Oh my
no.
lord, that is just not the way you want to start this one off. Instantly losing 2 players. They were split. They did hear vehicles coming in, but they were not ready for the peek over the backside. They're actually able to take down Tegas as well. Sakura Sanson getting butchered in the forest here, and there's no way for them to respond. You can see Detrix now, another team coming to the aid of the last remaining player from Sakura Sanson, but Salty simply just have to get out of there.
I want to ask why. Sakura Zensen had shots at them from Tokyo Manji Gang when they were in the compound. They knew that. They all got into vehicles and they started driving. And then they stopped. Now they move into BBL. Salty is going to get drive-by here. This is not good. Code Marco, can he complete? He just about manages to get away.
He's running straight into Exhalation as well. Salty has, in one rotation, run past half the server. That is rather impressive because he's transitioned somewhere along the lines of 1 kilometer.
Ooh, that's a...
And now he's flipping the vehicle too. Salty is living live at the edge. But at least, for now, he is still alive, and that's all that matters.
Taking the adrenaline junkie approach here. I don't understand what happened initially, though. Like, Toby, they got shot at by Tokyo Manji Gang. They got in vehicles and left so far. Tick, tick, tick. That all makes sense. And then after that, they kind of stopped or went half speed for a while, and Tokyo Manji Gang caught up to them. I don't know what happened there. I'm not sure.
It's sometimes you get the info. Maybe they didn't expect them to be there that fast. Clearly they weren't in a position to really prep for that fight. Or maybe they were. I mean, I think it was Aimlul's position that caught them off guard initially. They get the first knock. That was a pretty good spray down. Tried to back off. Aimlul kind of peeks up from behind the ridge, like going, "Oh wait, guys, I'm here as well." And finds one instantly. Second one falls as he tries to get away. By that time, you're just, doomed essentially.
Yeah, you had to spend that time rotating. You had to spend it getting further away.
Ooh, watch out, Batulans.
Batulans and Fences clearly do not get along with each other, but he's parking the car securely in the containers now. They will be able to grab this compound nice and safe. Still about, minute and a half or so until we see this phase 2 pop.
This is a reminder to always check your side mirrors before exiting a car on the roadside. I have driven into a door before on a bicycle.
Ouch.
Because the door opened right as I got out.
I know that feeling.
Bike past it. Just look behind you.
Two words. Dutch reach. Safety advice. Always, if you're in a car, always open your door with the opposite hand so that you have to turn around and look at cyclists coming in. Do a search for it. Dutch reach. Saves lives, man.
Dutch reach.
Yeah. It's good bit of public service info here on the broadcast today.
Yeah, and you can walk into front doors backwards too when you do that.
Well, I mean, hopefully we avoid that sort of situation. That's the idea. But yes, I guess it's theoretically still possible. Matter of seconds now until phase 2 pops.
We only have 2 teams that have opted to stay, not move, but stay on the southern side. Footballers as well figured, you know what, that Prim thing, maybe it's tanking blue for a little while too long. Let's set up here. We do have the ferry pier bridge available, ferry pier boats available, and should it come to it, there's a ferry. But I don't think that's going to be the case for them. In the meantime, Footballers players continuing further up towards the north. Again, playing the odds here, assuming the circle is going to go north, but still with a position where they can go south. Paige has absolutely no clue that Squeaky is right next to him. At least, I would not assume so. And the circle went military!
No.
Oh, no! I mean, you guys aren't seeing it yet, but this circle, oh my lord, we went down here. As if there wasn't enough on the line. And finally, Squeaky, Peekaboo finds one there. T-Bone goes down. As a matter of fact, not even Paige the one to peek around the side. Now Squeaky, though, on the other hand, is going to be extremely exposed to the players from Heroic. Issue is Heroic just cannot stop to get the peek at him. Beamy falls down as well. Paige gets away. And you want to say that that's the worst of it right now? Issue now being, these guys have to go military.
All right, everyone going to be rotating in. This is going to get messy indeed. Ding near the bridge, where at the moment Sakura Zensen are just holding on for dear life. Salt, yeah, he needs to. He needs to let everybody else move out first. He's probably not even going to cross onto Military Island until he's like the last player to do so. That would be the sensible play here. But so many fights breaking out now. Ding, this is on the bridge. Team Liquid are approaching. They want to get across the bridge quickly, but they've spotted the Dinger here.
James peeks around the side. Oh, actually a little hesitant in doing so. Vart did get knocked, so maybe just wait for a second. Get your teammates back on their feet. Get boosted on up, get ready for the fight to come. They are inside the circle, so they're not really in a hurry to take this fight. The issue is, while the circle might not pressure them, if they do go into... Oh, hold that thought for a second. Ivar's good positioning here. Finds the first one. That's going to be Nailed. Actually finding that one. Ivar's with the nade. Gets the flush on towards Yanni. More people wrapping around the side, but Ivar's forced to go for the reload here. Nailed is positioned with him as well. More teams are coming this way, though. Does Tokyo Manji Gang continue, or do they stop on the bridge? They stop.
And this means Entropic have to pace
BBL!
attack.
BBL coming in right behind them!
Oh, no!
There's a team backfilling on the team backfilling on the bridge.
That's Northern Lights, isn't it? Oh, I don't know.
BBL trying to push on through, and Tokyo Manji Gang now sitting already. They're essentially being gatekept by 8 players here. BBL trying to wrap over, trying to get away, but it's not going to happen. There are simply too many players here. And remember, both these teams, Tokyo Manji Gang and BBL, had to drive past FaZe in order to even get out on the bridge. And they are also not even inside the circle. This is a very, very hectic thing happening. Everyone going, you know what, I mean, if we just let the other guys go early, we can go late, but in the end, everyone ends up going late, and this is what we get out of it.
We've got FaZe Clan behind them, Exhalation behind them as well. BBL and Entropic on the south side. Tokyo Manji Gang stuck in the middle. They managed to get down to the lower portion of the bridge, but they do not want to be they don't want to be swimming at all. On the other bridge, by the way, it's just as frustrating, if not as hectic. Northern Lights are on the south side. Team Liquid are up north. No name yet looking for boats. Can't find them because Footballists have taken them all. And this bridge is a 5-squad cluster right now. They need to work out amongst themselves how they're going to get in. This is rough.
35 seconds away from phase 3 damage as well. Not going to be fun sitting around out here. Exhalation still like, wait, what are we supposed to do here, guys? We just heard from BTM earlier. They want to get things going their way, and this shift was just not something they were hoping for. Now, there is a boat right next to them, or at least there is a boat spawn. I'm not sure if that's the boat Na'Vi took, but I cannot imagine that to be the case. So they should have a boat just on the shoreline by Sharkfin. I just think they saw the boat from Na'Vi cross over earlier, and they want to make sure they're not sitting in the forest waiting for them to transition over.
These teams, they have to rely on the team that's furthest south on the bridge to move out of the way. And actually, Entropic have moved in, and BBL, it's only Smash, and he's under the bridge. So really, it's Tokyo Manji Gang stopping FaZe moving through. The next circle has popped. It's hard north. Look, it's not going back to the mainland.
This is...
no name yet, by the way. They're stuck because I was watching earlier. Footballers took 2 or 3 boats. I don't think No Name yet have a boat there. Just FYI. I'm not sure. Maybe they're hanging out because there is one last boat.
I don't think there is one. I think Footballers
took multiple boats.
Yep. And now, oh no. I mean, Paige is in a boat in the middle of the circle. And I think right now, Rex is going, wait, Paige, you forgot me in Fairy Pier? And Paige's like, I can't hear what you're saying. I'm getting shot at by too many people at the same time here, trying to make landfall somewhere, or maybe just trying to deliver a boat to a team in need. He will be seeing, if he's looking forward, a team coming flying into the water. Paige will grant us a cinematic view of flying USs in just a second with Exhalation trying to get into the water just above him. And I think that's why you see him cut across now. He needs to get over to the other side. Issue is, there is Exhalation, and they must have seen him.
I think Paige has a delivery for Na'Vi. That's what's worrying me at the moment.
And Patulins. I mean, all the teams in the top essentially free shots. But look at this phase, realizing Tokyo Manji Gang weren't going anywhere. They're backfilling on Exhalation, who are backfilling on Na'Vi with Paige in between them. Smash, solo player left alive. Finds the knock on to Waits. Again, every single point BBL can get here. We are in a salvage situation for them. Every 1 point could be the deciding factor in whether they win this tournament or not. It's close, and they need to get as much as they can. Smash peeks on over. Spots Goose. Goose gets the first shot off, but not time right. Has to push on forward now, making the aggressive play. Nice play from Goose. Isolate the angle, force him out, take him down. BBL fall in 16th.
Really, really great nade from Guzyara. Not because it did the damage, but because it forced his opponent to move out. And now, finally, Tokyo Manji Gang, they can move into circle.
Exhalation jumped in the water. Question is, did FaZe see them go in the water? They knew they were up there. They see the vehicles now.
Oh,
if they get up here, BTM is still here. I think FaZe expects all of Exhalation to be in the water. They're essentially making a 3-player bait for BTM to defend them here. But now they see him, BTM, you gotta peek, you gotta defend your teammates. 1 spotted, 2 spotted. When does he go for the shot? Gets the angle on the first one, doesn't go for it. Has the nade in hand instead. Does Gustav hear this? He doesn't initially. Now the shot comes through. Gets the knock on the first one, wants to go for the flash as well. Will be able to get it, or no, not just yet. No flash guaranteed so far, but here comes the rest of FaZe. They have to act quickly on this one for BTM. Able to find one more. Diggory falls down. Vex spotted down behind the vehicle. So great use of the vehicle for cover here as BTM defense. 80 fell down. 80 jumped down early. It's a 1v1 essentially. And right now BTM still alive. Does fall in the end of it though.
Can you imagine if he got that BTM? We just interviewed him. He said the morale of the team was a bit down. That would have been the perfect pick-me-up, but it doesn't quite work. He did buy enough time for the rest of Exhalation to get to shore.
Most important thing.
Very crucial.
He was the deciding factor in whether they were getting to stay alive or not, and he did everything he possibly could 100%. To allow for his team to cross, which they succeeded in doing. Now, the issue is they're not inside the next circle yet, but they have multiple players coming in both behind them from the north and from the east in Tokyo Manji Gang. Still, over on the north island, I should say the main island, we've got Team Liquid holding the bridge. We've got ENCE going, what are we supposed to do here? And Corexi essentially doing the same thing, just kind of forfeiting and hoping to find some kills before going down. Nuki, though, will find him, so that's one more down. And now Liquid has had enough, but they're going straight into an LT.
Liquid's problem is that they didn't want to hold the bridge, but Northern Lights are here, and they know, and that's why they weren't able to go across. So Heroic are struggling, ENCE are struggling. God knows what Sakura's Ensign's going to do. Vard now moving up across the bridge as well. They need to try and push into Northern Lights, and this is a big fight. Heroic here going up against Exhalation.
Page all on his own, trying to fend off a team pushing forward. This is going to be incredibly hard for him. 13 HP. In the meantime, over on the... Oh, does that spread towards him? Yes, it does. That should be painted out, unless if... Yep, the first aid, nope, not gonna matter. He will fall in the end. In the meantime, over towards the western bridge, Northern Lights were holding off Team Liquid, but because Footballers were pushing down from the other side, Northern Lights were forced to leave. So essentially, Footballers saving Northern Lights here, but now they just got a new team to fire to the bridge instead.
This is still going to be messy on both the west and the east. Exhalation, by the way, came in. They didn't try and hunt for FaZe at Dynamite Fishing because of Tokyo Manji Gang on the east. That was such a smart move. But right now, every team on the server, basically, except the ones that are swimming, are fighting. There's about 5 different fights across the server. You got battle for the bridge, battle for the hill in the middle, battle for the east. Nothing is safe.
Nothing is safe whatsoever. Oh, it's all... He's chilling out in the middle of the ocean. Let's see, Sail does lob an 8 on forward. Doesn't really manage to connect. Tokyo Manji Gang in the meantime will fall down. Sail is forced to back off of that one. Crunio now. We haven't seen a whole lot from Polish Power this game just yet. In the meantime, Upa with the nade lob forward finds the triple Enterprise out of the equation. And now Football is up against Liquid, trying to defend, but look who joined the party. Polish Power from behind. Footballers wanted to be the third party, but they end up getting third-partied by Polish Power, and they're continuing to strike them down. Only Gluttony left alive.
Great idea from Footballers. I completely understand what was going on there. They were the third party, to be fair, for a grand total of about 2.5 seconds before everyone else moved in. And Polish Power are now looking to potentially clean up. They know there are multiple squads here.
Greedy.
Yeah, they just need to try and pick stuff off from behind. They don't want to get up close and personal. They don't know how many teams they're dealing with. Get high ground, get a good bit of vision, and then see what you can pick off.
Polish Power is in that race as well. You do not risk everything there, Master Lake, for a potential kill when you have 4 alive and a very, very good spot in the circle. I really, really love seeing a player like Master Lake back off on that one. He is an aggressive guy, and he has sometimes made those calls to go aggro, which has come to cost him. This time around, backs off, plays for the long haul, and I really like the decision being made there. Gluttony does go down. Vard finds the flush on him with that one nade. Lobbed in return, damage done, but no knocks coming through. Now flashbangs and more nades coming in. Oh my lord!
He was
tanking that damage with the helmet, essentially. And Football is in trouble. They thought they were going to get something here, but they're essentially going to be the ones taken out at the end of it. Yes, there they fall. Liquid up to 6 kills.
Football is there, trying to be the third party, having to deal with multiple angles, and now it's Team Liquid and Northern Lights either side of the bridge, with Nuki in the middle going, guys, can I just get into circle now?
Can you just squeeze through? Are you guys arm wrestling? Exhalation fighting off the team that tried to fend them off earlier. FaZe Clan pushing forward. One more tag needed, but Batulans of all people from the other side of the circle denies effects, takes out FaZe Clan, and Exhalation somehow still alive with 3.
This is getting very messy.
Ooh,
how did he get away with that? He gets a second
as well.
Nuki with the almost hero play, I have to say. And now Northern Lights must go.
Polish Power has to aggress as well. This is a perfect opportunity. 2 knock players in the middle of the street. There's no way you don't aggress on that one. Exhalation, in the meantime, they got the rest on up. They're trying to wrap further around the side. Clip now. Single player left alive for his team, realizing he's caught in the middle, and there's no escape for him. That tree simply doesn't grant him the cover he needs.
Nuki meant that the Sharks were circling super quick. quick there. Now we go back to Exhalation. All of them are outside of circle. They have to. Dinger inside, trying to keep them out. And the element of surprise is going to be useful. 2 hits, 3, good, but you have to run. It's 5 damage a second. You can't afford to. He wants the point.
He gets the flush here. Okay, Exhalation, they know they're still in that. 1 or 2 points could do the difference.
Okay.
But this is difficult. The circle is continuing to close on in. Phase 5 damage hurts like hell. And he's going to have to make that run in the blue for at least a little while longer. Salty solo player has been chilling in the blue for a long time. The blue being the ocean this time around. And, well, ouch. 4-1-0 more. Perfectix, perfect nade lopped on over the top. Will get him. Ding in the meantime gets the kills they need in order to execute Exhalation as well. They crawl their way on forward, closer to that 100-point group.
Na'Vi and Northern Lights both still alive in this game, but Entropic here with a point to prove. They get Quizzy. They're trying to find the rest of Na'Vi here. This could be a big, big fight, not only for Entropic, but also for the top of the leaderboard as well. And Entropic have got the high ground, not that much in terms of utility. Only smokes, no lethals on Nail-Up at the moment. And Na'Vi struggling just a little bit, but we've seen them win from these situations.
Oh yeah, the smoke line had them fooled for a second. Alia still alive. They do not know that there's a player right here, but they have to play expecting there to be snakes literally everywhere. In this one, as I say that, Lurkerux, you're terrifyingly exposed there. Alia, fortunately, for the sake of Lurkerux, not really too keen on shooting the target there. Probably could have found it, but that one right there is a guaranteed kill on Alia. Not gonna do a whole lot. Nope, down he goes. Toasty! Northern Lights claiming first place as Na'Vi went down earlier. 135 is the leader as we speak. Still, plenty of players left alive for NLT in the top of the map. Uber now runs out of ammo, fortunately. Able to find the first one. Crunio finds the second. There's Entropic, who is so safe on the other side of the circle, are starting to get picked apart. Ding! Fall out as Uber falls. But Polish Power, we cannot forget about them as well. They played phenomenal on day 1. And here they have a good chance of making something happen too.
We were wondering how many points they were going to be able to rack up. The answer provisionally is a decent number. Top 3, all 4 players alive. And they've got a really good split. So there's 3 players over here, and we're watching Marsalek at the moment on the west side, making sure no one can come in behind them. He's got all of those angles covered.
This is incredibly ballsy playing from Polish Power. Cabby is essentially playing around the rock. If he gets knocked, he's dead. The same thing could be said for Marsalek, single-handedly trying to hold off Northern Lights. If there's a team you don't get to just go, I'm one guy, you can't come to me, they are sending it. They're full speed coming towards him, but fortunately, Marsalek had the exit plan ready. Backs off, gets closer to his teammates.
So smart.
But they have to pick a fight here. They need to pick a fight and they need to execute it quickly, or they have to back the hell off and wait for the next circle to pop. We're in phase 6 and we're down to just 3 teams left alive.
Northern Lights played that beautifully. They spotted it was just a single player scouting towards them, a couple of DMR shots, so they sent it, and Marsalek also responded perfectly too, giving them a wide berth, basically saying, look, I have what I came for, which is information. I'm going to relay that to the rest of my team and wait until they finish dealing with Entropic so that we can come back and deal with Northern Lights. That's what's happening right now. Great initial nade, does 27 damage onto Nail-Up, but the follow-up onto QB is an absolute peach. And now we find out how much they want to push in. A second net, you have to go now. You have to.
Northern Lights, how do they answer to this one, though? IFS running one more nade, doing the damage needed, I would expect. But no second or third or fourth nade, I should say, to be thrown forward. Ivis is going to be tanking blue in a second if he doesn't get up on his feet here. In the meantime, Northern Lights wrapping underneath, but they have not seen Marsalek. You're seeing in the minimap there's only 3 Polish Power players up close here. Marsalek has the backstab potential.
He knows as well.
Spots 1, when do you shoot here? When do you shoot if you're Marsalek? They're looking for him, he has to shoot eventually. He jumped, didn't take the shot instantly, now he shoots, but he has to tree for cover! Marsalek had the chance to shoot earlier, if he falls here without finding one, that could be the downfall. That is the flank out of the equation. Didn't shoot when we thought he had to, and now goes down because of it. In the meantime, Northern Lights pushing ever so much further forward. The fact that they even look all the way behind them down that ridge is such insane awareness from NLT.
Marsalek needed to wait for the rest of his team to tell him when to shoot.
Yes.
Right? And I don't know if that is what happened, but it looked like he started shooting before the rest of the team had line of sight, and that was the problem.
When Perfectix started looking south, he was like, it's only a matter of time before I get seen. I think he got stressed in the situation. I don't think he expected them to at all look in that direction at any point in the game. They were just going to look up towards the hilltop, expecting for Polish Power to be there. But because Northern Lights is as smart as they are, even when they run past and they go, wait, we've run 50 meters forward, there's a chance there's one sitting down behind us. They start looking further down the hill, and that's Master League going, this is the best shot I'm going to get. I probably should have shot earlier, but this is the best shot I'm going to get because now they're starting to look for me. And unfortunately for him, doesn't get it. But very, very heads-up playing from NLT, not tunnel visioning on the hilltop.
And all of this, of course, has bought Entropic a little bit more time. They managed to get the res up. They're back up to a 2. Still a little bit split. Still need to find a safe place to get into circle because they have got a bit of low ground there. It's not ideal, but it's much better than being down to a solo, being pushed by the blue. So they can reset here and look for an opportunity.
Perfect scenario for Entropic here. So I was just going to say, get to play the low ground. Unfortunately for Ivers, he's spotted and he's not inside the circle just yet. But if they can play the low ground, there's no way both NLT and Polish Power get down the hill without fighting one another. I would have to assume that Northern Lights want to claim, is going to want to claim the high ground control here. QBE, prone, looking for anyone up on the hilltop.
If he gets the first shot off, it's all important that he manages to find that
there
headshot.
He falls.
Norcus elsewhere getting Evas with the DMR, so no bolty action there. It's a 3v2 now. And what are Entropic going to do about it? They are in zone, but Evas is knocked. So I don't think Evas is getting rezzed here. I think they play for second place.
There is mollies on the side of Entropic. We do not know how many flashbangs they have up on the hilltop, neither Polish Power or Northern Lights, but the flash is truly, I mean, this is where they are the absolutely most important. You can see it here. 1,000 damage from Uber this game, and he didn't even make it to the latest of the late games. I think they, like, Ding went out in 7th or something like that. Wait, up, 4th. I'm blind. Thank you. Thank you. Joe, that's why I have you here.
It's all good, buddy. I mean, Uber was holding on for so long, but you're right.
But that's because they've been free for so long. I forgot about that.
Yeah. No, it really has. Like, this has been down to 3 for so long.
It has.
It's one of those interesting tactical games as well, because
I love it.
You can talk about whether, like, you could argue Polish Power would have eliminated Entropic if Marcellek wasn't down south to inform them. But if they did that, they would have been third-partied a lot easier by NLT. So there's going to be a good and like, there are so many the multiverse of possible outcomes here. You can't actually work out who's going to win, and I love it. It makes PUBG so exciting.
Sad news for QB. He's literally 5 meters outside the next circle, and I do not think neither Polish Power or NLT is going to aggress. Okay, as I say that, Perfectix is rapping forward.
Look,
I was going to say they're not going to over-aggress on this before QB is out, but the thing is, right now, it's only Polish Power that has the info that he's outside of the circle, because I don't think NLT knows exactly which tree is behind.
All right, this is what the crowd want, okay?
Or the block.
QB gets the drop in the middle of the circle. No, Crunio, stop! QB gets the drop and wins the game is what we want to see. I don't think it's going to happen, especially because Crunio's just stolen it. He's just grabbed the level 3 gear by the looks of things, and yeah,
they know where he is.
That is so painfully close to being it. I'm so sad.
Perfectix is just Polish Power is focusing all their attention to the solo player, and in doing so, allowing for Northern Lights to take more and more space here. They're claiming real estate by the second, and Northern Lights, this is exactly how they ended up winning that Miramar game to begin with against Polish Power and Liquid, by taking all these spots. 84 damage headshot coming through. Crunio, real close, throw that molly, just get it out of the way. He will go over to it, will lob it forward, we'll see him, we'll spot him. Molly, though, does connect, and that should be him taken out of this game. Now they have low ground as well. Let's see how Crunio manages to make use of it.
That's exactly why they wanted to do it. They wanted to get the low ground and play for Phase 9, but it's too slow. Northern Lights already up in it. Cappy goes down. That means that Crunio and Norcus are so far split from each other. They just have to play this as solos now. Polish Power's plan has just gone down the drain.
That was the connecting player. That was the one that made the string work for them. 2v3, extremely isolated. They do have the low ground nade. Lob forward, 33 damage. Now spotted as well. Luke finds him, and that's going to be the end. And once again, Northern Light come out victorious. We told BBL how they turned a second place into a win. Right after, Northern Lights turned a second place into a win as well.
The consistency at the top of the leaderboard, getting those points, so important. And now we have a whole bunch of different teams in the top 8 saying, no, I want to be in pole position. Well, hang on a second, let's set this up for me. And they're jostling back and forth in such a way that makes this so entertaining to watch. Great late game. I love Polish Power's plan. I feel like if they manage to beat Entropic, 5 seconds earlier and get in position on the low ground, hunker down and wait for Phase 9, we could have seen a very different endgame. But that's why the timing from Northern Lights is so important. That was beautiful.
Northern Lights, again, I can't help but go back to it. Their ability to come up victorious in no matter the situation in end games. They're so insanely experienced. when it comes to late game presence because they set themselves up for it. Those specific moments there in the game. Great to see, as always, from an LT.
So that was our first of 3 Erangel games today, ladies and gentlemen. We are nearing the pointy end of the competition. That was game number 16 of 18. Only a couple more chances to impress. We're heading to a quick break. When we come back, it's the penultimate game.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
The first Erangel game has been played today in the final day of the G-Loot PUBG Season 5 Grand Finals. And what a game it was. I'm going to go right back to the beginning. That circle was fun, wasn't it?
It was lovely, especially that third circle pop. And we're like, okay, there's 2 teams in the middle of the circle. And it's our number 1 and number 2 teams. Fortunately for Na'Vi, they actually had a rough game, even considering that they had a really good compound.
I mean, they still had a pretty decent game, I'd say. But
they were in top 4.
It could have been much better. It could have been much better considering the position they had coming into Circle 2-3 there. But of course, there's some other things that happened. I feel like one of the big things, of course, was when we saw Exhalation, when they tried to swim across. And of course, BTM stayed behind. Very smart move. Because the only reason he's staying behind is to do exactly what happened. To stop someone who comes from behind, tries to shoot them from above. FaceTime did that. BTM, very smart with that nade, but a little bit stressed. You could see how he was stressed. That nade wasn't on point. He had a little bit of more time to deal with it. but that nade didn't do anything, but he still got 2 knocks, delayed enough time to make sure that his teammates could safely swim across.
Can I be a little bit savage really quick? Did Marcelik lose the chicken dinner for Polish Power?
Oh yeah, they did. Here, let's talk about this here real quick here. So he delayed them so long that they actually survived for way longer than they should have been, considering that they're on the north side when the circle closed. Because it's obvious with the land ratio in phase 4, circle's going to go away from water, and it was very, very clear cut that the circle's going to go south. And FaceTime just simply didn't expect anyone here. And he managed to delay them, get 2 knocks, get kills as well. Super, super well played by BTM. They were able to reset their minds, as we were talking about him in the interview.
But also how he was delaying. He knew a lot of people would have shot straight away there. They see a free kill, they're going to go for it. But he was communicating with his teammates, making sure, how far are you guys? How much more time do I need to delay? Because they're getting in positions. I have a free knock now. I can't take one out straight away. But it was not the time yet. He knew that he was probably going to die in a 1v3, 1v4. That is super rough. But here we go. This is the score from the previous game here. And look at this. This is just amazing to see what NLT have brought to the table here today. First place, 11 kills, 21 points. But what have we seen before from them today? Oh, a first place with 14 kills. Oh, a third place with 3 kills. Oh, a second place with 11 kills. Oh, wait. Have they gathered 70 points in these 4 games?
Look how you did the maths. Well done. Toby, you should be taking lessons. This is going to be interesting when we take a look at the leaderboard, because it is going to change things up considerably, I am sure.
Yeah, it's going to make it, I would say, impossible for 6th and down to make it into the top. It's very top heavy. NLT 145 points, Na'Vi 134, BBL 122. So I would say Liquid is, I think it's actually also even done for Liquid here. They're not going to be able to catch Northern Lights, because Northern Lights, they are stepping on the gas right now. They're not going to stop. They're going to be able to squeeze at least 4, 5, 6 points out the next 2 games as well.
Okay, so realistically, those top 4 teams still potentially with a chance to get the first spot, but anything below that is now fighting for second place, maybe third?
Well, from the look of things, no one is stopping Northern Light. Not today. Not tomorrow, because tomorrow we're done already.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
But I mean, coming into it, after 4 games, what they've been able to put up on the board, sure, 1, 2, or 3 games, really good to have top 3 performance, but 4 out of 4 games, and topping off with 39 kills so far, this is unbelievable.
What I want to say, though, is we have to focus on how close it is between FaZe Clan and Polish Power as well, because there's a massive gap in between prize pool, PTC points as well. So those, and now I'm doing math as well, 17 points in between those teams. That is a massive chunk of change in money and in PTC points as well. I'll say, the Northern Lights, it's the top 3 running for the win now. It's 2 more games. NLT is going to have many more points for the next 2 games to come as well.
We're taking a look at the prize pool breakdown, and I'm sure we'll get to see the PGC points breakdown as well. This is really what it's coming down to at the end of the day, though, is that you want to get as many points as possible. So if you're a team, are you looking at that leaderboard going, right, we're not going to get the 200 points at number 1. Where next can we fall?
Yeah, and I mean, right now, so the teams, the coaches, analysts, everything, the IGLs, they're looking at, okay, where's our nearest opponent on the leaderboard? Who do we need to focus on? Because at one point in the game, there will be teams fighting on them on both sides, and they need to decide what is the best team for us to fight to get a bigger chunk of change or to get more PGC prize pool.
And you were talking about Polish Power on 4th place down to FaZe Clan on 8th place. That is 80 PGC points if you're on 4th place, which is where Polish Power is right now. If you're on 8th place where FaZe Clan is, you're only getting 30. So there's a huge amount of difference there. And it is so close between the teams. It's basically half a game of difference.
I want to circle back because I did ask you that question about Polish Power, and then we started chatting about the FaZe Exhalation. I mean, there was a chicken dinner. That's more points.
Yeah, yes. So Marcelik had a flank position, and he needed to take down one of the members. And he shot when he could have gotten a knock there. There was a little bit better time when one of the players, they jumped. That is usually the best time to shoot, because then you know that they're going to be in the same vertical position as they are, and he didn't have any team members to push that, and they could have been in a 4 versus 2 versus NLT instead, and they didn't, and it lost out. But I want to say though, Marcelik, I believe he is the 5th player right now. Let me just double check here. 23 kills so far with Smash on 31 on first. So Marcelik is still doing a really, really good job for his team.
So no one's going to be moaning at him in the lobby right now. His team members aren't going to be complaining.
He will probably be the biggest moaner himself. Yeah.
he knows that he is the one who kind of screwed up that situation for himself and for the team, and he's not going to blame anyone else than himself. But they are going to come back from that, of course.
Yeah.
We still have 2 more games to go, and they know if they can't pull out that kind of things on the previous game, they can do that again. And with 2 more games to go, with how close it is on the leaderboard, it's going to be some games we have in front of us to see. I mean, it is just so close between of the teams right now.
Do you think it's going to get very aggressive, very chaotic now because there's only 2 games left?
There's a high chance that we'll see some of the teams being more aggressive if they see this is one of the teams that we are chasing or fighting against. They get a knock, they know they're in a good position to go for another one or make a push. There's a high chance they'll take a bigger risk there, trying to get them out of the game.
The teams on the top of the leaderboard, they're going to be extremely focused on keeping everyone else away from themselves, right? And our 4th to 8th place, they're going to be extremely focused on each other because there are these 50 plus PGC points on the line, plus prize pool as well, which is extremely important. So FaZe Clan, they will definitely be focusing on both getting the easy points, if you put it that way, with some of the teams that haven't been performing so far, but also the teams that are competing directly against the close threats.
I'm always curious, obviously never playing professionally myself, when you come here to the last day, you kind of know who lands where, you know where people are. Are you going to make it more of your business to go after a team that you could ideally see knocking out? Or are you just focused on if it moves, we shoot it?
No, you focus on your own game. That is the biggest thing. If you start focusing on other teams rather than yourself, that's when you're going to start making those mistakes. One small mistake will lead to a bigger mistake, and that will lead to you maybe losing that game overall. So you just want to be focusing on your own strategies, what you're doing yourself, how you keep it together as a team, and that's the only thing that matters.
And right now, we don't have 2 teams directly fighting for first place. There's kind of more, two or three more teams that are in the fight for it. So you don't see it directly like a hot drop. You would see something more like a gatekeep or a pull-up with a third party on a fight that you see close by. It'll be the clever and strategic pull-ups and third parties we see instead.
And because of how close it is, you have more to lose than to actually gain. So this is a very, very, very high risk, but very low reward.
Correct.
If you're trying to do something crazy.
Who gets the next chicken dinner on Erangel?
I don't know. I hope Exhalation does.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really want to see them. It's 18 games. They've been playing really good the 2 last days. The tournaments leading up to it, the scrims, they have just had really up their performance. And how clever we also see BTM playing and the rest of the guys. I really hope that we're going to be able to have a chicken dinner farm. It's not going to change too much. They could jump up into maybe the fourth place, but they're not. It's too late for them to jump into the top 3. I feel like.
I gotta agree with that. And what we saw from them in the previous game, it looks like they've stepped up. They have cleared their minds from what happened on the Miramar games. So it's looking good so far, I'd say.
So we're both going with Exhalation. What about?
What we hope.
We hope.
It's not about who we're predicting.
Yeah.
No, there's no predictions. You can never guess this.
No,
we don't know where the
it'd be
circle's
boring
gonna
just
be.
saying, all right, NLT, they are just dominating right now. They're going to take another chicken dinner. Because that'd be boring. We don't want to see the first place team just going out getting richer, right? We want to see some of the underdogs maybe have a chance at getting into better slots and getting more prize pool and more PGC points. That'd be great.
Okay, well, if we're playing that game, I'd love Ents to get a chicken dinner.
Oh,
I'd do that.
yeah.
What's going on, boys? Sort that out. Right, we are about to move into Erangel. Where do you think the circle's going to drop?
Well, I think we're going to have a very central circle this time. I know some other people, they want a military circle looking at them right now. Not going to say any names over here, but you know, yeah.
Yeah, the casters are jinxing it for military game. Let's hope. Let's get a northern one. Let's go up there. Cerveny. That'd be great.
I'm going to take a wild guess and say that Toby and Jorsa are not getting what they want. Sorry, boys.
Now that Sam has said that conveniently, we don't have to do a thing. What's all the hate coming our way?
For military
How many teams in the lobby, Toby?
16.
4 players per team. How many players is that?
I think it's 64.
Bam! Look, everything is fine. We've got 2 more games on Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. And potentially, we get to see some more spicy circles. But like we've said all day, it's not about the spicy circles, because even when they're absolutely normal, it doesn't matter. The players make it interesting for us.
They should. Having said that, I mean, this game is going to go military.
Oh, absolutely. Like, probably even like the docks on the south side of military.
Yeah, even the baby agrees.
That is
that is so
do you ever walk into a room and see that and it terrifies you and you shoot a couple of bullets and you go like, Or like they're like the mannequins on Sonic.
I was just gonna say those as well. First time, holy moly!
Right?
Yep.
Oh my god.
Yep. I can't do those sort of like the jump scares and stuff. It doesn't. Nope. I'm not built for that kind of stuff. Math, on the other hand.
Math.
Easily.
Yeah,
I'm built for
that's
math,
where we're at.
But yeah, but that stuff, no, doesn't work for me.
So, penultimate game then in the grand finals. 3 teams, Millie Island, 7 o'clock to 12 o'clock plane path. Pretty much everything except the Georgia pulls, your Lepovka mill to power, Primorsk, easily accessible. Everyone should be able to be nice and chill about where we're going.
Military.
No. Oh no, hang on. I remember this. Look, this is like PTSD circle for me, right? Because do you remember the first time we had the dead center circle?
Yep.
Was it Super Weekend? Or it was game number 1.
Yep, Super Weekend in the beginning. And again, I mean, this is one of those circles where everyone can rotate everywhere.
Right.
Everything is super straightforward. And yet, the players find ways to make this one of the most complicated circles to play. And I think a lot of it boils down to, we know how many teams opt to go center early on. And yes, I mean, technically you could go center is right around the school apps and whatnot. And if it's, I mean, teams don't want to crash into apps early. It's essentially like crashing into a city. You don't like doing that. The alternative, if you want to play center, is crashing up on potato. It's also kind of limited how many teams you can have up there early, so all the teams that would normally go center, as we've been talking about, we have like the order of which teams can go further towards the middle. If the teams that are already around the middle of the circle don't opt to go into the very center, those second rows of teams can't move further in, then the third rows can't move to where the second row was, and all of a sudden everyone's playing edge.
It's the same concertina effect that we were talking about on Miramar when we had that cliff ending, right? You're reliant on the players that are in the circle to move further in so the teams can join in on the outskirts. The difference here, and it will be useful for phase 1-2, I don't know about afterwards, is that because the center, because the circle is so central, the number of angles that the teams can move in from, compared to, say, that Miramar circle, is vastly greater. On that Miramar circle, there were maybe 4 or 5 ways you could get in. That was kind of about it. There were a lot of choke points.
Yeah.
Here, you've got almost the whole 360 degrees.
Yeah.
But by phase 3, you're one hard shift away from that also being choked up.
That's the issue. That is the issue. Well, I mean, we're seeing the scoreboard on the left-hand side here. I feel like we're essentially splitting up. We're splitting this final 2 games into a 3-minute kind of challenge going on. We got the top 3, might be including Polish Power, top 4 tournament going on, depending on how they fare here in this very game, fighting for the first place. Then we got the whole mid-pack fighting for both prize money and a very, very big variety in PGC points. And then we got the bottom teams fighting, because remember, while you don't get the points all the way down, you get the prize pool all the way down to 12th place as well. So you have the bottom teams playing to get inside the prize money, because the amount of PGC points they'll be racking up arguably won't be as high as the teams further up. I mean, it won't. So you kind of got the prize. You want to get into the prize money if you're in the bottom. You want to get further up in the PGC points if you're in the middle. And if you're in the top, obviously, you're playing for the win.
And because the mid-pack are so... They're so close to each other at the moment. We've got a couple of teams that are up top, but realistically, one good game could take a team from outside the top 8 to competing for, the 4th place right now. It is very, very tight, and these 2 games will determine thousands and thousands of dollars at a lot of crucial PGC points. In fact, you might find a team doing well here in Game 5 or Game 6 today, propelling them into a spot in the World Championships where they wouldn't have got it. So a lot is riding on this game.
Well, we just said you don't want to crash into apps early games. Of course, Hansen not quite too fond of that whole idea of not doing things. They're sending it full speed forward into apartments, and I like to see this just because we've been talking, like we've been making the comparison that Chris Hansen might be the little brother of Northern Lights, and just like that, when little brother comes to your room and goes, you wanna do something? Perfect Six, nap. I'm gonna go somewhere else.
I'm gaming. Leave me alone.
Exactly. Perfectix leaves. It's not like Northern Lights don't have space to play from elsewhere, but having said that, I mean, they're center circle, and I think there's a reason why Perfectix ain't full-on leaving school just yet, simply because they don't want to be stuck in one compound, because they know that by the end of this circle, once it starts closing in just now, there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be close, and should this circle go east, as soon as they start driving, there's going to be 1, 2, potentially even 3 teams shooting at them, which is going to make that... technically, for their sake, first rotation, potentially deathly.
The thing about so many teams moving so quickly into the middle of the circle is that hardships become horrific. We're watching Ding now, definitely not at the center. They're going to be moving in. Polish Power just squeezing on by. They're choosing not to shoot at the moment. I think they're counting vehicles. They're going, when is the next vehicle coming along? Can we get a little bit of a shot on who else is there? That's Marsalek. And then we've got, I think, Krunio bringing up the rear.
Upa is running around the hill on the other side, trying to see exactly where they're planning on going.
This is tense.
Trying to line up better. In the meantime, Deadrix. Oh, there's a crate. Well, there's also Maxi, so unfortunately, that's going to be the end of him here in this match. Enterprise once again fighting Tokyo Mange, getting in and around the Liquid compound area. They've been running into one another early game all weekend long.
Every game, it feels like they at least take a couple of pot shots at each other. So early casualty there, unfortunately. Tokyo Manji Gang will get a point on the board early doors. The rest of Enterprise know exactly where they are. It doesn't look like they're rushing to the aid or anything like that. They're not trying to get insta-revenge. These teams are really starting to bunch up now.
Even footballers thought this circle was going to go military.
Yes.
Everyone going, it's going to go here, but nope.
Lukaruk's heard me. He's like, I've got observatory.
This is crucial vision for Lukaruk's here. In spotting not just one or two, but all 4 vehicles crossing on over. And while it might just be a 4x, he is also he's still in a position from where he will see them make their way at least past gas station, and that's going to be the info, guys. We have safe passage now. The worst thing that could happen would be that he spots both of them stopping at gas station.
Now the team's continuing to move in. Ensa split is the entirety of the north side of the circle, which is impressive.
Split. Look north, everyone. Ens is
everything
everywhere.
North of Yasnaya is theirs. They are a property magnate as far as Erangel are concerned. Entropic, after spotting the footballist left while they were on observatory, are now able to move back onto the main island of Erangel safely. They saw that they kept going after the north side of the bridge as well, so they know they're not about to get camped out in glass or anything like that. Yeah. So that was really good stuff from them, but now they don't know what's beyond farm. There's no way they could have possibly scouted any of this stuff, so now they have to be on their toes and choose their rotation paths wisely.
In the meantime, now Heroic and No Name Yet. Not oftentimes the first fight we see in the game is in ruins, but this is where this one would, I should say, should probably unfold in just a second's time. As soon as T-Bone peeks on over, he'll realize that his player's just on the other side, and there you go, backs off Shift, still with an element of surprise if he can peek the right angle, but no. Thought T-Bone was going to jump down, doesn't happen. He's still around the top, but Shift now peeks on over, spots him, and gets him down, but damage done in return.
Very nicely done. Shiv immediately backing down from that and wanting to make sure he doesn't get traded out after that knock. Completely appreciate that. That's T-Bone down at the moment. No Name Yet, still with 4 up. Heroic with 3. Chucking the grenade to see if someone's going towards T-Bone. It won't quite hit, but he's got an angle from somewhere else. A teammate's taking care of that. All Shiv wants to know now is where is the rest of Heroic and is anyone in the smoke?
Oh, goes for the molly. Pays the price. Tagged up in the side there once again by Corexi. Off on the side. Thunder in the meantime, low on HP as well. Long skirmish against Corexi. Both of them down to barely any HP, but neither player's knocked as a result of it. T-Bone does get taken down in the end. Corexi, though, able to back off and get healed on up.
I'm trying to remember when the last time I saw a Ruins fight in a Grand Finals was, and I actually can't remember off the top of my head. This battle continues to rage on. It's not something they practice every day, that's for sure. Tundo on low HP, Page trying to push up, but Philu's managing to come into cover. We've now got Monkey coming around the side as well, but Beamy's also there to play spoiler.
Peeks on over, got the bolt in hand, gets the first connection, second one goes down as well. Solid, that Corexi able to find Tundo. That fight took forever. Now Beamy forced back down into covers.
That was critical. That was critical.
Incredibly critical.
Gets the smoke down so that he can actually get the res off to Monkey. Beamy has to use a grenade now. He either hits this grenade. He might be able to go for the res now. I think he's going to try, and Beamy has to try the nade.
He's going to get the flush with the nade. I don't know if it's going to get Shiv with it as well. It's going to bounce. It's going to bounce far. Not going to go far enough to get Shiv down, but Monkey is guaranteed. Page in the meantime falls down too as Philo peeks on over. So Beamy, Corexi, all that's left. It is the first knock on Page though, so not too stressed with the rest. He is behind cover. As I say that, yep, he still is. Depending on how Philo pushes forward. I like this angle from Corexi. He has this one guaranteed, so if he goes for the flush, if he gets greedy for it, he will see him. Corexi now, eyes on, spots him, doesn't get the knock, will find it in the end. Philo wanted to get the flush, Corexi denies.
Very close there, by the way. Kurexi with a broken vest and on 40 hit points. I get the feeling that one more strong bullet from that spray would have actually taken Kurexi out. So very high risk there from No Name yet, but they go down one as a result. Heroic still with 2 up. Page bleeding out at the moment, but still potential time to revive, provided that they know the threat is neutralized. Beamy coming in.
Ooh,
it's the Kobe. That's great. I love that Shiv moved forward, by the way. The instinct is to move back, but it's great that you see it coming and you move forward. He evades damage.
Exactly. Beamy now with all the info he needs in terms of finding out where Shiv is. Up close, gets tagged by the molly as well. The shot does not connect, but he is taking down continuously. One more molly from forward. Beamy utilizing the time to push around the corner, spots him, gets him down, and Heroic annihilates No Name yet.
Bravo. That was a really tough, really hard-fought fight. Heroic will be able to reap the rewards there. There's no third party on the south side, though. Ding and Footballist are absolutely going at it hammer and tongs. And BBL are doing a little bit of damage in and around school, but it looks like that's going to be in passing. Nail getting a nice shot in there, but it's actually Lyran who gets the knock onto Bjestoloch. Now the question is, where are the rest of Ding, and can Footballist find a way to consolidate this position? Because they're still pretty split.
This is far from the first time these two teams have been running into one another in the early game as well. It's been pretty hectic for them. In the meantime, BBL opted to crash into school, where they found 2 players from Sakura Sanson, and given that they caught them in the 2-way split, there is no response available for Sakura Sanson. They did manage to find the knock, but the player should be able to get back on his feet. You see Thender lost out there by the wall. Should be able to get back to safety, and Nix and Taggers unfortunately caught in a split. They called the bluff, and they made them pay for it.
Footballist. Oh, they're getting in vehicles. Are they crashing or are they running away? It looks like they're
folding up on this.
So they know that Ding was shooting at them from several positions. They also know that they killed at least 1 member. So they're basically saying, we think we can make this a 2v1 or 3v1 in here. That's super smart on the south side. Polish Power, in the meantime, are trying to hold off Entropic and try to convince them not to push any further north. Marcelic is north of this team, and I don't think Marcelic has any view on Entropic. He can only deal with third parties.
Yep, they're looking up towards the east and the hillside as well, knowing that there's a team sitting there too. Very tricky position to be in. Entropic trying to hold off. I don't think they're too eager to make an aggressive play forward, especially not before the next circle pops. There's no real reason for them to aggress, at least not right now. In the meantime, down on the south side, Footballers continue their fight against Ding. Only 1 player left alive. Uba, I believe it is, still on his feet, trying to stay put in again. I mean, Footballers and Ding, they've been skirmishing here for a while, but they've been skirmishing in the early game all tournament long so far. Nate lopped on over. Does it go down the staircase? It does not. Odin, no damage taken. Here you go, over the top. Stale fights the first one. Always hard to push those staircases. Gotta continue to wrap around. Finds him the second time around. Gets the kill. Gotta get the heal on off, though. Phase 3 connects. Started with the first hit. Will he get off in time? I'm not seeing enough on the kill feed.
He's got it. Excellent stuff there. So Footballist, arguably with a point to prove here, but they absolutely destroy Ding in the end because they're going to be able to get that res up as well. A really good fight and a good read on the fact that only 1 player was in that compound. Senya was still out to the side, remember? So he had to drive in, and when Senya was driving in, just as he got out of the car, he got shot by the looks of things. So well played there by Footballers. Now they have to work out where they're coming into circle.
Liquid played a wide 2-1-1 split earlier, with 2 staying inside of Pachinki, the remaining 2 up on the hillside. Now with the circle shifting further center on Potato Hill, the remaining Liquid players will come up here, and immediately as they leave, Heroic spots them going out, and they say, this compound is ours. It ain't prime real estate, given that the circle is that far to the east, but you never know. I mean, 5-6 hard shifts towards the west, and all of a sudden, it's looking pretty good.
Oh, don't even. Don't even. Oh my God.
We want to get more teams into the race for the top. Give Heroic and Exhalation and Team Liquid 30 points each, and
I was about to say, there aren't enough games yet to do that, unfortunately. We're reaching the point end here of the Grand Finals here at G-Loot Season 5. BTM looking for FaZe. They know that they're rotating alongside, and they're actually going to commit to the fight here by the looks of things. They're getting out of the cars, and they're going for it as well. Super close. There's no one left in that vehicle. 80 almost fooled by it, but the grenade is going to do the damage onto Daboom. Looking good for FaZe, although as soon as I say that, Gustav goes down.
You cannot allow that flush in the final. player down the side. BTM all on his own, wants to get Gustav, but can't quite find the angle. Eitzi needs to defend him as best as he can now. Maybe not Eitzi alone, but the team together has to play defense here. Na'Vi, in the meantime, have wrapped up real close on this one. Currently sitting in second place, 11 points behind Northern Lights. They know they have to catch up to them, and placement points probably won't be enough. They find Gustav. That's the first flush found. In the meantime, more players going down on the other side. Alia finds the second too, as Diggory falls to the ground as well.
And he's like, you know what I could use now to fight against Na'Vi? A couple of painkillers. And to be fair, it's working out all right to begin with for VTM. Gets the first knock, not the flush just yet. Manages to do that now, though. There's no way they're going to be able to come back in. Here comes the Molotov to force him away from the car. He's almost on fire, 19
Wait, he
HP.
didn't get hit by that?
No, it hit the front of the car and he was moving around the back. I think he was very lucky not to get hit by that.
Able to just avoid that molly altogether. I did not see that happening. I did manage to see Grendis get a flush with a revolver there. Not too often you see that being...
He's only got bandages.
Goes to show how early they went for the rotations moving forward. Let's see now. BTM knows that there are still players to be found here, and of course FaceClan still aware as well. There's one more to be found. Doesn't matter though. Alia never gave up the angle. He's peeking on over, but look at another team that is engaged on this. Liquid up close towards Na'Vi.
Oh no.
3 players in the nearby vicinity with Mexi left behind on the hillside. NLT in the meantime finds kill number 2 in the game for them. Believe me, every single time you see Northern Lights in the kill feed, that makes that kind of adventure for first place for other teams that much harder.
And that was a second kill at the expense of footballers who go out in plug socket compound, which to be fair, a little bit biased because that's a UK plug. But it's the right shape. It's the right shape.
I suppose you're right.
Yeah. Northern Lights that will be able to secure that compound. And right now, it's the edge play around Potato Hill. I think it's going to pop off. We've got, actually, Enterprise and Tokyo Manji Gang out east as well. Because Enterprise have got the compound, Tokyo Manji Gang have to be aggressive. They can't just sit there and wait.
Right now, Grendis is essentially baiting all the attention up on the roof. Free Kill needs to try and make a play. It's not in the position to really do so, which is unfortunate, but he needs to try and do something off of this position. As I say that, he does manage to wrap around, finds Aimlo. Yeah, this is exactly what he had to do. Grendis is doing everything he can from the rooftop, and he has to play his role as well. Unfortunately, can't quite find the second way. It's around the side, finds him. Does go down to low HP, though, and that info should have been given across, so you'd have to assume that Enterprise will be able to make a play here. In the meantime, Liquid wrapping the southeast side, dealing with both FaZe and Na'Vi.
What? Wow.
Managing to take the fight to both the wounded teams. Mexi does fall, though, and that was the player they left behind for safety. So the 3-1 split for right now paying off, but at the loss of the single player left on the hillside. James actually running back to try and get it back on his feet now.
That was such a good grenade, but it was so close. Tokyo Manji Gang managed to finish off Enterprise. We're on board with Vard now. He's looking for Melman, and because of the bush that's between him and the tree, he would have... He hasn't seen him behind that tree.
Exactly.
If it wasn't for the bush, he would have seen like the tiniest bit of him peeking out, but that's such an unfortunate angle for Vard. And now, James, I actually really like the position James is in because he's just constantly making sure FaZe is okay so that Vard and Clip can focus on Na'Vi.
I kind of feel like Mexi deserves to get rest here because he's essentially crawled like 150 meters at this point.
That's pretty
He's
good.
been crawling towards his teammates ever since he got knocked, and that's over a minute ago now. Very good crawling on forward. Squeaky finds Code Marco with a nade. Our current third place team in trouble here as Ends pushes forward. Squeaky does get a headshot in return, though. A lot of damage coming in. Takes though, able to find Ket, but does go down instantly after. Solid responses coming in here from BBL despite being the ones being attacked.
Ents now trying to push in. A series of very tense 1v1s, buying himself a little bit of time. Smash goes down as well. That's BBL Esports eliminated. Ents into the top 10. They should be able to get Tiksu as well.
Able to get all of it there. Northern Lights wanting to find more. And what better than seeing the third place go down and then taking out the team that dealt with them for you. Unfortunately for Northern Lights, can't quite find Ends as they manage to get into cover. But Sakura Sanson right now wrapping up right behind them to the east of where Northern Lights are currently positioned. Take us. He doesn't see him. Squeaky heard the steps, prone down. The snake in the grass remains unseen and Ends stays alive.
Dear, oh dear. Snakes in the grass, ladies and gentlemen, and there are multiple there. I love the fact that they timed it as well and went, as soon as I start shooting the first, if you can see the second, you have to take them down quickly. That was actually super clean for Mens. I'm very pleased that they were able to do that in 2 locations at the same time.
Yep, solid coordination and getting that one there. In the meantime, Polish Power and Tropic Difference sitting side by side forever. And now with the circle forcing them to make a move, the fight does commence. Norkis gets knocked on down. Not a whole lot he can do to get back on his feet. Unfortunately, they will have to abandon him. They do find the knock in return though, and now Polish Power going from one compound straight into another. Ivers gets the flush, and Melman, well, Melman is still alive. Now he has Tokyo Manchigang here too.
This is the dream situation for Northern Lights.
Really
unfortunately for everyone else, there are only 2 compounds in the circle. Multi-building compound the Northern Lights have got, as, Melman gets flashed. And if they go down here as well, they're going to see that in the kill. Or maybe they won't, but it's going to be very, very good for them.
Melman just gave Liquid the info that there's a whole team behind them. They did not know. They did not know this, but Melman gave them the info that there's a full team wrapping in behind them. That is absolutely crucial. So thank you, Melman, for that alert.
And Liquid got Melman
Liquid
as
were
well.
looking towards FaZe for a while there. Now they're all like, whoop, instantly 180 out towards the east. They look. Issue is they have got Entropic players coming in from the south side as well, but they would have heard that fight between them and Polish Power earlier as well, so they should be aware that fights could come from multiple angles. James instantly spots the first one, nailed up down to low HP. James has to back off.
This is not the team they thought it was going to be as well, so in the back of their mind, they're thinking Tokyo Magic Gang. Tokyo Magic Gang have actually tried to rotate up north, except for Yara, and he manages to get killed as well. Ents managed to get them up north, by the way, so they didn't actually end up going far. Now they can focus purely on Entropic.
Crucial for Clip to get that flush fastly, because they need to have that 4th player alive as well. Vard is on the very edge of blue, though, so they will have to carry him inside the circle. Not even going to commit to the carry here. Clip is needed elsewhere. They have to hold off Entropic.
Phase 5, the damage is too much, and they don't know how close Entropic are, or how close all of them are, I should say. So that's Vard going out to the blue, unfortunately. Entropic now continuing to push in. And don't forget, FaZe Clan's going to make this a 3-way fight in a matter of moments.
Yep, Mexi finds Nail-Up. Forcing them to wrap underneath is very, very, very good, because they're going to be running FaZe first straight into FaZe Clan. And Ivers falls as well, realizing, wait, there's more than one team on the hilltop. QB now single player left alive, realizing that the path they took was probably the path to destruction of themselves. And now ends the team that has been struggling this tournament so far, trying to claim even more points as this game comes to its very, very final minutes.
James with the Groza looking for QB, gets him. That's Entropic eliminated. They are in the place with points at least. And now Liquid have to push up towards FaZe, but Ents are on the other side effectively helping them out.
This is absolutely insane. Clip trying to peek on over now, makes the run on forward. James does go down, no way. He's getting back on his feet. Unfortunately, Mexi inside the circle now as well, trying to wrap underneath. But keep in mind, we still have Polish Power down the hillside. And they're going to start seeing players up the hill too. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Marsalik finds Mexi from below. Liquid out of the game. Fex falls down as well. Anoki now spotting HC over the hilltop. Damage done both ways. Can't quite fight the flush in the end of it. They need to find him. And finally, they do FaZe out as well as we get into top 4. We're 22 minutes into the game and we've only got 4 teams left alive.
Rustenmar needs to get res for Ents. If they do, they'll have all 4 players up going into the end game, and they've already got 11 kills. Ents have a point to prove, and Polish Power are looking to potentially try and challenge that. All of them are pushing up. Tiksu is in the spoiler position. He's not with the rest of the team.
He has no impact on this fight at all. It's happening on the other hills, and I'm loving this disengage from Ents. Get back to a position from where your 4th player, or make that 3rd this time around, because Rustenmar falls down, where he can have an impact. There's no way, if you fight up here, that Tiksu is going to be able to sprint up to that position in time. And also, if he does, believe me, Northern Lights are sprinting up right behind Tiksu. So great disengage from Ents, realizing the threat, backing off, and now they can let Heroic do the damage to Polish Power for them.
The circle is up north as well, so Ents recognizing we could just rotate north and trade space for time here. Heroic now coming in to fight with Polish Power. This is very, very smart play from Ents, because they know that, yes, you're the 3rd party, yes, you're the latest team to join, but only for so long. If they take more than 30 seconds trying to kill you, feel free to head on out, because someone else will be there.
Yeah, Page able to get the flush down on Masterlik, so just 2 make that players left alive from Polish Power. These are 2 teams as well, very close to one another on the leaderboard. So believe me, this could be the difference on a lot of prize pool and a lot of PGC points come the end of next game. Who will claim victory here? The 3-man strong Heroic or the 2-man strong Polish Power? Polish Power has the hill, but there's a team behind them and Ents that could potentially strike here as well. Corexy finds one, goes down instantly after. Where's the trade? Where's the trade? They need to make it. Finally, it comes in, but I don't believe it's fast enough. Corexy, no way they're getting him back on his feet. He will fall, and now the push forward comes here, but they're going straight into a trap from Ents.
Ents coming down now, still 3 strong, but missing the first one. Beamy managing to get the first knock onto Nookie. At least it gets traded. They should be able to reset, but Heroic with only Page up.
I can't help but, as amazing as all this action is, Northern Lights have literally been sitting in the compound forever, just waiting for Ents to do all the cleanup work for them. And they are looking absolutely prime. You wouldn't want to have any other type of game in your second to final, I should say, game of the tournament when you're already in first place, just sitting back in the compound from phase 1, now getting to push out. They can't even catch 9 because there's only been 7 phases in this game.
13 kills strong Ents at the moment. They will be able to get their third up, but this is anything but easy for Ents right now because Northern Lights have been in that compound for God knows how long, right? They have utility. Their vests are fine. Their helmets are fine. They are going to be fresher. Sure, they're on the low ground, but it's also 4v3. This is tricky for Ents.
Sam wanted Ents to win a game. We have the ability to cast a curse. The analyst desk can analyze curse.
Well, Sam's
is it the host blessing? Is that what we're given?
Sam's been mean to you. I feel like you should curse it back so that
you know what? I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. I will turn the other cheek. Okay. I'm not that guy.
You are a kind man.
No, I don't.
You are a benevolent caster god.
Yeah, that's just how it is. That's just how it is. Too kind. Too kind.
Sam will realize that.
She will, eventually. One day.
One day.
One day. Northern Lights, they know they have the numbers. They're wrapping on over the top. Did not like what they saw, and they're backing off. Again, Northern Lights know that in terms of leaderboard standings right now, Ents is no threat. But they're not taking anything for granted here. Play off the info you have. Don't expect things to be a certain way. Play the info you can see. Play the info you're given from your very wise in-game leader. They wrapped up over. They didn't like what they saw. They realized this is a very open stretch that we cannot make the push through right now. We back off. We play the lowland instead. In the meantime, Noogie has wrapped up over the hillside again to try and see if he can potentially claim that high ground position. Because if he can get up here, he could backstep Northern Lights in a way that could very well be the deciding factor for them.
Ents are, you can see Ents are being a little bit more passive. They're holding angles, even though they're not 100% sure where Northern Lights are right now. And that's because they know it's a 3v4, and they need to make sure they get the first knock. So holding those angles and giving themselves maximum opportunity to get that element of surprise is so important in this scenario. Batulin spots one of them, though, and that's gone. Now we go Northern Light pushing in.
Remember, Northern Lights, they've been sitting in the compound forever. They haven't really been shot at. They have all the vests, all the helmets, and look at the utility as well. 4 nades on Batulins could very well be the deciding factor. Batulins has ever since they talked about the importance of utility management, and how to use it here. They haven't had to use it all game. This could be crucial. Tixu in the meantime trying to grab underneath. Not gonna happen. You ain't running around Batulins. He will see you. Squeaky, though, able to get the trade on in. Let's see now up on the hilltop. Noogie and Spiro, the victor of that hilltop fight, could very much be the deciding factor in who comes out victorious. Squeaky falls as well. 3v1. This has NLT written all over it, and they claim victorious once more. Back-to-back wins off of a second place game 3 games ago. NLT victorious again.
Taking home the point when it matters. Getting to the sharp end of the tournament, getting to the top, and staying there as well. This is the statement that they wanted to make. They played their own game. Ultimately, they just stayed exactly as they were, and it's worked out for them. Fewer kills than last game, but that doesn't even matter at this point.
They literally had everyone else do for them what needed to be done. It's not going to be one of those, you don't get a debrief from Batulins in 20 minutes with deep analysis in this one, because it came to them, I don't want to say easily, but rather easily compared to some of the games we've seen them really claw their way to the top in. But it's just great for them that that kind of game comes in now. Because when you're fighting, claw all the way to the finish line in the very end of those ones, you're going to be exhausted coming to the final one. Here, now it's one of those, oh, that was amazing. We just got gifted one. Now we can go into the final one with the point lead, feeling very, very comfortable.
Look, there are games where you get unlucky, and there are games where you get lucky. And Northern Lights there felt like they knew what to do with the circles.
Yeah.
They knew what to do with the luck that they had. They stayed in the compound because they knew it would be useful later. They weren't involved in that many third parties. They were just laser focused on making sure they were unbackstabbable. And that's what happened. For what, half the game they were unbackstabbable.
Exactly. One more game left here of the G-Loot Season 5 Grand Finals. Did Northern Lights gain enough points with that win, or will they have to fight claw and nail to win it in the final one? We will find out in just a short moment. But before that, a quick break, so stick around and we'll see you in just a few.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push protest it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
We are moving into the final game of the grand finals here at the G-Loot PUBG Season 5. This is it. It's all going to come down to this game, and we'll break down those points in a little bit and figure out if there is an opportunity for a team to knock Northern Lights off the top spot. But before we do that, just before this game, I said I wanted Ents to get a chicken dinner. There was a small moment where I was like, I'm basically a professional analyst now. Look at me guessing that one right. What happened? How did Northern Lights take the chicken from my boys?
Yeah, I don't want to say that there has to be lottery ticket winners as well, but yeah, they were really close. They played that game extremely well as well. On a good amount of kills. The terrain that they played and the third-party timing was great, but NLT, they had a little bit of like a magnet, and they were just like yeeting the circle towards them all the time, and it was looking very good for them all the way to the end.
I mean, they did take a good position to play from, let's be honest. And they took that position knowing that no one will go close to them, especially in a circle like that. Everybody's going to fight each other on the south and eastern, southeastern side. That's where everybody's going to rotate to, gravitate towards. And because of that, of course, it was an easy cleanup for them. They basically just had to do the little wrist work that the others couldn't finish off. And I mean, it was a really good showing from ENCE though. Not gonna lie, this is the ENCE that we were expecting coming into the tournament. But hey, at least they're gonna end it on a high note, I guess.
Yeah, they are.
I always knew they had it in them. Much like Avengers that likes to bully me, I feel like Na'Vi and Liquid are having a little bully match going on there. What is happening? Every game we see them in these early engagements.
They like to play the same terrain. They like to play the same sides of the angle. Their approach to the game is very often the same. So it's not rare that we see, teams often run into each other on the same maps.
Very aggressive, lots of fights going on here, lots of teams getting taken down. A very quick game as well. Fraz, are you expecting the same as we move into the final map? I mean, is this what's coming down to, is these big fights, these kills, trying to get as many points as you can?
I think coming down to the last game, yes, there might be a possibility that we'll see that. It comes also down to when again, the teams that are close to you on the leaderboard, this is a team that we need to get away from us. We need to take them out. Or you don't even take them out. You might just kill 1 or 2 players and then you just keep on moving because you've done the damage already. You know they're crippled for the next battle or whoever they're going to go up against next. And you don't need to deal with them anymore. You don't need to just go full ham on them. Make sure you cripple them, move on. Make sure you're looking at your own positioning, your own playstyle. What are you doing as a team? How are you going to be thriving in this next and the last upcoming game?
We're going to take a look at the scoreboard now. ENCE getting 13 kills, putting themselves... It wasn't a chicken dinner, but
they won that game in terms of points, right? So we'll give them that,
Just give this to me. Give it I want this. This is mine. There we go.
That was fantastic. You'll have that. But yeah, ENCE, of course, 19 points here. And all of the guys having a great game. Squeaky stepping up, have a massive game. I think it was 5 kills he ended up on. Rustan Ma had a really good flank position that actually put the pressure onto Heroic, onto Polish Power, making sure that these two teams fought as well.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where they've been, but this is the overall leaderboard though. And look at that, NLT,
Disgusting.
They are just moving away from everybody else. Remember, coming into today, they were sitting 25 points behind Na'Vi. They were coming in on a 6th place, but what they've done in 5 games is just extraordinary.
Yeah.
Their worst game was a 3rd place. Like, how do you do this? The first back-to-back chicken dinner that we're getting here. In 5 games, they've been able to get 86 points, 45 kills, 3 wins. This is more points than some of the teams have towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
But Paulist, we're looking at you. The question I have to ask is, can you catch Northern Lights?
If you go very up north, you look up in the sky, you can.
I have a fantastic theory here, is that Northern Lights, they go out 0 points, and Na'Vi has another 27-point game, and they take the whole thing. No, it's gonna be hard. Pretty much impossible, I would say, for BBL. Na'Vi's the only team, and they need to have an insane game. And NLT knows this, so whenever they see Na'Vi on the kill feed, they're gonna be like, oh, 3rd party, let's go. Let's secure the win.
At the same time, there's still a lot of PGC points on the line. So sure, NLT got that lead, but all of those other teams are still chasing to get as many PGC points as possible. Only 1 more game to go, but still very close on the overall leaderboard, especially towards the top there between a lot of those teams.
Yeah, between 3rd, 4th, and down to 8th, there can be a lot of changes still, just with 1 game to go.
So what is the game plan for Northern Lights? Just sit quiet, stay out of any fights.
Don't change anything, because you already had a record-breaking day, because they have had 86 points in 5 games. That is insane. I just want to see them at a 100-point mark. So if they can finish 14 points in this last one, I think it'll be the best day that anyone have had in recent history.
Is realistically Na'Vi the only one that could technically catch them?
Yes.
So Na'Vi has to ultimately chicken dinner this and make sure Northern Lights goes out early.
Well, they could drop on them. They could do whatever they want. What they want to do is to stop a team that they feel like is a threat, not just for now, but further on throughout the year. Who's going to be a threat to take a PGC spot maybe from them, if that would be a thing, for example. So they could gatekeep them and make sure that they don't get as many PGC points in this tournament here. This is the first time you can do that for this year, of course, but I don't think we'll see that. They're just going to go and keep on playing like they're doing right now. They're having a fun time, and they're just going to keep on doing that for one more game.
I was about to say, I feel like it's too much. Like a team would just be like, we just want to play a really good game. Are they really thinking about, can we hot drop this one and cut this one out for points later on?
No,
You've both played professionally, so I wonder if those conversations have happened.
I will say no, because in this case, there's just like, all we've done so far today has worked out. Let's continue doing that. The question is, what will Navi do? I don't think anything. They're only 12 points ahead of BBL on third place, so they also need to secure that second place. Or, depending on how it starts, if they have some good kills, if they're standing 4 guys strong with, 5, 6, 7, 8 kills, then they could try to push for that chicken dinner if NLT has gone out early.
We'll talk a little bit more about that final game, but first we're going to play a little fun game. You know how it goes, because I've got the walking PUBG encyclopedias next to me. We had an Easter egg. I've just lost my voice because I'm getting that excited about Ents not winning a chicken dinner. There we go. We had a special Easter egg that dropped once in a while throughout the show. He's dropping all over again. That is the Easter egg. Tell me what we need to know about that previous G-Loot season winner.
You want to start?
You started yesterday.
You want me to start?
No, you started yesterday.
Okay, you start.
Yeah, so the winners of season 4, WGSG, fantastic team. Really love that. Vard played there. Samty played there.
Iro played there.
Unfortunately, he has retired, but he
Dofus was coach.
Dofus coach. They have had a really good run with that team for 3 years. WGSG, they got back-to-back third place at PTI 2018. I was there. I witnessed that. Played extremely well.
I was there as well.
Yeah.
We were Team Avengers.
True. In the stands. Yeah.
Well, also, of course, this was the first time after GLL Season 4 when that team kind of broke up that we saw the breakup of the dynamic duo between Vard and Miracle, of course. Vard now, of course, as we know, plays here with Team Liquid.
Yeah.
That was adorable, and I feel like one day I'm going to get you matching wheelchairs for in your old age home where you can chat to each other.
Are you talking about in 50 years or so? You're still the oldest of us, you have to remember that?
I'm not the oldest on the broadcast, I've since found out, but just...
Oh, you want to roast him now?
You can have... I'm going to get you wheelchairs so you can talk about your PUBG experiences and history and talk about all the players, and I'll be there with a walker listening. There we go.
Fantastic.
And this was meant to be a fun thing about how we're all going to grow old together, but apparently that's not happening. Let's get back into what's about to happen. Final game. Points on the line, first place possibly taken. What do those mid-pack teams have to do now?
The commotion on the mid-pack is going to be massive, right? There's fight. It could be a difference of 50 PGC points if you have a great game, if you're in 7th or 8th place right now and you jump into that top 4. I really want to see, the teams being super aware of their surroundings, being aware of, all right, there's a team over here that we are fighting for on the leaderboard. They are our closest threat. We need to third party that rather than having a not so important fight with a team that they might not have to have a fight with on the bottom of the leaderboard unless it's 3 points or it's an easy fight that they can finish fast and get those extra points on the leaderboard.
I feel we're going to see a little bit more passiveness coming out from teams. They're going to be poking a lot. When they see a knock, they know this is the team that we're competing against right now in the top there. They're going to try to cripple them, and then they're just going to fall back, make sure that they rotate into a better position to play from, and then they're just going to keep on doing the same thing, rinse and repeat, until they get that chicken dinner.
If you had to choose one of the mid-pack teams that you'd be keeping an eye on, that you think this is their opportunity to pop off and then maybe make a bit of a difference, who do you think it would be?
Heroic or Liquid, I'd say. Those are 2 teams that I've been looking forward to see a little bit more from. I feel like we've seen some glimpse of hope from them, but it hasn't really reached where I feel like they should be.
I'd like to see Exhalation or FaZe Clan or even Polish Power have a great game to try to contest for that. Exhalation is... Again, last chance. We have played 17 games. You have not won a chicken dinner yet. Their performance on day number 1 and day number 2 put them in the 2nd place. And if they can finish strong here with a chicken dinner, that could put them up, 2 or 3 points on the leaderboard, or 2 or 3 places on the leaderboard, and a lot of points in PGC and a way bigger share of the prize pool.
Does Na'Vi knock Northern Lights out of their top spots?
I don't think we'll see that happening because they're going to have to go full ham, full aggression against everyone. And right now, I feel like they don't need to do that. If anything, they might try to do something if they see BBL or Polish Power. Those are the 2 biggest threats against Na'Vi right now to overtake them on the leaderboard if they would have a good game. So they want to be focusing on those 2 teams, but that's about it. They're not going to be caring too much about NLT because they're not really a threat for them anymore.
No, I agree.
Polish Power, one of the qualified teams, right on up there. How do they deal with the nerves now? Because they've got to be feeling it. I mean, they've performed extremely well.
It already hit them. The nerves hit today, and that's why we are not seeing them even further up.
That's what you saw with Maslik, for example, in the last game there. A little small mistake, but I mean, it can lead to a much bigger thing. But hopefully they can keep it together for just one more game and make sure that they get a good one here.
We give each other a hard time, but honestly, it's the last pre-show we get to do as we build into this particular game, and it's been tons of fun. I hope that you've enjoyed it. We'll be back for a post-show as well as a winner's interview after this final game, and I give them a hard time as well because it's fun, but it's also been a joy for them. So for the last time, I'm going to be handing over to Joe Rosar and Toby.
Thank you very much, folks. I just want to make a small request there. When we're old and we're joining them for drinks,
I'm the youngest here. I'll be the one bringing you the drinks in your wheelchairs.
Oh, excellent. I want you to have the wheelchair, and I need a Zimmer frame because this camera shot doesn't show it, but Toby's about 5 foot taller than me. And no, don't even. It's I definitely need a little bit of help in the height department when I'm stood next to Toby. But it's the final game of the Grand Finals now, ladies and gentlemen. G-Loot Season 5. It all comes down to this. Northern Lights showed up today and mic dropped on the server. They are on the cusp of winning, but there's one more game left to go. One more military circle incoming.
And as we get into the start of the military, Jesus Christ. As we get into the start of this one, I feel like the doubt on the desk in regards to whether Na'Vi had what it took to win this one is unfairly pointed because they seemed very doubtful that Na'Vi had what it took to bring it home. I gotta bring everyone back for a second. While we see the first showdown on the list, very playable for everyone, especially Na'Vi. I'm gonna bring you all back a year or so. Na'Vi sits in 3rd place. 2 teams in front of them. It's the final game of week 2. They need to beat both those teams and get 17 points. No, wait, there was more. There was more like 23 points.
Oh, no, you're doing math on there.
Math on camera.
Oh, no.
They need to get a lot of kills, and a win in order to win the tournament. What they do is they go up on Potato. They themselves kill both the teams in the early game who was ahead of them, and they get the win in one of the most intense games I have ever seen. When we see 3 Na'Vi players running around behind a burning Dacia, trying to avoid bullets from 2 teams, and they still come out on top, I will say this. Na'Vi, if there's one team to come back and win this one right here, it's you. Because you've done it before, and I want to see you at least get very close. I don't want to go out and say that I decide who should get the win, but I want to see you be really, really close to getting this one and it coming down to the very last bullet fired in the match.
So the desk would pour a bucket of cold water over that, but I'm going to be nice. I'm going to pour a glass of cold water over that, okay? I'm going to say Na'Vi are perfectly capable of getting a 20-kill chicken dinner, and when push comes to shove, they just shred everybody else because the nerves don't really affect them. The problem is, even if Na'Vi get a really high point scoring game, I struggle to see a world where NLT don't at least get, say, 5 points from this game. And that,
you know what?
that's
I'm pretty
tough.
good at math. If they get 20 kill game here, that's 30 points. If they only get 5, they win by 1.
Assuming Northern Lights get 5 kills and they go out into placement points.
Oh, you did not add that. You did not say placement
These are
points.
the optional extras,
Here I
man.
am trying to get back at Sam for actually knowing math a little bit, and I'm not going to look at the screen now because I feel like I'll just be wrong again.
But what you've done is you've proved it's possible.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That is the most important thing.
Absolutely.
Now let's see this final one. It's been quiet for the first 3.5 minutes. Teams are spreading out, and I'm liking the way that we're seeing Heroic do a massive West Coast split in the loot phase. They've done this before when the plane path wasn't really a South George caliber plane path. They've just said, you know what, we'll just split through on the West Coast. We get plenty of info, we get plenty of room to maneuver, and now the circle is in that direction as well, so they can pretty much pick and choose the entry point to the circle they want. The thing is here, there are a lot of teams still hard towards the east. And all these teams will have to obviously transition into the circle somehow. There's not room enough on the south side of this circle for all these teams to maneuver on through. It's going to be a cluster at some point, unless if teams like Tokyo Manager Gang, Polish Power, even maybe Enterprise up to rep north, or at least north of Pachinki here. In the meantime, down towards the south, we're seeing not shots fired here, but teams rotating. James is taking shots, though, at that one team that has a chance to beat the team on top. Na'Vi rotating full speed forward straight in behind Ding, who they are now currently shooting at mid-rotation. Here they come. They need the kills to qualify, and they will start that potential onslaught right here against Ding.
Senya in the compound. Uber as well going, hang on a second, what is going on here? Na'Vi almost in their sights, but not quite yet. Nades out waiting for the direction, looking for where they have just a tiny peek, and it begins.
Example, not the way you want to start this one, unfortunately. Senya finds the angle, takes him down. Quizzy over the top, can't quite find the knock in time. Example will fall, Na'Vi stream falling. As the first player falls as well. Senya trying to wrap around. No, they have players inside the warehouse as well. Now one more taken out from behind. They were catching a two-way split. They thought they had all of them there, but here comes Sale from behind a Melman. Falling down, Aliyah falling down. Northern Lights clapping their hands, seeing their only threat being taken out second by second. Quizzy, 14 kills and a win. This might be a little far-fetched for you now, but here's the first one anyway.
Manages to get the first knock, almost a flush as well, but Biestaloch there managing to defend his teammate. Alya still knocked inside the building, waiting for the mollies to come. There they are at the entrance. Can he make his way across? He's going to have to do this 1v2, 1v3, make that. And Alya on the other side of the door as Ding look for alternate routes in.
Oh, they try to make the wrap on forward, but Exhalation is out there trying to help out, keeping the Na'Vi dream alive. Quizzy, solo player left alive. No way he's going to be able to get to Aliyah. He's going to have to play this one on his own. I like their aggression. I like their idea of wanting to commit to that play because they knew there was going to be a split. Unfortunately, they couldn't execute fast enough. The boom now, perfectly thrown molly. I was going to say, but unfortunately can't quite find anything. As a matter of fact, I don't think there's anyone in that check. It was just the name tags having me fooled there for a second. The boom finds Biestaloch once more. Second time he's falling down to his knees. Nate's now coming lobbing on inside. Should be some damage done with that one. At least no, as I say, that bounces through to the next room. No damage done at all.
Uber managing to get a clip onto Daboom. This is not the third party they wanted. They needed this to be clean. Ding also want to get as many points as they can off the back of this as well. Exhalation now putting in the smokes, actually going in between Ding and Exhalation now. Na'Vi is a distant memory as far as these guys are concerned. Quizzy staying quiet, looking for an opportunity, but if one doesn't come his way, he's happy to let them fight.
Remember, while first place might be a while away, Exhalation with 4 kills here, with at least the potential of it, and placement points and more kills to follow during the game. They are just 5 points behind Heroic as it stands right now. There are still plenty more prize pool, plenty more PGC points for them to be found if they can come up victorious here in the Barnes.
You can almost feel the emotion in this fight, right? Look, Na'Vi needed to hard commit. They knew what they had to do. This is genuinely emotional for them. And Quizzy, he still has a shot. You have to cling to that hope, no matter how small.
Oh, yes.
And at the moment, if Exhalation gets, say, a couple of members of Ding down, all but one, and there are points to be stolen here, Quizzy's going to take every single one.
Salik peeks around. All of Exhalation back alive. They know that they have players upstairs. The issues with these bomb buildings are they're so incredibly difficult, if not near impossible to push, unless if you have, I want to say one or maybe even 2 knocked players that you can then push on towards. There can be players just right around the corner, speaking of, with shotguns, as Uber pulls one up right there. It's so hard, if not near impossible, to make a successful push on these buildings, and that's why you're seeing Exhalation, at least for now, wait and playing this one, understandably so, very, very patient.
Uber and co, they don't want anyone to push in right now. They're happy to just hold these positions. They know they're outnumbered outside, but they also know it's really tough to push it, exactly like you said, Toby.
Yeah.
And as a result, and in fact, Ding know that there's still Quizzy on the other half of the building, and they're happy for Exhalation to move in and fight Quizzy first.
Oh, yeah.
I guess is the idea. Everyone's just trying to buy themselves as much time as possible. And the longer this goes on, what if a 4th team comes in?
What if a 4th team comes in? Indeed, they've been shooting for a long time. Everyone's aware that something is going on down here in the Barnes. That was your footballist would have been able to hear the commotion over from the Chopsticks area, but the position they're in right now, arguably too good to give up for a potential third-party opportunity in the Barnes on the other side. The issue is if you leave this now and go over there, if you don't commit all, you might just get pulled up on yourself. So smart from footballers to not really want to engage in this from the distance there. The thing is, they can see some of the windows from where they are, so maybe just have one guy with the biggest scope look in that direction for potential freebie.
Which brings me to the best seat in the house, which has to be Team Liquid's James.
Oh yeah, he can see the entire server.
Yeah.
That's not true. But
well,
he can see
enough.
Quite far. Anyway.
Exactly, yeah.
At least down towards the south and southwest. Thing is, there ain't really a whole lot of players down here. FaZe splitting the southern side, hoping for the circle to go down in that direction. In the meantime, ends off of a very, very good game, trying to get something more going here. I mean, they've bounced their way all the way up to 10th place, sitting tied, as I say that, jumping 1 point ahead of Ding, now in 9th place. Very, very strong comeback for a team that came off to a, I think you would agree with me, rather terrible terrible start to the tournament.
And 9th through to 13th, by the way. Remember, prize money goes down to 12. 84, 83, 80, 77, 75. There's a lot to be playing for here in this mid-pack.
Very close.
So when people are thinking, oh, isn't the last game going to be absolutely ridiculous? Isn't everyone going to send it Well, actually, so many of these teams still have something to play for, which is so good to see. The Circle does end up doing exactly what you said Footballist was smart for staying in position for. It's now going to be centering up on Chopsticks.
There you go. Na'Vi falls in second. The thing now becomes BBL sees them eliminated. They know it's within reach. Even Polish Power, 17 points up to second place. Na'Vi will have no chance of accumulating more. So will Na'Vi be able to maintain the second place spot, or will they not? Sail, he thought he had him bolting out of the building. Not going to happen. Sail goes down. Uber now trying to see if he can make a play with a shotgun. Wants to wrap around. Succeeds in wrapping around, but the issue is it's too late on it. The Exhalation player's already back inside, and I gotta give mad props to the guys from Exhalation in successfully executing this on a very hot bidding. As I say that, maybe a little too soon, BTM does fall down to Uber's shotgun. Oh no, he's gonna find the flush as well. I'm sorry, guys, I jinxed you.
This is so horrible right now for both of these teams. They're fighting tooth and nail. Just to put it into context, guys, Ding fighting to make sure that they are basically the first team outside the top 8. If they get a big game, they can actually be challenging for 8th place. And of course, Exhalation trying to get up to that top 5 position as well. So much to play for.
Just when you thought you couldn't curse a team, I used the phrase mad props, and I think that's why they keep saying, you know what, Toby, nope. It's not 2012. You can't say that. And
mad props.
Then that allowed for Uber to get the flush on.
And the game instantly went, nah, none of this.
The thing is, I mean, right now, while Ding obviously might not be able to catch all the way up to face at 101, holy moly, speaking of which, hold that thought for a second, BBL caught by surprise, but as I say that, they didn't even care. We come in here, everything is flying all over the place. BBL somehow keep their calm and take out the entirety of Tokyo Magic Gang. How?
I didn't realize that PUBG had a toggle for gravity, but that's basically what that looked like. BBL Esports up to 4 kills, and suddenly they have to be thinking, we're sniffing. We're sniffing at second place right now.
Oh yeah.
They are 8 points behind Na'Vi.
Very doable.
That's 4 kills and 4 placement points, or any one of a number of combination. Oh! Uber gets him through the window there, and he can't actually get the flush onto BTM. Has he? There's no nade. There's no nade.
How much did I curse them? Uber, please don't kill all of them. Oh, just be rude. What is up with shotguns?
He's got 2 bullets.
What?
He's got 2 bullets.
What is up with shotguns here? That is absolutely insane. Get the headshot around the corner. Even
FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan
pulling up with this. They're seeing this. If there's a team to pull up on this, holy moly, FaZe Clan. I mean, they've seen all of it. They've seen all of it.
There's a shotgun, and it's not us. We need to fix this.
They're not pushing into the building. They have seen that gun in that farmhouse. They are not. I mean, they're going to play this like Exhalation did before they opted to push in and essentially get themselves killed because of it. They're sitting outside. They're waiting. They're probably hoping to see this next circle push back into the forest.
That's some parking, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate that parking.
And remember, FaZe is in the 100-point race as well. One good game here could fly them straight up into 4th place, depending on how the teams above them fare this one out. They got to play it smart. They got to stay alive. They cannot take any unnecessary risk here. And now we look over to Northern Lights for the first time in this game. I feel like we can at this point crown them probable victors of GLL Season 5 Grand Finals. This is, it's been an insane day for them today. High record match day for them, but they want to claim more points, and it's not done just yet. Janny finds Spiro.
Really good idea to go around to the side to make sure no one is flanking, and Janny gets spotted, but the perfect spray to come out against Spiro was just excellent, and now Northern Lights knows that they have to hold that position rather than pushing in because the flank is incoming. The information is there, even though they're down to 3 temporarily. Perfectix then trying to prevent a flank from anywhere else coming in so that he can go in and get the revive. Chances are they're going to need everything here as FaZe 3 centers north of Gatka.
Exactly. Circle shifts away. They want to get Spiro back on his feet, but they know that they have Enterprise players right on their doorstep. Batulans not even carrying Dream, just saying, you know what, I mean, if I just shoot enough right now, I can force them off, and this is what I like to see. FaZe, yes, there were kills to be found inside the bounce, but it's simply not worth the risk. You have so much more to play for than a potential point in that building that could easily cost you 2, if not even 3 players in making that push in the first. Let's watch this for a second. How first, second, third, all dead. How do they execute that at that speed If I'm sitting in that bowl and I'm seeing flying cars from the year 3000 flying straight over my head,
You report them.
I mean, essentially, yeah. Essentially, yeah. That was absolutely insane.
Really good stuff. I love the disengage from FaZe as well. Just to point out, if someone points out that, well, hang on a second, but Na'Vi took that fight early as well for a completely different reason. Exhalation now back against Uber. Uber has traded the shotgun for the barrel, but he's got it on alternate. So we'll see if he can... Look, 2 bullets is all he needs at this point, right? Let's wait and see. iZoom, that is a very risky play. That is chicken run to the broken wall there. And the Molotov comes in. Uber manages to get safe in time, but Exhalation want this kill soon.
Again, I mean, while Ding might not be able to make their way further up the leaderboard, they want to keep this spot, if anything. They have ENCE 1 point behind them, but they have all 4 players alive, and I would be surprised if ENCE don't pick up at least 1 more point this game. So Uber, do as much damage as you possibly can here. Zoom, good angle, preventing him from making the run all the way across. But BTM doesn't have a vest left. This is very difficult for Exhalation.
The reason they pulled up on that broken wall, I just realized, they know that Uber has no lethals.
Yep.
Which is so they're going, peek me so my teammate can get some damage.
They did not see him cross. They didn't see him make the way on out. They think he's still inside that building. If he gets the run around now, they might be going down. And that's 2 points for Ding. Let's see exactly what's going to happen here. Uber, hearing the car, that's going to muffle his footsteps. Where are they driving? Are they taking the same path? And thank you, Well, as I say that, I thought they were going into the forest. Not quite the case. They get spotted. Uber shoots both of them. Tagged up. No knocks just yet. No one ends up going down because of it. But as I say, the BTM to Blue can't stay alive in the passenger seat, and he's going to fall. And Uber now driving forward obviously sees the knock in the kill feed. He's going to get run over unless he goes down to Blue. Yes, he does before Uber fights him. And there you go.
Wow.
Exhalation out. They started off so strong, but crumbled on day 3.
So, FaZe Clan made a huge rotate out to the west of the circle, and people might be asking, well, hang on a second, Na'Vi committed early as well, and they went out. Yes, because high risk, high reward. Yeah. Na'Vi needed a big kill game. Completely understandable why they wanted to take that fight. FaZe Clan, on the other hand, they're still trying to protect their position. They didn't want to risk it all for those couple of points. They felt it didn't weigh up the same way, and those are the kind of strategic decisions you have to make in PUBG.
Yeah.
And because of where these 2 teams were on the leaderboard, it made sense for FaZe Clan to say, no, we have to defend against Ding and ENCE. We have to try and get above Exhalation and Heroic. The correct play here is to move away. 2 very different circumstances.
Na'Vi knew that in order for us to beat Northern Lights, we don't need a good game. We need an absolutely insane game.
Exactly.
And it starts at the very beginning of the game. So what better than trying to pull up on a 4v2 in that compound? Unfortunately for them, didn't work out. To some extent, FaZe is in the same exact situation because they know they have a jump down to both Ding and ENCE. Now, they can still catch up, but they have a very, very solid 16-point lead down towards ENCE, and they're playing the same way now. All that really can happen to us is that we catch up to the guys in front of us, because right now, the threat from ENCE ain't really there. Of course, it does exist, but they will also try and hunt kills because they're not too worried, I would assume, that teams are catching up to them from behind, given the distance they have down to the next team.
Precisely, and I love, therefore, that they're pulling up on Polish Power now, and Polish Power are actually coming out of the compound, maybe trying to catch FaZe by surprise, because FaZe knows that someone's in the compound, but they won't expect them to be proactively pushing up and really going for it here. Ding finally eliminated by Northern Lights. That fight was fantastic, and now it's all about whether FaZe Clan can finish off Polish Power, who are in 4th place, by the way. There's a lot to play for here for them.
There's a team to be beat here, and that's Polish Power. If you're FaZe Clan, you gotta start somewhere. You want to take out all of the teams in front of you. Unfortunately, 8C, spotted by Norkis. Good spray coming in. Can't quite get the angle for the flush, though. Masterlik, in the meantime, does get flushed out. Cappy, difficult angle to get there with the 2x on the SLR. Tries to go for it, but the rest is being committed to.
Have to. They've managed to get themselves behind a little bit of a rock there. They're going to be adding the smoke to the mix as well. It's very important that they keep as many players alive as possible. Both teams disengaging slightly. They know what's at stake here. Polish Power also not wanting to commit after losing Marcelek so early. They've got 3 players left, and they haven't got full information on where all the rest of the players from FaZe are. That's probably what's preventing them from being more aggressive here. Team Liquid, in the meantime, just underneath Polish Power by a single point. They're pulling up onto No Name yet. This is a huge fight for them.
Very, very big. They need to stay alive with Bullet Sports in the meantime, but massive casualties being taken on the side of Team Liquid as well. Mexi eliminated. Tundu does fall as well, so points going their way. After all, let's see now. Philo, do you wrap on in or do you stay outside? They know that there's multiple teams in this compound, and now with Enterprise crossing on over and Entropic right behind, this could get very, very ugly very, very fast.
Entropic might end up third-partying this, although they do actually get one of their members knocked by Entropic as well. This is going to be disgusting. Philo on 1 HP. No Name yet eliminated. Team Liquid should be able to go up to 2, but how many more teams are going to be rocking up on this compound in a matter of seconds? Here comes Enterprise. Liquid need every point they can get. Are they going to be able to find more knocks? Entropic are actually helping Liquid out. This buys Clip enough time to res James.
Get him back into safety. I thought he was going to go for the rest there with the open door right behind him. I was real scared for a second, but fortunately not quite the case. He's smarter than that, obviously. Entropic now pushing on forward. They have Yanni yet to find, but Naleb, does he realize there's one right over the ridgeline?
Team Liquid need Yanni, realistically, to get 1 or 2 knocks here. Oh my god. Got him! There we go, 1 to the right, but unfortunately, great trade there, managing to cover your angles, and Entropic eliminate Enterprise. That's bad news for Team Liquid. Team Liquid wanted Yanni to get a double there.
It sure is. Northern Lights now up close with Ents once more. The teams to finish first and second. Last game battle once again, and look at the team that's coming in right behind both of them. Face on the other side of the road, wanting to try and see if they can get a piece of the pie here and rack up more points to potentially catch up to Heroic sitting in 6th place, or maybe even Exhalation just 6 points ahead.
This is big for Heroic. This is going to be a massive dog pile on the northern side of the circle now. Ents in this compound, hearing shots from God knows how many angles right now, going, hang on a second, this is about to get really ugly. Vex nades Diggory. I'm not sure what happened there. Hopefully they're in a position to res. They're just outside the circle to the north side, but everyone else, it's pandemonium here northeast of Gapka.
Absolute chaos. There's no one playing the center. There's no one playing the west or the east. Everyone is sitting north. The rest of them sitting south. This is essentially 2 TDM matches we've got going on right now with the amount of space we've got playing around. Cruneo finds Scott Margot, Clip able to do even more damage. Very, very solid job in keeping Liquid Stream alive here.
Team Liquid versus Polish Power for 4th place at the moment. BBL actually starting to look within reach. The problem is they've got all 4 alive still, although 2 of them are knocked, and they're facing a very difficult time on the south side. We're on board now with Heroic, looking to try and get a couple of knocks towards Polish Power. I don't think I've seen this many smokes at the 20-minute mark of a game. This is actually ridiculous for all teams here. Heroic, they've got FaZe up to the north as well. They want more.
We're in phase 5, closing in on just 20 players alive. This could very well come to the end in just a minute's time. In the meantime, FaZe, Gustav able to find Page. Beamy falls down as well. Heroic crumbling by the second. If there's a team FaZe wants to get down, that's exactly them. Liquid will end up falling down with 125, 125 points. Polish Power currently just 2 points behind.
Heroic another 6 points behind that, but Heroic now disappear. Polish Power realistically the only team now that can move above Team Liquid. We've got BBL and Polish Power fighting it out. Can Polish Power pull through there? They're gone as well. That's 4th through 7th place on the leaderboard. Now done. It's all down to FaZe Clan. Can FaZe Clan hop above Exhalation?
BBL right now 3 points behind Na'Vi. 3 more points to tie things up, then the kills will be the deciding factor. 4 points to get the 2nd place guaranteed. This is very, very, very close. And right now, BBL does not have any immediate threats. They can spread into the fields and essentially let the placement points do the work for them.
If they can hold out into the fields, admittedly, that's going to be a question as well. Right now on the north, this is still unresolved. 3 teams left. We've got Ents, we've got Northern Lights, we've got FaZe Clan. Everyone knows where everyone else is, and no one wants to be the first mover. They know it's more than 2 teams still involved here, but Northern Lights are hungry to make sure they put this to bed. They want to finish in style, right?
I mean, I was just going to say,
they want the win.
2nd place, win. If they can get the 3 back-to-back here, that would be absolutely insane. Now FaZe in the field, they're going for BBL. They know where to find the kills. They could possibly get them, and they take them down. Na'Vi maintain their 2nd place spot by just 3 points. BBL so close, but FaZe shuts the door right in their face.
And now FaZe, all they have to worry about now is maximizing their points haul from this game. They still want to try and catch up to the teams above. It's Northern Lights, FaZe, Ents, and Entropic. This is the final game of Season 5 of the G-Loot Grand Finals, and we're moving in now. Spyro gets Squeaky, but after Squeaky gets Perfectix, instantly going for the point, asking where are the other members of the team. Nookie, well, he's in a room with a shotgun. We all know what happens there. Oh, what a great nade, just shy of him, though.
Bounces a bit too far. Nuki stays alive with full HP, the double barrel. You do not want to push into this one. Face on the left, spreading out, taking control. Entropic essentially doing the same thing here. 8C trying to peek on over, but there's so many smokes around that building. They ain't getting no info anywhere. Might as well look for Entropic. Did he just spot nail up? That was like a pixel he had to see him with, and instantly scopes over to the Hebel. Very, very well spotted there by 8C.
Batulin's trying to catch them by surprise. Good timed nade, but unfortunately no damage there. Pushing in now. That's 2. Can he get a third? Batulin's now and Lou both pushing in. Great Molotov. He might be able to get both of those knocks.
I was just gonna say, where's the other teams? But they ain't even gonna push on this whatsoever. Tixu's nade from forward, gets Nuki down, but gets 2 flushes with it as well. Again, they were so close to Ding, and I think this might just bring them up in front of them. They knew there were points to be found. They knew there was both PGC points and prize pool points, and they're fighting till the very end to come out victorious here.
Still 4 teams left alive, but a lot fewer players compared to before. Batulin's trying to get on the roof now, looking for some sort of leverage behind an Ents that are suddenly revitalized, a little more aggressive, trying to find those final kills. They know that Northern Lights are severely compromised right now, but they're just holding position, allowing Ents to be the aggressors now. That's okay. It's still a 2v1. Great initial fight from Tixu. Let's see what he comes up with next.
Circle's gonna start closing in just about 30 seconds. Tixu tagged up once, goes down at the end of it. He will fall as Northern Lights prevail. 3 teams left alive now. It's a hay bale battle in the fields, but now Northern Lights will join the fight.
FaZe Clan fighting for an awful lot here. They need to maximize their points, so I'm not even sure where they are on the table right now, but I do know it is possible for them to prevail here and gain a couple of places. Northern Lights, they want the 3 in a row. Entropic here, there are places for them to pick up as well. Every team has something to lose, and they have to fight tooth and nail.
So insane. Northern Lights at this point, more placement points today than some teams have throughout the entire tournament. Batulin's using the vehicle for cover, trying to maneuver his way further forward. Does he spot Gustav? I think he did.
We've got 20 seconds to relax now, hopefully.
I know.
The first 20 seconds of the game.
I cannot relax. I cannot relax.
All the jitters going on right now. Entropic, they're looking for a target.
Well, they get shot through the smoke as well.
They won't know that. There's no way they would have seen the blood splatter, but that is an excellent shot onto 8C. And that's important because you can't recharge your level 2 helmet if you're out in the field.
I'm not going to lie, I'm loving that we're not seeing the total leaderboard because I do not know at this point how close FaZe are to catching up to those teams that were sitting up in front of them.
This is very
It is going to be close. Heroic went down somewhat early without all that many kills. They had some, but not that many kills this game, and maybe there's a chance for FaZe to catch up. Maybe not to Heroic, but to other teams up around there. Second nade came through as well. Not enough damage done. Gustav knows that he has to back off. Doesn't have any cover, but needs to make the run on forward. Save the nade comes towards him and finally gets one down. Maybe the second one will get Lou as well. No, he stays alive.
Manages to get Batulin's right at the end. FaZe Clan 3 strong. The car nearly getting Lou. He manages to stay up, but he is in view of Entropic, I think. Evas manages to get the kill onto Batulin, so Entropic taking that point away. FaZe Clan will not be able to get that. I don't know how critical that is.
He does not know that Gustav is right next to him. He made his way up close while the car was still burning. That muffles your audio cues. Now the C8C nades slap forward again. They have nades for days, and they're making use of them. Second nade comes through. That's going to get nailed up down. Third one might just flush him. Yes, indeed it does. 8C claims 1 more points as FaZe goes to 7.
3v1. Northern Lights eliminated in 3rd place. The 3-peat not possible there as far as games are concerned, but they cement their position on top of the leaderboard, and it is now all down to Entropic. It's Evas versus FaZe, and Evas must be thinking, if I can get 7 points here from winning this 1v3, that means a lot as far as the standings are concerned.
Exactly.
He doesn't want to give this point away. He's not going to give this point away. He's going to fight till his last breath.
They are in the battle for both PGC points and prize money here as well, and you're completely right. You do not forfeit this one. You claim everything you can. FaZe is no threat to you on the grand scheme, on the leaderboards at all right now. You see how much you can harvest in this field before you go down.
FaZe Clan, of course, they see 5 juicy points. They see that chicken dinner at an extra kill point in Evas as well. This could be huge for them too. They have played their hearts out this game. Entropic already on 9 kills. Does he get the first one? He doesn't. The repeat is good enough. That's winner chicken dinner, and FaZe Clan with 9 kills will take the final chicken dinner. The question on our lips and the question on everybody's lips now. is that enough?
FaZe gets the win with 9 kills, but Northern Lights with yet another top finish will be victorious in G-Loot Season 5. What a way to finish off the final day, going second, win, third. That is insane.
And I love how, as well, the teams might have been in different positions on the leaderboard, but every single one of them had something to fight for. They couldn't just say, oh, I'm not fighting FaZe for this position. I'm not fighting Northern Lights for this position. Therefore, it doesn't matter. Every team had something to lose. That was incredibly tense. It was so full of action as well, just as we wanted, but in a way that meant something mattered for everyone.
We were essentially in Phase 5 having 2 separate Phase 7s. It was like 2 end games being played out at the same time. The semi-finals to then have the Brawl final come out in the very end. And what better way to finish off the very final game of a tournament the way that we just did now?
Look, we have been blessed all weekend long with some absolutely amazing games. The end games in particular in G-Loot this season have been phenomenal.
Yeah.
Whether the circles were wild or the players were wild, it doesn't matter. They've managed to make every single game fantastic. Toby, it's been a great experience.
It's been absolutely phenomenal. We know that Northern Lights won, but where did everyone else finish on the board after that one? We will let the desk find out as we throw over to Sam, Frost, and Avenger.
Thank you so much, Jorasa and Toby, and of course Northern Lights showing us exactly how to get the job done. But before we get into that leaderboard and figure out where all the teams finished behind them, let's talk about that game. I've been asking about FaZe the whole weekend. Where are they? Why aren't they showing up? It took them the last game. So at least they eventually stood up and said, take a look.
I will say this though, if if this was a day where we were Saturday and then Frost would be like, you'd be asking how FaZe can do because tomorrow's FaZe Sunday, baby. And unfortunately, they're too far behind for it actually to have a big impact. Of course, this last game could have a big impact on the overall leaderboard. We will see once we get to that.
Pretty sure it's going to have a pretty big impact on their overall leaderboard. But good to see that finally get that going at least. Even though it was the last game, that's going to save them at least a little bit. They're going to get a little bit more prize pool money, but also more PGC points. And of course, this is just the start of the year. We're going to see more of coming out from them throughout the whole year. They're still trying to figure things out and looking good if they can end it like this.
It felt to me like it took them a little bit of time to obviously just get a feel for some of the changes they've made. They finally seemed... Last game, it looked like it was feeling good. Now it obviously is working. They've got a chicken dinner. So maybe they just needed this tournament to warm up. Some of the matchups that you saw during that game, what was the ones that stood out for you that you paid attention to?
The very last one was the big one for me. With the way that FaZe repositioned themselves to set up themselves for the win, basically. They made sure, obviously, the Ents and the Molotov to burn the last 2 members of NLT was big. That meant that NLT could come out only with 2 guys alive. And that was a pretty easy win to wrap up for FaZe, to be honest.
I think overall what we saw, of course, from Exhalation trying to go in there on that barn and trying to finish up what was started there, but they couldn't really handle Uba, not this time, and it just went all south for them. But that's kind of effort that you were looking for, seeing Exhalation, giving it a last try, just give it all and trying to do their best.
Exhalation, obviously we spoke to them earlier. They had such a good run Friday, Saturday, then chatting to them, they said the nerves got to them a little bit. Do you think that they'll feel a little bit vindicated after that final fight?
I think definitely having 1 or 2 bad games when you're in second place, then the morale really hits you, and that's what we heard from BTM as well, right? No, I'm not too worried about what we're going to see from them going forward. They have some tournaments coming up really soon as well, so hopefully they can keep that performance going because it's looking really good for them.
It's also a very good experience to bring with you, being up there, having been on the second place. They had a little bit of a cushion to work with. It didn't work out for them, but it is a lot of pressure being up there. And I feel like now that they felt it, they know a little bit more how to handle it as a team and work together. So next time they get up there, they know, all right, this is what we're going to be dealing with, guys. Now, let's do what we talked about, how to make sure that we don't fall for the pressure again.
We've got the highlights on the screen now, so tell me, Froz, what are some of the highlights here in this game that stood out for you?
I mean, the shotgun. We had a certain player tweeting about that the shotgun should be nerfed just a few days ago. Clib tweeted that out, and his coach was not too happy about it. He was saying, what? Because FaZe is the shotgun Templar, but once again, we see the strength of the shotgun in a close combat fight like we had there.
Yeah, I love to see when you realize, okay, there's no point to have a DMR or bolt action anymore at this point. Let's have the shotgun, and Uber pointed it out for BTM as well. He said, stay back. This is it. Even though we know Uber is fantastically skilled with the Mini, this is just a better case to use that gun.
A lot of these teams knew, some of these players obviously have been around for a long time, but sitting in new teams, feeling each other out. Do you think after G-Loot that they're ready now? Is the level of competition going to rise even higher than what we saw the last 3 days?
So I will say this though. We have now played this first PGC qualification points tournament, and already the changes that happened from the first couple of games to the end, massive changes. Yeah. It's the meta is changing a little bit, and how fast some of the teams are adapting. Have to say, and look, okay, NLT, they actually saw something in the first 2 days, and now they just changed it up and played fantastic here in the last day. Record-breaking 6 games, I would say.
And that is not like, well, it is very surprising, the results that they were able to put out. But we also know that Batul is one of the most hardworking players here in the scene. He would dedicate every single second he can to make sure that they do their best and has as much knowledge as possible to make it towards the top. And I kind of feel like this kind of shows you. I don't know like how they're able to do these kind of changes. It's just like, well, you know what? We're gonna play 6 more games. How about we just finish top 3 in all of them?
We know that they are going to be the overall winner, but we don't know how that FaZe victory has affected the rest of the leaderboard. But right now, we're looking at the final scoreboard for Game 18. So you can see FaZe Clan getting those 9 kills. Entropic as well, putting 9 kills on the board. Do you think that that's going to make any difference?
They're going to jump up on the kind of bottom half of the leaderboard a little bit and get some more prize pool and PGC points for themselves. So it's good, but I was actually hoping to have Entropic end up around the top 8. Even the top 6, I would say they're able and capable of doing. We've seen that in previous tournaments as well.
That's what I was kind of hoping as well coming into the tournament, but of course we're seeing that they struggle a little bit now here. But again, they are showing that sometimes they can pop off. This is one of those games, and this is what we want to see more from them in the future.
Here it is. The leaderboard is up. Northern Lights is your winner. As you know, they get the most of the PGC qualification points, but how is the rest of the pack being affected?
Massively. You know, FaZe Clan jumping into to 6th place like that, it's a big leap for them, considering how far they were behind. Also, ENS and Entropic coming into a shared tied spot. We have to figure out who's actually ending up. It is, of course, ENS, 65 kills I can see here from all the way over there. It's good, 4 kills more. So Entropic and ENS actually ending in the top 10. It's a lot of the partner teams in there. Unfortunately for Footballist, they end on the last place.
And I mean, yeah, FaZe Clan came into this game on a 8th place, so ending it with that win, of course, pushing himself 2 spots on the overall leaderboard, and that is going to be a lot more PGC points. Basically, they went from 30 on 8th place to 50 now on the 6th place, and of course, a little bit more prize pool money on top of that. But overall, I feel like this is kind of what we were expecting in the leaderboard itself.
This is what Avengers said. You mentioned at I think it was the pre-show before we even started on Friday, where you said in the top 8, the majority are going to be those invited teams. And I see we've only got Polish Power and Exhalation sitting in the top 8 from the qualified teams. What does that say, though? I mean, what needs to happen now?
I said you could also, if you felt like it, instead of calling me Martin, you can call me Smartin when I say something smart. And it was super smart that I said it's going to be 5.
Okay, Smartin, I'll give that to you.
It's going to be 5 to 6 teams. And, you know, the teams that we're seeing here, I would say Polish Power, we saw them in the Super Week, and they got 70 points in 4 games. Exhalation have had that performance. I expected them to be up there. Entropic was a team that I expected to be slightly higher than what they ended on here. ENS is also a team that could potentially have been in the top 6, top 5 as well.
Talking about the qualified teams, Polish Power, of course, coming in from Super Weekend to here, I feel like they changed the playstyle a little bit, pacing themselves more and making more calculated moves. And that has overall been one of the success for them, being able to do that.
This is your prize pool, $50,000 US, and of course Northern Lights is taking that $16,000 top spot. Obviously money is always good, the teams will be really happy, and anyone finishing below 12th though, no cash in the bank.
Yeah, I love how this is you know, an incremental change for every placement. So every time you do better, you get more prize pool. The same is going to be the case for the PGC points as well, of course. But $16,000, massive amount of money for NLT.
There we go. These are the points. This is what everyone's playing for. And you can see, obviously, the lower you finish down the leaderboard, the less points you get. You still get to take 5 points home. But what you really wanted was 200, 120, 95, 80. I mean, at what point do you say, I could have done more?
Well, the point when you're saying, I don't need any of those, I'll just go ahead and win PCS 7 and we'll make our way all the way just by that win. But no, of course, it is great. No matter where you end, you're going to get some points with you. Those PGC points will mean a lot. And we'll have to see. Maybe those 5 points could be a deal breaker when we get to the end of the year and get closer towards PGC.
Yeah, and also NLT obviously taking these 200 points. It's no news, nothing new from last year. They were also dominating the PGC points last year. Heroic won last year with the 200 points. They started with that one, but still, NLT had so many points last year. It was disgusting. It was basically just a race from second place to sixth to see who could be in there, because NLT was already through to PGC at that point.
Yeah, I mean, they won PCS 4, they won ESL Summer, they won PCS 5, then they went to PGC and got themselves a third place.
We do actually have our winners with us now. Batulins is on the line from NLT. Congratulations on your win. You've got to be feeling hyped.
Sure, of course.
Sure, of course. This is just a normal day in the office. I feel you. I'd love to ask the first question about the rest of the teams in the lobby. What did you think of the level of teams kickstarting the year?
I think that the start of the whole year for Europe was insane. It was super good. I really love. I just tweeted before, in the middle of the day, that when I didn't know that we're gonna win it. Yeah, we were third maybe, and I really felt this rivalry between us, Navi, BBL, all Liquid, all other teams. It was I think special this time because in MC format it was kind of a bit easier for us. Super format is more difficult exactly for our team. Yeah, so for us it was a very, very tough tournament. But it feels great. It feels great to win it.
It did not look tough today. It looked way too easy, if I'm honest. I'm sure Fraz has a question for you as well.
First of all, congratulations to you and the team. And of course, nice to see you in the bathrobe. But I gotta ask, what happened from day 1 and 2 up to today? What kind of changes did you guys do? Why were you guys able to do this good today? I mean, a first, and a third place. That is just out of our mind how you guys are able to play like that.
It's really easy to tell you why this day was super good. Yeah, first days, especially me, I was super unconfident in myself. Yeah, and the whole way how I managed to call the game was kind of unconfident. We were playing super passive. We were playing MC format, so we were playing for the wins and not playing for the kills, actually, yeah. And our team speak was also not calm,
it was hectic.
It was too much. Yeah, it was too much force. Absolutely, that we didn't need it. Yeah, because of this kind of dirty team speak. Our fights were not quality. Yeah, so we kind of lost a lot of fights because of it, and the whole game looked for us kind of passive. Kind of not good. Right. Yeah. So and this day we had super nice circles. We played super good individually. Our team speak was like, "Yo, let's go kill this. Let's go kill this. Let's do here. Let's go here. Let's helping you, nading." And the whole day was I think the best one for a long time, for a really long time. I think we had the same day in PGC, the last day. We had a very nice day with a lot of points, and our team speak and our team play was also very kind of quality. Yeah, so it was very high quality, and we just made it today.
Well, yeah, I guess listen and learn every other team, because that's the secret sauce of having a good day, I guess.
Yeah. You just need to play good. That's the secret.
Just get good.
Nothing else.
Just get good. Yeah, first of all, congratulations on a massive win here. 3 wins out of 6 games. I think it's pretty much a record-breaking day for you guys. And also a massive performance from yourself, Batulins. I want to ask here, out of what you've seen so far in the first PGC qualification points tournament here this year in 2022, what are the teams that do you think is going to be your biggest opponents?
This year, in Europe, right?
Yeah, going forward for the next tournaments.
Because of the super format,
right?
It's really like difficult to say which team's gonna be good, because I think in super format any team in Europe like Heroic, FaZe, Liquid, Navi, BBL,
right,
all of these teams are like super good with good circles. They can like do not the same as us today, but they can make super nice days. And I really want to see Heroic like they were playing PGC, because they were like better than anyone. They were the same as New Happy, and I think Heroic is one of the best teams. Maybe Liquid, because I think Vart is a super nice player, and they should play even better than they were. And I know that also Fastface gonna help them. Yeah, so their team is very good. Navi, we always compete with Navi.
Right.
So Heroic, Navi, Liquid, and
the top teams.
Yeah.
They have gotten better, of course. So, but again, massive congratulations to you guys here on winning. And now 200 points, PGC points. The rest of the year is going to be absolutely easy for you guys. Good to see you, my friend.
Thank you so much for chatting to us. Congratulations again. Go and celebrate.
Yeah, celebrate. Just drink some beer, maybe. I don't know.
We're gonna leave you at that. Go and have your alcoholic beverage. Congratulations. We'll see.
No, I'm joking. I will just rewatch the games, analyze, and so on. Like because like as always.
That's why.
Thank you.
That is why you're the best. Thank you so much for joining us. And there you go, your G-Loot Season 5 Grand Finalist champions. I'm just gonna add a bunch of names to the list, and I just love that attitude there. So calm, collected. And now going to go and rewatch all the games.
Classic Batulins. Yeah. Always trying to stay ahead. What mistakes could have won? How can we win?
How can we do it even better?
How can we win 6 out of 6 games? I gotta say that I think this is pretty much the best day anyone have had in any of the European tournaments lately in the last couple of years. Might have been beaten in some of the tournaments or some of the days in PGC, but 3 wins out of 6 with only top 3 placements. That is unheard of with the amount of points that they were able to get.
And against these kind of teams as well. It's just not just any teams. It's some of the best teams, of course, not just here in Europe, but also in the world.
Gents, it has been an absolute privilege to be back in a live studio with you. The players definitely brought us all the action we required. Are you ready for the rest of the year now and some PUBG esports?
I just want more. Honestly, I just want more. After these 3 days, I can't get enough.
Yeah, I can't get enough either. So when I'm flying home tomorrow, I'm going straight into the next Grand Final. It's going to be great.
We're going to ask the casters to say goodbye. Jarosar, Toby, thank you so much for your super week. And there we go. I just look really short now. Good job. Good job. They can't hear you. Thank you so much. And then finally, of course, it's not finally, I've actually got a bunch of people we want to thank. So first off, to all the production team that make this happen behind the scenes. Thank you to G-Loot, of course, for supporting PUBG, the observing team who did a fantastic job. But most importantly, thank you so much to you for supporting PUBG Esports. Thank you for watching. And thank you to the teams for putting on such a spectacular show. This is just the beginning. PUBG Esports in Europe, the competitive season has begun. Northern Lights claims those 200 PGC points, but who will be next? We don't know yet. We're hoping that we'll find out soon. And when we do, we'll see you there. Good night.
Everybody has to start somewhere.
But even if one of them gets the knock on the other side, I don't think they're going to push for test it up. Able to find the first, take the shotgun in hand, gets the second as well.
Feel the rush of competitive esports with G-Loot. Create your team. Compete in weekly and monthly tournaments. Play against skilled opponents around the world for the ultimate esports experience. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.